Chapter 24 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KimberlyB. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 24. In the Summer. Trixie did not thrive well in her new home, though everything which human ingenuity could devise was done to make her happy and contented. But in spite of everything, Trixie could not quite overcome her homesickness. Many times a day she disappeared from sight and was gone a long time. And when she came back, there was a mysterious redness about her eyes, which she said by way of explanation were kind of sore, she guessed. Maybe she had got some dust in 'em. This went on for weeks, until at last, in a fit of remorse, lest she had been guilty of a lie, the conscientious child burst out, "'Tain't dust. 'Tain't sore that makes 'em red. It's wantin' to see Papa and Mama and Bunchy and baby brother. Was it a lie? And is I a naughty girl to make believe it was dust?" Then Bea felt it would be wrong to keep her any longer, and wrote to Mrs. Morton to that effect. Mrs. Morton and Bunchy were still in Bronson, but Theo was supplying a vacant pulpit in Boston, and saw his wife once in 2 or 3 weeks. There was room in the parsonage now for homesick Trixie, but the sickly baby had died suddenly with cholera infantum, and the same letter which carried the news to Beatrice asked that Trixie might be sent to Vermont. "Send her by express," Mrs. Morton wrote. "Or will you bring her yourself? We shall be so glad to see you. Though we cannot offer you a bed here, we are so full. But there is a good country hotel near us, and Cousin Julia Hayden, whom you met in New York, wishes me to say that she would be very glad to entertain you at her own house. I hope you will come, for though our acquaintance is so recent, you seem to me like a friend of years. And I feel that the sight of you may do me some good, now that my heart is so sore with the loss of my baby." "I'll go," Bea said, as she finished reading the letter, deciding all the more readily on account of a little incident which had occurred the night before, which filled her with alarm for both Everard and Rosamond. They had walked together to Elm Park and sat there for an hour or more on the piazza, where the full moon was shining brightly. This time there had been no shawl to adjust, for the early June night was warm and balmy. But there was a slight dampness in the air, and Everard's solicitude lest Rosamond should take cold or contract a sore throat was noticeable in the extreme. 2 or 3 times he pulled the fleecy cloud of Berlin wool about her neck and asked if she were quite comfortable. And once he let his hand rest on her shoulder for some minutes, while he sat looking at her with an expression on his face which Josephine might have resented had she seen it. And Bea, with her strong sense of right and wrong, resented it for her, or rather for Rosamond, whom she would not see sacrificed without a protest. So when they arose to go home, she led Everard away from Rossie, and when sure she could not be heard, said to him earnestly, "Pardon me, Everard, but you are altogether too solicitous about Rosamond's health. Let her take care of herself. She is capable of doing it, and remember, there are bounds you must not pass, or suffer her to approach. It would be very cruel to her." "Yes, I know," he answered, coloring deeply as he spoke. "You need not fear for Rossie. She is my sister, nothing more. And even if I were disposed to make her something else, do you suppose I can ever forget the past?" He spoke bitterly, and showed plainly how gladly he would free himself if possible from the bond which held him, and which was growing daily more and more hateful to him. As far as she could see them in the moonlight, Beatrice watched Everard and Rossie as they walked slowly down the avenue which led to the street. And when they were out of sight, she said to herself, "He ought to acknowledge his marriage, and he must, even if he does not take his wife, which might be the better thing to do. There must be good in her, something to build upon, if under the right influence, with somebody to encourage and stimulate her to do her best. I wish I knew her, wish I dared face her in her own home, and judge what kind of person she is." This was Bea's thought the night before she read Mrs. Morton's letter, inviting her to Bronson. And when she read it, the thought resolved itself into a fixed purpose, the first step of which was to take Trixie to her mother. Poor little Trixie, who turned so white, but did not at first shed a tear when told of her baby brother's death. Half an hour later, however, Beatrice found her in the garden, with her face in the grass, sobbing, as if her heart would break for her dead brother, of whom she said to be, "I wouldn't feel so bad to have him with Jesus, only I shaked him once hard, when he was so cross and heavy, and I was so tired, and he wouldn't go to sleep. I'm so sorry. Will God let me go to heaven some day and see him, and tell him I'm sorry?" As well as she could, Beatrice comforted and reassured the weeping child, whose conscientiousness and sweet faith and trust in God were leading her into ways she had only known in theory, but which were beginning to be very pleasant to her feet, as she learned each day some new lesson from the trusting child. It was near the latter part of June, the season of roses and pinks and water lilies in New England, when she at last took Trixie to the old brown house under the shadow of the apple trees, where the mountain air was filled with perfume from the flowers blossoming on the borders by the door, and where Bunchy played in the soft summer sunshine under the snowball tree by the well. It was such a plain but pleasant old house, with rafters overhead showing in the kitchen, and the great box-like beams in the corners of the room, for the old house claimed to have seen 100 years, and to have heard the guns of the Revolution. But it was very cheerful and homelike, and neat as soap and sand and Aunt Nancy's hands could make it. Aunt Nancy was the first to welcome Miss Belknap, looking a little askance at her style and manners, and wondering how they could ever entertain so fine a lady, even for a few hours. Mrs. Morton was sick with a headache, and Mrs. Brown was still down with nervous prostration, having stoutly resisted all Mrs. Julia Hayden's advice about making an effort, and hints, which sometimes amounted to assertions, that she could get up if she liked, and would diet on oatmeal and barley. In her last letter to Mrs. Morton, Beatrice had declined Mrs. Hayden's offer, and said she should feel more independent at the hotel for the short time she should remain in Bronson. But within half an hour after her arrival at the parsonage, Mrs. Hayden was there also, in her handsome carriage, drawn by her shining black horses, and driven by a shining black coachman in gloves and brass buttons. And she insisted so hard upon Beatrice stopping with her that the latter finally accepted the invitation, but said she would remain for the day where she was, and see if she could not be of some comfort and help to Mrs. Morton, who seemed better from the moment she came and laid her soft hands on her head. "Nothing can help her or her mother either unless they make an effort," Mrs. Hayden said with a toss of her head and a flash of her black eyes. "Spleeny and notional, both of them, as they can be. Call it nervous, if you like. But what's nervousness but fidgets? I was never nervous, but if I'd give up every time the weather changes, or I felt a little weak, I might have prostration too. There's Harry, my husband, would have died long ago if I had not kept him up just by my own energy and will. I make him sleep with the windows open, and he takes a cold bath every morning at 6 o'clock and eats oatmeal for his breakfast, with a cup of hot water instead of coffee or tea." "And does he thrive on that diet? Is he well and strong?" Bea asked, and Mrs. Hayden replied, "Well and strong? No, he could not be that in the nature of things. He comes from a sickly stock, but he keeps about, which is better than lying in bed and moping all the time." How strong and full of life Mrs. Hayden was, and so unsympathetic that Beatrice did not wonder Mrs. Morton shivered and shrank away even from the touch of her large, powerful hands. "I am sometimes wicked enough to wish she might be sick herself, or at least nervous, so as to know how it feels," Mrs. Morton said after her cousin had gone. "She thinks I can do as she does, and the thing is impossible. My health is destroyed, and sometimes I fear I shall never be well again." She had failed since Beatrice saw her, and her eyes looked so large and glassy as she lay upon the pillow, and her cough was so constant and irritating, that to talk of effort and oatmeal to her seemed preposterous and cruel. What she needed was rest and nursing and care and change of thought and occupation, and these she could not have in their fullest extent at the parsonage, with poverty and a sick mother and bustling, irritable Aunt Nancy to act as counter-influences. She must be taken entirely away, and amused and nursed and petted, and Beatrice began to see the first step of that vague plan formed in Rothsay, and which she meant to carry out. For a day or two she stayed in Bronson, sleeping and eating in Mrs. Hayden's grand house, and feeling all her sympathies enlisted for shriveled-up Mr. Hayden, who in the morning came shivering to the table from his cold bath, and swallowed his oatmeal and hot water dutifully, but with an expression on his thin, sallow face, which showed how his stomach rebelled against it, and craved the juicy steak and fragrant coffee which his blooming wife regaled herself, because she was strong and could bear it. Once Bea ventured to suggest that steak and beef tea might be a more nutritious diet, even for a dyspeptic, than oatmeal and barley, varied with dry toast and baked apples. But Mrs. Hayden knew. She had read up on stomachs and nerves and digestion, and knew every symptom of dyspepsia and its cause and what it needed, and how a person ought to feel. And her husband submitted quietly and said, Julie was right, and grew thinner and paler and weaker every day with cold baths and starvation. But he kept the respect of his wife because he tried to be well, and that was a great thing to do, for in his estimation she was a wonderful woman and represented the wisdom of the world. On the third day, Beatrice left Bronson to look, she said, for some quiet, pleasant nook where she could spend a few weeks during the hot weather. She found such a place in Holborton, whither she came one warm July afternoon, when the town was at its best. It was not an unheard of thing for city people to pass a few weeks in Holborton during the hot weather, and no one was surprised when Miss Belknap registered her name on the hotel books and said she was looking for some quiet and reasonable boarding house for an invalid and 2 children. Several were recommended to her, and with the list in her hand, she started out to reconnoiter. Mrs. Rothsay Fleming was the 4th name on her paper, but she went there first, and was pleased with the place at once, because it looked so cool and inviting under the wealth of hop vines, which covered one side of it. The day was warm, and Mrs. Fleming, in her clean purple calico gown, sat sewing on the doorsteps, while a woman with a deep pasteboard bonnet on her head, concealing her face from view, was sweeping the grass in her backyard. But she turned as she heard the gate open, and seeing Beatrice, came forward until she saw her mother. Then she withdrew, leaving Mrs. Fleming to confer with the stranger. She had rooms to let, she said. Did the lady wish them for herself? And she looked curiously at Beatrice, who was so different from the boarders who usually came to her, for her rooms were low and scantily furnished, and not at all like the apartments city people desired. Miss Belknap wanted board for herself and a friend with 2 children. 2 sleeping rooms and a parlor would do nicely for them all, and she was willing to pay whatever it was worth. Mrs. Fleming readily guessed that money was no consideration with the lady, and as it was of much importance to her, she decided to ask the highest possible price at first, and then fall if necessary. After a moment during which she seemed to be thinking, she said, I don't know but I can accommodate you with 3 rooms, though I do not often rent an extra parlor, and if I do so now, my daughter Josephine must give up the room she occupies when she is here. Then she is not at home? Beatrice said, feeling that she must know that fact before she engaged board, where the only attraction was Josephine, who, she found, had only gone for a week or so to Oak Bluffs with a party of friends and was expected daily. The price named for 3 rooms, though high for Holborton, did not seem unreasonable to Beatrice, and the bargain was closed with the understanding that Beatrice was to take immediate possession. It will be a change for Mrs. Morton, a relief to Aunt Nancy, and a possible benefit to Everard, and an amusement to me, Beatrice thought, as she hurried back to Bronson, where she found the Reverend Theodore himself, handsomer, more elegant in appearance, because better dressed than when she saw him last, and very glad to see her as an old friend who was kind to his wife and children. To the Holborton plan he listened approvingly. It would do Molly good, he said, for 2 sick people in one house were quite too many for the comfort of either. But Molly demurred. She could not sleep in new places unless everything were right, and she presumed that there were swarms of crickets and tree toads, and possibly bullfrogs there among the mountains, to make the night hideous. It would be impossible to portray the scorn and disgust which blazed in the black eyes of Mrs. Julia Haydon, who was present when Molly uttered her protest against Holberton. Crickets and tree toads and bullfrogs indeed! She'd like to see the bullfrog which could keep her awake, even if it sat on her pillow and croaked in her ear. It was all nonsense, such fidgets. Just use your will and a little common sense, and you will sleep through everything. That was Mrs. Haydon's theory, which made Molly cry and Beatrice angry, and Theodore laugh. He had to stand between them all and keep them from quarreling, and he did it admirably, and smoothed everything so nicely, and made the trip to Holberton seem so desirable that Molly began to want to go, especially as he assured her he could well afford it, as the church in Boston paid him liberally, and had just given him $100 to do with as he liked. Beatrice had intended to meet the expenses herself, but could not press the matter without hurting more than it did good. It was just possible that Mrs. Haydon might follow them with her husband, if good rooms and board could be found for her, for she had taken a great liking to Miss Belknap, who stood even higher in her estimation than Mrs. Sniff, and whose acquaintance she readily saw would do her more real good in a social point of view. So it was finally arranged that Molly and the children should go to Holberton for the summer, and word to that effect was forwarded to Mrs. Fleming, and instructions to have the rooms in readiness by the middle of July. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Mrs. Fleming's Boarders. It was a lovely summer day when the party arrived at Holberton and were driven to the brown house on the common, where they found everything in readiness for them, and Mrs. Fleming and Agnes waiting to receive them. Josephine was not visible, for she had resolutely set her face against them. She did not want a lot of women in the house anyway, she said. They were a nuisance and made as much again trouble as men. They were never satisfied with their board, were always in the kitchen washing out their pocket handkerchiefs, heating flat irons, and making a muss generally. For her part, she liked to be free to do as she liked without the fear of being torn into shoestrings by some meddling, jealous old woman. If they must have boarders, take gentlemen. There were plenty who would be glad to come. She would rather have clerks or even mechanics than the fine lady they described, and a sick woman with her brats, and blue as whetstone undoubtedly, inasmuch as she was a missionary's wife. She'd be wanting family prayers and a blessing at the table, and be horrified to know there were 2 packs of cards in the house, and they were used, too. That was Josephine's opinion, but her mother had her way in spite of it, and went on with her preparations, while Josephine sulked and declared her intention of avoiding them entirely and never, in any way, coming in contact with them. Still, there was a consolation in the fact that the small room she was compelled to take was downstairs, and so far removed from the boarders that they would not know how late she was out on the street with admirers, of which she had several, and how long they stayed with her after she came in. Josephine liked the kind of life she was leading at present. No lady in town dressed better than she did, and though she knew that people commented upon it, and wondered where she got the money, and hinted at things which no real modest woman would like to have laid to her charge, she did not care, so long as she knew it was all right, and that some day everything would be explained, and she stand acquitted before the world, which criticized her unmercifully because there was no tangible proof against her, noticed her just the same as if there were no breath of suspicion attaching to her name. She would be noticed, and if she saw any signs of rebellion in any quarter, she fought it down inch by inch and rode triumphantly over the opinion of those who tried to slight her. No other young lady in town could boast as many admirers as she, and she managed to keep them at her side even after they found there was no hope. Old Captain Sparks, the millionaire, had long known this, and yet, as the moth flutters around the candle, so he hovered around the young beauty, accepting the position of father instead of brother, and from time to time presenting his daughter with costly presents, which she accepted so sweetly and prettily because she knew it would hurt him if she refused. To the other lovers she was sister and friend, and she gave them a great deal of good advice and made them believe they were much safer with her than they would be elsewhere. Only Dr. Matthewson knew her thoroughly, and him she never tried to deceive. And still the doctor was more absolutely under her influence than any of the train who visited her constantly. But just now he was away on business, he called it, though Josephine knew that the business was gambling, that being his only means of livelihood. A fortunate play or series of plays had put a large sum of money into his hands, and he had gone on a sailing vessel to the West Indies, thinking to visit England before returning to America. Josephine was a little ennuied without the doctor, whom she preferred to any man living, and yet could she have had him by giving up Everard, she would not have done it, for though she had no love for her husband, she had a fancy for the money and position he could give her by and by, and for which she was patiently waiting. Had her life been less pleasant and exciting, or had Everard sent her less money, she might have rebelled against it, and taken steps which would have resulted in her learning the state of affairs at the Forrest house. But as it was, she was content to wait and enjoy herself in her own way, which was to dress and flirt, and come and go at her pleasure, and be waited on at home as if she were some princess of the blood. And this was about the state of affairs when Beatrice reached the Fleming house with Mrs. Morton, which, contrary to her expectations, was pleased at once. "I do believe I shall rest here and get well again. Everything is so comfortable," she said, as she lay down upon the chintz-covered lounge for a few moments before taking the cup of tea which was brought to her by Agnes, who, in her clean calico dress and her dark hair combed smoothly back, and a sad but peaceful expression on her white, tired face, enlisted Beatrice's sympathies at once, for she saw from her manner that she was a mere household drudge, and resolved to stand her friend whatever might come. Agnes was very fond of children, and when she had arranged a tray for Mrs. Morton, she turned to the little ones and tried to coax them to her side. Bunchy came at once, but Trixie held aloof, and with her hands behind her, watched the woman curiously, and it would seem without a very complimentary verdict in her favor. Trixie was fond of bright, gay colors and elegant apparel. Beatrice's style suited her better than this faded, spiritless woman, whom she nevertheless regarded very intently, and at last startled with the question, "How did you look when you were new?" "Oh, Trixie!" Mrs. Morton and Beatrice both exclaimed in a breath, fearing lest Agnes's feelings should be hurt. But she only laughed a hearty, merry laugh, which changed her face completely, and made it almost young and pretty as she said, "I don't know how I looked. It was so very long ago. But I love little girls like you, and my old black hands have made them so many pies and cakes and paper dollies, and they shall make some for you, if you'll let me kiss you." Trixie was won by this, and when Agnes went back to the kitchen, she was followed by both the children, who were intent upon the little cakes she made that morning in expectation of their coming. Josephine had watched the arrival of the ladies through the half-closed shutters, deciding that Mrs. Morton was a dowdy countrywoman, and that Miss Belknap was very elegant even in her plain traveling dress, and that perhaps she was somebody whom it would be policy to cultivate. But she would not present herself that afternoon. She was tired, and wished to keep herself fresh for evening, when she expected a call from a young man from Albany, whose mother had taken rooms at the hotel for the summer, and whom she had met at a picnic the day before. The next day was Sunday, and though breakfast was served later than usual, Josephine was later still, and the meal was nearly half over when she entered the room, attired in a blue cambric gown, with gold pendants in her ears, and a bit of honeysuckle at her throat. There was a very sweet, apologetic expression on her face as she went up to her mother and kissed her good morning, saying coaxingly, "Late again as usual, Mamma, but you must excuse me. I was so sleepy." Then, with a graceful recognition of the strangers, she took her seat at the table by the side of Trixie, whom she patted on the head, saying, "And how is the little girl this morning?" Mrs. Fleming was accustomed to all manner of moods and freaks in her daughter, but the kissing was something new, and surprised her a little. especially as there were no gentlemen present to witness the pretty childish scene. She passed it off, however, naturally enough, and introducing her daughter to the ladies, went on serving the breakfast. Agnes waited upon the table, and so there was no kiss for her, only a gracious nod and a good morning, sister, as if this was their first meeting, when in fact Agnes had been in and out of Josephine's room 3 or 4 times, carrying hot water and towels and soap. But Agnes was accustomed to such things, and made no sign, except as a slight flush passed across her pale face, which was unobserved by Beatrice, who was giving all her attention to the young beauty, sipping her coffee so leisurely and saying pretty things to Trixie. How beautiful she was, with those great dreamy blue eyes, those delicately chiseled features, and that dazzling complexion, which Bea thought at first must be artificial. It was so pure and white and smooth, but she was mistaken, for Josephine's complexion had never known powder or paste or wash of any kind. It was very brilliant and fresh, and she looked so young and innocent and childlike that Beatrice found it hard to believe there was aught of guile or deceit in her. Everard must have become morbidly sensitive to any fault she might have, and Bea's thoughts were at once busy with what she meant to do for this estranged couple. There must be much of good in her. Surely that face with those eyes, which looked so confidingly at you, could not cover a bad heart. Weak and vain and faulty she might be, but not bad, not treacherous and unwomanly, as Everard believed, and Beatrice was so glad she had come there to see and judge for herself. Every action was perfectly ladylike, every movement graceful, while the voice was soft and low and well bred in its tone. And during the few moments they talked together after breakfast, Beatrice felt herself fascinated as she had never been before by any human being. As she was tired and had a slight headache, she did not go to church that morning, but saw Josephine leave the house and watched her out of sight with feelings of wonder and perplexity. Could this be the woman whom Everard regarded with so much disgust, the Joe Fleming whom she thought so detestable? Nor was her wonder at all diminished when that afternoon she found Josephine in the garden, seated under a tree with Bunchy in her lap and Trixie at her side, listening intently while she told them the story of Moses and the bulrushes. They had heard it before, but it gained new power and interest when told in Josephine's dramatic way, and they hung on every word, and when it was done, begged her for another. Surely here was more of the angel than the fiend, and Beatrice, too, sat down, charmed in spite of herself, with the girl she had expected to despise. She must be good, and Everard is surely mistaken, she thought, and her admiration was at its height when Josephine finished her stories and began to talk to her. Mrs. Fleming had received an impression that Miss Belknap was from New York, and Josephine began to question her of that city, asking if she had always lived there. "I was born there," Beatrice replied, "but I was educated in Paris, and my home is really in Rothsay, a little town in southern Ohio." At the mention of Rothsay, Josephine started, and there was an increase in color in her face, but otherwise she was very calm, and her voice was perfectly natural as she repeated the word Rothsay, evidently trying to recall something connected with that place. At last she succeeded, and said, "Rothsay. Rothsay in Ohio. Why, that is where Mr. Forrest lives, Mr. J. Everard Forrest, Jr. He boarded with Mama 2 or 3 years ago. He was in college at Amherst. Probably you know him." And the blue eyes looked very innocently at Beatrice, who, warned by the perfect acting to be cautious and guarded, replied, "Oh, yes, I know Everard Forrest. His mother was a distant relative of mine. She is dead. Did you know?" "I think I heard so. Everard was very fond of his mother," Josephine said. Then after a pause she said, "Judge Forrest is very wealthy and very aristocratic, isn't he?" "He was always called so, and the Forrest property is said to be immense," Beatrice replied, quieting her conscience with the fact that, so far as the judge was concerned, she had put him in the past tense and spoken of what was once rather than what he was at present. But Josephine paid no attention to tenses and had no suspicion whatever of the truth. She was really a good deal startled and shaken mentally, notwithstanding the calmness of her demeanor. Here was a person from Rothsay who knew Everard Forrest and who might be in great service to her in the future. and it behooved her to be on her best behavior. "Is Everard married yet?" she asked after a moment. "Married?" Beatrice repeated, and she felt the color rising in her face. "Why, he is not his profession yet, but is studying very hard in his father's office." "Ah, yes, I remember. He intended to be a lawyer. I liked him very much. He was so pleasant and gentlemanly," Josephine said, and there was a drooping of the heavy lashes over her blue eyes, as if with regret for the past, when she knew and liked Everard Forrest. "But is there no one to whom he is particularly attentive?" she asked. "He used to be very fond of the girls, and there must be someone in Rothsay suitable for him, or is his father so proud that he would object to everybody?" Beatrice knew perfectly well what Josephine meant, and answered that she had heard the judge was very particular and would resent a marriage which he thought beneath his son. But if the woman was good and true and pure and did her best, I think it would all be well in time, she added, as an encouragement to this girl in whom she was trying to believe, and Josephine continued. "He used to speak of a little girl, Rosamond, I think was the name. She must be well grown by this time. Is she there now?" "You mean Rossie Hastings, his adopted sister. She is there still, and a very nice womanly little thing. She is 16, I believe, though she seems to me younger," Beatrice said, and the impression left on Josephine's mind of Rothsay was of a child, in whom Everard could not be greatly interested except in a brotherly way. She had made all the inquiries she cared to make just then, lest she should excite suspicion in Beatrice, and was meditating a retreat when the sound of rapid wheels reached them, and a moment after a tall, slender young man, not over 20, came down the walk, flourishing his little cane and showing plainly the half-fledged boy who was beginning to feel all the independence and superiority of a man. Bowing very low to Beatrice, to whom he was introduced as Mr. Gerard from Albany, he told Josephine he had come to ask her to drive after his fast horse. "You were at church all the morning, and deserve a little recreation," he said, as he saw signs of a refusal in Josie, who, sure that Miss Belcamp would not accept a like invitation, felt that she, too, must refuse. So she said very sweetly, and with a little reprovingly, "Thank you, Mr. Gerard, but I do not often ride on Sunday. Some other day I shall be happy to go with you, for I dote on fast horses, but now you must excuse me." Young Gerard was surprised, for he had not expected to find conscientious scruples in the girl who the previous night had played euchre with him until 11:30, and then stood another half hour at the gate, laughing and flirting with him, though she had met him but once before. He was not accustomed to be thwarted, and he showed that he was annoyed, and answered loftily, "Certainly, do as you think best. If you won't ride with me, I must find somebody who will. I wish you good afternoon, ladies." Touching his hat very politely, he walked away, but Josephine could not let him go in this mood. He was her latest conquest, and she arose and followed him, and walked with him to the gate, and said to him apologetically, "I want to go awfully, but it will never do with a missionary's family in the house." "Bother take the missionaries," he said. "I wanted to show you how fast Dido can trot." "Yes, I know, but there are other days than Sunday, and there are lots of girls aching to go with you today," Josephine said, as she fastened a little more securely the bouquet in his buttonhole and let her hands rest longer on his coat sleeve than was necessary. "But I shan't take 'em. I shall wait for you," he answered, quite soothed and mollified. Then he bade her good-bye and drove off, while Josephine returned to Beatrice and said laughingly, "What bores boys of a certain age are, and how they always fasten upon a girl older than themselves. This Gerard cannot be over 20. He reminds me a little in his dress of Everard Forrest when he first came here, so fastidious and elegant, as if he had just stepped from a bandbox." "He is very different from that now," Beatrice replied, rousing up at once in Everard's defense. "Of course he can never look like anything but a gentleman, but he wears his coats and boots and hats until they are positively shabby. It would almost seem as if he were hoarding up money for some particular purpose. He is so careful about expense. He neither smokes nor chews nor drinks, and it is said of him that he has not a single bad habit. His wife, should he ever have one, ought to be very proud of him. Beatrice was very eloquent and earnest in her praise of Everard, and watched closely the effect on Josephine. There certainly was a different expression on her face as she listened to this high economian of her husband, whose economics, she knew well, were practiced for her, and there was something like a throb of gratitude or affection in her heart that the money she had supposed was given to him by his father was earned or saved by himself, that she might be daintily clothed. "I am delighted with this good account of him, and so will Mamma be," she said. "He must have changed so much, for he was very extravagant and reckless when we knew him, but I liked him exceedingly." Again there was the sound of wheels stopping before the gate, and excusing herself, Josephine hurried away to meet the second gallant who had come to take her to ride. Of course she could not go, and so the young man stayed with her, and Walter Gerard drove back that way, and seeing her in the parlor, tied his horse to the fence, and came sauntering in with the air of one sure of a welcome. Josephine did not appear at the tea-table, but Beatrice saw Agnes taking a tray into the parlor, and knew the trio were served in there, and felt greatly shocked and disgusted when she heard the clock strike 12 before the sound of suppressed voices and laughter ceased in the parlor, and the two buggies were driven rapidly away. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Josephine's Confidence. The next day Josephine wrote Everard the first real letter she had sent him for many weeks. Heretofore she had merely acknowledged his drafts, made payable to her mother, but now she filled an entire sheet and called him her dear husband, and told him of Miss Belknap's presence in the house, and what she had said of his habits and strict economy. "I know it is all for me," she wrote, "and I felt like crying when she was talking about you. I am so glad she told me, for it has made me resolve to be worthy of you, and the position I am one day to fill as your wife. When will that be, Everard? Must we wait forever? Sometimes I get desperate, and am tempted to start at once for Rothsay, and facing your father, tell him the truth, and brave the storm which I suppose would follow. But then I know you would be angry at such a proceeding, and so I give it up, and go on waiting patiently, for I do wish to please you, and I am glad this Miss Belknap is here, as I am sure of her friendship when the time of trial comes. She is very sweet and lovely, and I wonder you did not prefer her to your unworthy but loving Josie." Beatrice also wrote to Everard that day, and told him where she was, and why, and said of Josephine, "There must be good in her, or she could not seem so sweet and amiable and affectionate. A little vain she may be, and fond of attention, and why not? She cannot look in the glass and not know how beautiful she is, and her voice is so soft and low and musical, and her manners so ladylike. You see I am more than half in love with her, and I am quite disposed to advise a recognition of your part of her claim upon you. Of course I shall not betray you. That is not my business here. I came to see what this girl is, whose life is joined with yours. I find her quite up to the average of women, and I think it your safer course to acknowledge her and not leave her subject to the temptations much necessarily beset a pretty woman like her in the shape of admiration and attention from every marriageable man in town. It is your safer way, Everard, for remember there is a bar between you and any other face which may look to you inexpressibly fair and sweet, and all the sweeter and fairer because possession is impossible." These letters reached Everard the same evening, and he found them in his office on his return from the Forrest house, where he had sat with Rossie an hour on the piazza, with the moonlight falling on her face and softening the brilliancy of her great black eyes. How beautiful those eyes were to him now, and how modestly and confidently they looked up occasionally in his face and drooped beneath the long lashes which rested on the fair cheeks. She was so sweet and loving, this pure, fresh young girl, and her face and eyes haunted Everard all the way down the avenue and the long street to his office, where he found his letters, one from Beatrice, one from Josephine, and this last he saw first, recoiling from it as from a serpent's touch, and remembering with a bitter pain the face seen in the moonlight and the pressure of the hand he had held in his at parting. Then he took B's letter and turned it over, and saw it was postmarked at Holborton, and with a start of fear and apprehension tore it open and read it eagerly. "But I shall never do it," he said, as he read B's advice with regard to recognizing Josephine. "The goodness is not there, and so B will discover if she stops there long enough." Then, as he finished her letter, he felt as if all the blood in his body were rushing to his head, for he guessed what she meant by that other face, so inexpressibly fair and sweet. It was Rossie's, and he ground his teeth together as he thought of the bar which made it sinful for him to look too often upon that face, fast budding into rare beauty, lest he should find it too sweet and fair for his own peace of mind. And then he told himself that Rosamond was only his sister, his ward, in whom he must necessarily have an unusual interest. Beatrice was too fastidious, and did not trust enough to his good sense. He was not in love with Rosamond, nor in danger of becoming so. Thus the young man reasoned, while he tore Josie's letter into shreds, which he tossed into the wastebasket. He did not believe in her or intend to answer it, for whatever he thought of her, now it was as he saw her last, at midnight in the car, sleeping on Dr. Matthewson's arm. He wrote to Beatrice, however, within a few days, expressing his surprise at what she had done, and telling her that any interference between Josephine and himself was useless, and that if she stayed long in Holborton, she would probably change her mind with regard to the young lady. And in this he was right, for before his letter reached Holborton, Beatrice and Mrs. Morton both had learned that the voice, so soft and flute-like, and well-bred when it addressed themselves, had another ring when alone in the kitchen with Agnes, who drudged from morning till night that the unusually large household might be kept up. There were more boarders now in the house, for Mrs. Julia Hayden and husband had come to Holborton, hoping a change would benefit Mr. Hayden, who liked the quiet, pleasant town and the pure air from the hills, which was not quite so bracing as that which blew down from the mountains around Bronson. The Haydens occupied the parlor below, greatly to the annoyance of Miss Josie, who was thus compelled to receive her numerous calls, either in the dining room, or on the back piazza, or on a horse block near the gate. It was not unusual for Josie to receive 3 admirers at a time, and she managed so admirably that she kept them all amiable and civil, though each hated the other cordially, and wondered why he would persist in coming where he was not wanted. Night after night Mrs. Morton and Mr. Hayden were kept awake till after midnight by the low hum of voices and occasional burst of suppressed laughter which came from the vicinity of the horse block, and when Mrs. Morton complained of it in the presence of Josephine, that young lady was very sorry, and presumed it was some of the hired girls in town, who had a great way of hanging over gates with their lovers, and sitting upon horse blocks into all hours of the night. But Mrs. Julia was not deceived. Her great black eyes read the girl all right, and when she saw a female figure steal cautiously up the walk into the house, and heard the footsteps of 2 or 3 individuals going down the road, she guessed who the hired girls were, and Josephine suspected that she did, and removed her trysting place from the horse block to the rear of the garden, where she was out of earshot of the old muffs, as she styled Mrs. Morton and Mrs. Hayden. And here she received her friends, as she called them, and laughed and flirted and played with them, but was very careful not to overstep certain bounds of propriety, and thus give Everard an excuse on which to base an action for divorce, should he ever bring himself to consider such an act, which she doubted. He was too proud for that, and would rather live and dislike her than repudiate her openly and bring a stain upon the Forrest name. It was impossible for her to understand his real feelings toward her. Indifferent he was, of course, and sorry, no doubt, for the tie which bound them, but she was so thoroughly convinced of her own charms and power to fascinate that she had little fear of winning him back, or something like allegiance, when she once had him under her influence again. He could not resist her, no man could, except the old judge, and secure in this belief, she went on her way, while Beatrice watched her narrowly, and began at last to believe there was no real good in her. "The most shameless flirt I ever saw, with claws like a cat," Mrs. Hayden said of her, Well, she has actually tried her power on Harry and asked him so insinuatingly and pityingly if he really thought oatmeal agreed with him as well as a juicy steak or mutton chop. Bee laughed merrily at the idea of Josie's casting her eyes upon poor shriveled dyspeptic Harry Hayden, whom, to do her justice, she did pity for the cold baths he was compelled to take every morning and the rigid diet on which he was kept. That he lacked brain force, as his wife asserted, she did not doubt, or he would never have submitted as meekly as he did within the stereotyped phrase, "Julie knows best," but she pitied him just the same, and occasionally conveyed to him on the sly hot cups of beef tea or mutton broth, and once coaxed him to drink lager beer. But Mrs. Julia found it out by the culprit's breath and disliked Josie worse than ever. It was now 5 weeks since Beatrice first came to Holborton, and as Mrs. Morton did not seem to improve, she was thinking of finding another place for her, when Josephine came to her one morning as she was sitting alone with her work, and taking a seat beside her, began to talk of herself and the life she was leading. "I am of no use to anyone," she said, "for both Mother and Agnes are afraid I shall soil my hands or burn my face. I am tired of this kind of life. I want to see the world and have larger experiences, and fortunately I have an opportunity to do so. When I was at the seaside, I met a widow lady, a Mrs. Arnold, who is rich and an invalid. She was kind enough to pretend to like me, and I think she did, for I have received a letter from her asking me to go as a companion with her to Europe, she defraying all the expenses, of course, and leaving me nothing to do but to make myself agreeable to her and enjoy what I see. Now would you go or not?" "I think I would," Beatrice replied, for it seemed to her as if this going to Europe would be somehow the severing link between Everard and Josephine. Something would happen to bring on the crisis, which must come sooner or later. "I would go, most certainly," she said again, and then she asked some questions concerning Mrs. Arnold, whose letter Josie showed to her. Evidently she was not a woman of great discernment or culture, but she was sincere in her wish to take Josephine abroad and disposed to be very generous with her. "She will be gone a year at least, and possibly 2, and I can see so much in that time. I'm quite dizzy with anticipation," Josephine said, while Beatrice entered heart and soul into the project, which was soon known to the entire household. That night young Gerard from Albany called on Josephine as usual, and hearing of the proposed trip to Europe, offered himself to her and cried like a baby when she gave him her final no and made him understand that she meant it. But she held his hand in hers, but there was one of her tears on his boyish face when at last he said good night and walked away, somewhat soothed and comforted with the thought that he was to be her friend of friends, the one held as the dearest and best in her memory when she was far over the sea. The news of the intended journey made Everard wild with delight, for with the ocean between them, he felt he should almost be free again, and he sent her $100 and told her he hoped she would enjoy herself, and then, intoxicated with what seemed to him like his freedom, went up to see Rosamond, and stayed with her until the clock was striking 10 and Mrs. Markham came into the room to break up the tete-a-tete. It was the last day of August that the Nova Zembla sailed out of the harbor of Boston with Josephine on board, her fair hands waving kisses and adieu to the 2 men on the shore watching her so intently, young Gerard and old Captain Sparks, who had followed her to the very last, each vying with the other in the size and cost of the bouquets which filled one entire half of a table in the dining salon, and stamped as somebody the beautiful girl who paraded them rather ostentatiously before her fellow passengers. For 2 days they adorned the table at which she sat, and filled the salon with perfume, and were examined and talked about, and she was pointed out as that young lady who had so many large and elegant bouquets. And then the 3rd day out, when their beauty and perfume were gone, they were thrown overboard by the cabin boy, and a great wave came and carried them far out to sea, while Josie lay in her berth limp, wretched, and helpless, with no thought of flowers, or Gerard, or Captain Sparks, but with a feeling of genuine longing for the mother and Agnes, whose care and ministrations she missed so much in her miserable condition. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Events of 1 year at the Forrest House. It was near the last of October when Bee returned to Rothsay, where Everard greeted her gladly as one who could understand and sympathize with him. It had come to him at last like a shock that he loved Rosamond Hastings as he had never loved Josephine, even in the days of his wildest infatuation, and far different from that first feverish, unhealthy passion of his boyhood was this mightier love of his maturer manhood, which threatened at last to master him so completely that he determined at last to go away from Rothsay for a month, and amid the wilds of California and the rocky dells of Oregon, try to forget the girl whom to love was sin. To Beatrice he confessed everything, and rebelled hotly against the bar which kept him from his love. He had thought of divorce, he said. He could easily obtain one under the circumstances, but he was sure Rossie would never believe in any divorce, which was not sanctioned by the Bible. He had assumed a case similar to his own, which he pretended was pending in the court, and warmly espousing the husband's cause, had asked Rosamond if she did not think it perfectly right for the man to marry again, and she answered decidedly, "I should despise him and the woman who married him. I abominate these divorces so easily obtained. It is wicked, and God will never forgive it." After this there was nothing for Everard to do but take up his burden and carry it away with him to the far west, hoping to leave it there. But he did not, and he came back to Rothsay to find Rosie sweeter, fairer than ever, and so unfeigningly glad to see him that for an hour he gave himself up to the happiness of the moment, and defying both right and wrong, said things which deepened the bloom on Rosie's cheeks and brought to her eyes that new light which is so beautiful in its dawning, which no one can mistake who is skilled in its signs. He did not tell her he loved her, but he told her how he had missed her, and how she alone had brought him back sooner than he meant to come. And with a shyness which sat so prettily on her, and a drooping of the eyelids, she listened to him, and though she said but little, the mischief was done, and never again would her eyes meet his as frankly and readily as before. Something in the tone of his voice and the unwonted tenderness of his manner kindled a fire in that young heart which many waters could not extinguish, and to Rossie it came with a thrill, half fearful, half ecstatic, that she loved Everard Forrest, not as a sister loves a brother, or a friend loves friend, but as a true good woman loves the one who to her is the only man in all the world. But could she have followed him back to his room, she would scarcely have known the white-faced, haggard man whom the dawn found with his head resting on the table where it had lain most of the night while he fought the demon trying so hard to conquer him. He must not love Rosamond Hastings. He must not let her love him, and to prevent it, he must tell her the whole truth, and this was what he was trying to make up his mind to do. Possibly his resolution to confess the whole to Rosamond was in measure prompted by a sudden fear which had come upon him lest the knowledge of his marriage should reach her through some other channel. On his return from Oregon, and before he went to the Forrest house, he had several letters which had come during his absence, and which had not been forwarded. One was from Josephine, who was still abroad and perfectly happy, if her word was to be believed. She had found Mrs. Arnold everything that was kind and generous and considerate, had made many delightful acquaintances, had learned to speak both German and French, and had come across Dr. Matthewson, who was at the same hotel with herself, the Victoria, in Dresden. This letter did not particularly affect Everard either way. Dresden was very far off, and Josephine might remain abroad another year, and into that time so much happiness might be crowded that he would take the good offered him and not cross the river of difficulty until he fairly reached it. But on his return from the Forrest house, he found 2 more letters on his desk, one postmarked at Dresden, the other at Holberton, and this he opened first. It was from Agnes, and had been some time on the road, and told him that Mrs. Fleming had died suddenly, after an illness of 2 days only, and Agnes was left alone. There was still a mortgage on the house, she said, and after that was paid, and the few debts that were owing, there would be but little left for her, and this little she must, of course, divide with Josephine. She offered no complaint, nor asked for any help. She said she could take care of herself, either as housekeeper, cook, or nurse, and on the whole she seemed to be in a very resigned and cheerful state of mind for a person left so entirely alone. The other letter proved to be from a Cincinnati acquaintance with whom he had once been at school, and who had recently married and gone abroad, and was in Dresden at the Victoria Hotel, where, he said, there were many pleasant Americans, both from Boston and New York, and Everard felt morally sure that the pleasant people from Boston were Mrs. Arnold and Josephine, and his friend Phil Evarts was just the man to be attracted by Josie, even if he had 100 wives, and Josephine was sure to meet him more than halfway, and find out first that he was from Cincinnati, and then that he had been in Rothsay and knew Judge Forrest's family, and then a cold sweat broke out over Everard's face as he thought, what then? While something whispered to him, then you will reap the fruit of the deception practiced so long, and you deserve it too. Everard knew he deserved it, but when one is reaping the whirlwind, I do not think it is any comfort to know that he has sowed the wind, or this harvest would never have been. It certainly did not help Everard, but rather added to the torment he endured as he thought of Josephine, enraged and infuriated, swooping down upon him, bristling all over with injured innocence, and making herself a strong party, as she was sure to do. But worse than all would be the utter loss of Rossie, for she would be lost to him forever, and possibly turn against him for his duplicity, and that he could not bear. I'll tell her tomorrow, so help me heaven, he said, as he laid his throbbing head upon his writing table and tried to think how he should commence, and what she would say. He knew how she would look, not scornful and angrily upon him, but so sorry, so disappointed, and that would hurt him worse than her contempt. How fair and sweet she seemed to him as he went over all the past as connected with her, remembering first the quaint, old-fashioned child he had teased so unmercifully, and of whom he had made a very slave, and then the girl of 15, whose honest eyes had looked straight into his without a shadow of shame or consciousness as she asked to be his wife, and lastly the Rossie of today, the Rossie of long dresses and pure womanhood, who was so dear to him that to have had her for his own for one short, blessed year, he felt that he would give the rest of his life. But that could not be. She could never be his, even were he free from the hated tie, as he could be so easily. In her single-heartedness and truth, she would never recognize as valid any separation save that which death might make, and this he dared not wish for, lest to his other sins that of murder should be added. He must tell her, and she would forgive him, even while she banished him from her presence. But after she knew it, whose opinion was worth more to him than that of the whole world, he could bear whatever else might come. But how could he tell her? Verbally, and so see the surprise and disappointment and pain which would succeed each other so rapidly in those clear, innocent eyes, which faithfully mirrored what she felt. He knew there would be pain, for as he loved her so, he felt that she cared, or could care for him, if only it were right for her to do so, and selfish as he was, it hurt him cruelly that she must suffer through this fault. But it must be, and at last, concluding that he never could sit face to face with her while he confessed his secret, he decided to write it out and send it to her, and then wait a few days before going to see the effect. He made this resolve just as the autumnal morning shone full into his room, and he heard across the common the bell from his boarding-house summoning him to breakfast. But he could not eat, and after a vain effort at swallowing a little coffee, he went back to his office, where, to his utter amazement and discomfiture, he found Rosamond herself seated in his chair and smiling brightly upon him as he came in. When he was with her the night before, she had forgotten to speak to him of a certain matter of business which must be attended to that day, and immediately after breakfast, which was always early at the Forrest house, she had walked down to the office, and telling the boy in attendance he need not wait until Mr. Forrest's return, she sent him to his breakfast, and was there alone when Everard came in. "Oh, Rossie, Rossie," he gasped, as if the sight of her unnerved him entirely. "Why did you come here this morning?" She did not tell him why she came, for she forgot her errand entirely in her alarm at his white, haggard face and the strangeness of his manner. "Oh, Mr. Everard," she cried, for she called him Mr. Everard still, as she had done when a child. "You are sick. What is the matter? Sit down and let me do something for you. Are you faint, or what is it?" And, talking to him all the time, she made him sit down in the chair she vacated and brought him some water, which he refused, and then, standing beside him, laid her soft, cool hand upon his forehead and asked if the pain was there. At the touch of those hands, Everard felt he was losing all his self-command. Except as he had held them a moment in his own when he met her or said good-bye, he had not felt those dainty fingers on his flesh since the weeks of his sickness after his mother's death, when Rossie had been his nurse and smoothed his aching brow as she was doing now. Then her hands had a strange power to soothe and quiet him, but now they made him wild. He could not bear it, and pushing her almost rudely from him, he exclaimed, "Don't, Rossie. I can't bear that you should touch me." There were tears in Rossie's eyes at being so repulsed, and for an instant her cheeks grew scarlet with resentment. But before she could speak, overcome by an impulse he could not resist, Everard gathered her swiftly in his arms and, kissing her passionately, said, "Forgive me, Rothsay. I did not mean to be rude. But why did you come here this morning to tempt me? I was going to write and tell you what I ought to have told you long ago, and the sight of you makes me such a coward." "Rothsay, my darling, I will call you so once, though it's wrong. It's wicked, remember that. I am not what I seem. I have deceived you all these years, since Father died, and before too, long before. You cannot guess what a wretch I am." It was a long time since Rothsay had thought of Joe Fleming, with whom she believed Everard had broken altogether, but she remembered him now, and at once, attributing Everard's trouble to that source, she said in her old childlike way, "It's Joe Fleming again, Mr. Everard, and I hoped you were done with him forever." She was very pale, and her eyes had a startled look, for the sudden caress and the words, "my darling," had shaken her nerves, and roused her in her tumult of joy and dread of she scarcely knew what. But she looked steadily at Everard, who answered her bitterly, "Yes, it is Joe Fleming, always Joe Fleming, and I am going to tell you about it. But, Rothsay, you must promise not to hate me, or I never can tell you. B knows, and B does not hate me. Do you promise, Rothsay?" "Yes, I promise, and I'll help you if I can," Rothsay said, without the slightest suspicion of the nature of the trouble. She never suspected anything. The shrewd, far-seeing ones who scent evil from afar would say of her she was neither deep nor quick, and possibly she was not. Wholly guileless herself, she never looked for wrong until it was thrust in her face, and so was easily deceived by what seemed to be good. She certainly suspected no evil in Everard, and was anxious to hear the story, which he would have told her had it not been for an interruption in the shape of Lawyer Russell, who came suddenly into the office, bringing with him a stranger who wished to consult with both the old lawyer and the young. That, of course, broke up the conference, and Rosamond was compelled to retire, thinking more of the hot kiss which he could still feel upon her forehead, and the words, "my darling," as spoken by Everard, than of the story he had to tell. And all that day she flitted about the house, warbling snatches of song, and occasionally repeating to herself, "my darling," as Everard had said it to her. If indeed she were his darling, then nothing could separate them from each other. She did not care for his past misdeeds, or for Joe Fleming. That was in the past. She believed in Everard as he was now, and loved him too. She acknowledged that to herself, and her face burned with blushes as she did so. And looking back over the past, she could not remember a time when she did not love him, or rather worship him, as the one hero in the world worthy of her worship. And now, Rothsay could not give expression to what she felt now, or analyze the great happiness dawning upon her, with the belief that as she loved Everard Forrest, so was she loved in return. She was very beautiful with this new light shining over her face, and very beautiful without it. It was now 2 years since she went unabashed to Everard and asked to be his wife. Then she was 15 and a half and a mere child, so far as knowledge of the world was concerned, and in some respects she was a child still, though she was 17 and had budded into a most lovely type of womanhood. Her features were not quite as regular as Bee's, nor her complexion as soft and waxen, but it was very fresh and bright and clear, and there was something inexpressibly sweet and attractive in her face, and the expression of her eyes, while her rippling hair was wound in masses about her well-shaped head, adding somewhat to her apparent height and giving her a more womanly appearance than when she wore it loosely in her neck. If Rossie thought herself pretty, it was never apparent in her manner. She never seemed to think of herself at all, though as the day of which I am writing drew to a close, she did spend more time than usual at her toilet, and when it was finished, felt tolerably satisfied with the image reflected by her mirror, and was sure that Everard would be suited too. He would come that night, of course. There was nothing else to do after the events of the morning. But Everard did not come, and about noon of the next day she received a few lines from him, saying that a business matter, of which Lawyer Russell and the stranger with him were the harbingers, would take him for a week or more to southern Indiana. He had not time to say goodbye in person, but he would write to her from Digton, and he hoped to find her well on his return. That was all. Not an allusion to the confession he was going to make, not a sign that he had held her for a moment in his arms and kissed her passionately while he called her his darling. He was going away on business and would write her. Nothing could be briefer or more informal, though he called her his dear Rossie, and Rossie, whose faith was not easily shaken, felt that she was dear to him even though he disappointed her. She would hold to that while he was absent, and though her face was not quite as bright and joyous as the night before, there was upon it an expression of happiness and content which made watchful Mrs. Markham think that, as she expressed it to herself, something had happened. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Forest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kimberly Bonin. Forest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 28. Something Does Happen. It had rained all day in Dresden, a steady, persistent rain, which kept the guests of the Hotel Victoria indoors, and made them so tired and uncomfortable and restless that by night every shadow of reserve was swept away, and they were ready to talk to anyone who would answer them in their own tongue. Conspicuous among the guests assembled in the parlor was Miss Fleming, Miss Josephine Fleming, Boston, USA. She was registered, and she passed for one of those Bostonians who, whether deservedly or not, get the reputation abroad of being very exclusive and proud and unapproachable. Just now this character suited Josephine, for she found she was more talked about when she was reserved and dignified than when she was forward and flippant. So though they had been at the Victoria for some weeks, she had made but few acquaintances, and these among the English and the most aristocratic of the Americans. And Josephine had never been so beautiful as she was now, and she had the satisfaction of knowing that she was always the most attractive woman in every company, and the one most sought after. Of her poverty she made no secret, and she did not try to conceal the fact that she was Mrs. Arnold's companion. But she had seen better days, of course, before Papa died and left his affairs so involved that they had lost everything, and Mama was compelled to take a few boarders to eke out their income. This was her story, which took well when told by herself, with sweet pathos in her voice and a drooping of her long lashes over her lovely blue eyes. Every one of her acquaintances of any account in America had been stepping stones in Europe, where she met people who knew the Gerards, and John Hayden, and Miss Belknap, who was her very heaviest card. the one she played most frequently, and with the best success. The New Yorkers all knew Beatrice and were inclined to be very gracious to her friend. Occasionally she had come across some graduate from Amherst, whom she had met before, but never till the rainy day with which this chapter opens had she seen anyone from the vicinity of Rothsay, or who knew her husband personally. She was in the habit of looking over the list of arrivals, and had seen the names of Mr. and Mrs. Philip Evarts, Cincinnati, USA, and had readily singled out the newcomers at table d'hôte, divining at once that the lady was a bride, but no words had passed between them until the evening of the rainy day, and Josephine entered the parlor faultlessly gotten up, and looking very sweet and lovely in her dark blue silk and velvet jacket, with her golden hair caught up with an ivory comb. Nothing could be prettier than she, and Phil Evarts, who, as Everett had said, was just the man to be attracted by such a woman as Josephine, and whose wife was sick with a headache in her room, managed to get near the beauty, who took a seat apart from the others, and met his advance with a swift glance of her dreamy eyes, which made his heart beat faster than any man's heart ought to beat when his wife is upstairs with a headache. It was her business to speak first, and she said very modestly, "Excuse me, sir, but do you know if there's been a mail since lunch?" "I don't," he replied, "but I will inquire. I am just going to the office. What name shall I ask for?" She told him, and during the few minutes he was gone, he found out who Miss Fleming from Boston was, and all about her that the English-speaking clerk knew. But there was no letter for her, for which he was very sorry. She was sorry, too. She did so want to hear from home and sister. She did not say Mama, for she knew her mother was dead, and had known it for a week, and kept it to herself until she could decide whether to wear black or not, and to shut herself out from any amusements they might have in Paris, where they were going next. Naturally, the two began to talk of America, and when Mr. Evarts spoke of Cincinnati as his home, she said, "I have a friend who was once at school there, Everard Forrest, of Rothsay. Do you know him?" She had no idea that he did, and was astonished at the vehemence with which he responded. "Ned Forrest of Rothsay? Of course I know him. We were at school together. He's the best fellow in the world. And he is your friend, too?" "Yes," Josie answered, beginning at once to calculate how much knowledge of Everard she would confess to. "I knew him when he was in college at Amherst. We lived in Holborn then, a little town over the line in New York. And he was sometimes there, but I have not seen him for a long time. I hope he is well." "He was the last time I saw him, which was 3 or 4 months ago, perhaps more," Mr. Evarts replied. "He was in the city for a day, and I saw him just a moment. He was working like a dog, sticks to his business like a burr, which is so different from what I thought he'd do. And he's so rich, too." "Is he?" Josephine asked, and Evarts replied, "Why, yes, his father must have been worth $500,000 at least, and Ned got the whole, I suppose. There are no other heirs, unless something was given to that girl who lived in the family. Rosamond Hastings was the name, I think." "Is his father dead?" Josephine asked, and in her voice there was a sharp ring, which even stupid Phil Evarts detected and wondered at. "Dead? Yes," he replied. "He's been dead, I should say, nearly, if not quite 2 years." Josephine was for a moment speechless. Never in her life had she received so great a shock, that Judge Forrest should have been dead 2 years. And she, in ignorance of it, seemed impossible. And her first feeling after she began to rally a little was one of incredulity, and she asked, "Are you not mistaken?" "No, I'm not," Mr. Evarts replied. "I saw Everard in Covington a few weeks after his father's death, and talked to him of the sickness, which was apoplexy or something of the sort. Anyway, it was sudden, and Ned looked as if he hadn't a friend in the world. I don't suppose he cared so much for his father, who, I always thought, was a cross old tyrant. I used to visit at Forrest's house occasionally years ago, when we were boys, but have not been there since the judge's death. Ned does not come often to Cincinnati, and as I have been gone most of the time for the last 2 years, I've heard but little of him." "How long did you say his father has been dead?" Josephine asked, and Mr. Evarts replied, "It must be 2 years in November, or thereabouts." "And this Rosamond Hastings, who lives there, how old is she? And is he going to marry her?" Josephine asked next, while Evarts thought to himself, "Jealous, I do believe." But he answered her, "Miss Hastings must be 17 or 18, and when I saw her 5 or 6 years ago, was not so very handsome." "Yes, thank you," Josie said, and as she just then saw Mrs. Arnold coming into the salon, she bowed to her new acquaintance and walked away, with such a tumult in her bosom as she had never before experienced. It would take her a little time to recover herself and decide what to do. She must have leisure for reflection, and took it that night in her room, and sat up the entire night thinking over the events of the last 2 years, as connected with Everard, and coming at last to the conclusion that he was a scoundrel, whom it was her duty, as well as pleasure, to punish by going to America at once and claiming him as her husband. In the first days of her sudden bereavement, Agnes's kind heart had gone out with a great yearning for her young sister, to whom she had once written of their mutual loss, saying how lonely she was, and how she hoped they would henceforth be more to each other than they had ever been. And Josephine had been touched and softened, and written very kindly to Agnes, and had cried several times in secret for the dead mother she would never see again, but whose death she did not then see fit to announce to Mrs. Arnold. But she would do so now, and make it a pretext for going home at once. Nothing should keep her from wreaking swift vengeance on the man who had deliberately deceived her for 2 years, and who, she had no doubt, was faithless to her in feeling, if not in act. Of course, there was a woman concerned in the matter, and that woman was probably Rothsay Hastings, who, Mr. Evarts said, was still living at the Forrest house. Whether she meant to go in her own person as Mrs. J.E. Forrest, and so rout the enemy and establish her own claims as a much-injured wife. She did not mean to be violent or harsh, only grieved and hurt and forgiving. And she had no doubt that in time she would be the most popular woman in Rothsay, not even excepting Beatrice, whose silence with regard to the judge's death she could not understand, inasmuch as she could have had no reason for keeping it a secret. It may seem strange that, as a friend of Everard's, Phil Evarts had not heard of the judge's will, but for the last 2 or 3 years he had led a wandering kind of life, and spent most of his time in Rio Janeiro. And as Everard had never spoken of his affairs on the few occasions they had met since the judge's death, he was in total ignorance of the manner in which the judge had disposed of his property. Had he known it, and told Josephine, she might have acted differently, and hesitated a little before she gave up a situation of perfect ease and comparative luxury for the sake of a husband whom she did not love, and who had nothing for her support except his own earnings. But she did not know this, and she was eager to confront him and the jade, as she stigmatized Rosamond. And she packed some of her clothes that night, that she might start at once. Fortunately for her plans, the next morning's mail from Paris brought her another letter from Agnes, who thought she might be anxious to know what she had decided to do, for the present at least, until they could consult together. But Josephine cared very little what Agnes did. She was going to the Forrest house, and she was glad that Dr. Matthewson, who had been with her for a time at the hotel, had started for Italy only a few days before. He might have opposed her plan, and she knew from experience that it was hard to resist the influence he had over her. Utterly reckless and unprincipled, he seemed really to like this woman, whom he thoroughly understood, and in whose nature he recognized something which responded to his own. 2 or 3 times he had talked openly to her of divorce, and had hinted at a glorious life in Italy or wherever she chose to go. But Josephine was too shrewd to consider that for a moment. Dr. Matthewson lived only by his wits, or, to put it in plainer terms, by gambling and speculation and intrigue. Today, he was rich, indulging in every possible luxury and extravagance. And tomorrow, he was poor and unable to pay even his board. And as much as she liked him, she had no fancy to share his style of living. She preferred rather to be the hated wife of Everard Forrest and the mistress of his house. So she took Agnes's letter to Mrs. Arnold and, with a great show of feeling, told her her mother was dead, and her sister Aggie left all alone and wanting her so badly that she felt it her imperative duty to start at once for America. "I am sorry, of course, to leave you," she said, "but you have so many acquaintances now, and your health is so much better that you will do very nicely without me, I am sure. And I have long felt that my position was merely a sinecure. I am only an unnecessary expense." Mrs. Arnold knew, to some extent, this was true. Josephine was rather an expensive luxury, and she had more than once seen in her signs of selfishness and duplicity, which shocked and displeased her. But the girl had been uniformly kind and attentive to her, and she was loath to part with her. And she tried to persuade her to wait till spring, but Josephine was determined, and seeing this, Mrs. Arnold ceased to oppose her, and generously gave her $200 for her expenses home, and Josephine took it, and smiled sweetly through her tears, and kissed her friend gushingly, and then hurried away to complete her preparations. The next day she left Dresden for Paris, where she stayed a week, while she selected a most becoming wardrobe in black and was delighted to see what a pretty, appealing woman she was in her mourning, and how fair and pure her skin showed through her long crepe veil, and how blue and pathetic her eyes looked, especially when she managed to bring a tear into them. Of course she was noticed and commented upon, and admired on shipboard. And when it was known why she was going home, and why she was in such deep mourning, she had everybody's sympathies, and was much sought after and petted. She was certainly a very fair picture to contemplate, and the male portion of her fellow travelers indulged in that pastime often, and anticipated her every moment, and vied with each other in taking her chair to the most sheltered and comfortable place, and adjusting her wraps, and drawing a shawl a little closer around her neck, and helping her below whenever she was at all dizzy, and she frequently was. And when at last the Ville de Paris came into port, and she stood on shore, frightened, bewildered, and so much afraid of those dreadful custom-house officers, though she had nothing dutiable except the Madonna she bought for Mamma, before she knew she was dead. At least 10 gentlemen stood by her, reassuring her and promising to see her through, and succeeding so well that not one of her 4 big trunks was molested. And the captain himself helped her into the carriage, which was to take her to the Haarlem depot. With all the gallantry of a Frenchman, he saw her comfortably adjusted, and squeezing her hand a little, lifted his hat politely, and wishing her bon voyage, left her to drive away toward the new life, which was to be so different from the old. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of Forest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Rowe. Forest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Mrs. J. E. Forrest. Everard had been gone nearly 2 weeks instead of 1, and Rosamond had not heard from him except through Mr. Russell, who told her that the business, which had reference to sundry infringements on patents and some missing deeds, was occupying him longer than he had supposed it would, as it required much research and a good deal of travel. But he ought to be home now very soon, he said to her one rainy morning in November, when he came to see her on business and found her sick in her room with a sore throat and severe cold. Rossie had been very lonely with both Everard and Beatrice away, for the latter had been in New York since September, and at last accounts was on her way to Florida with Molly Morton, who wished to try the effect of a milder climate than Vermont, and as Mr. Morden could not leave his church in Boston, which had now become a permanency, B had consented to accompany her. So Rossie was alone and in a measure defenceless on the afternoon when Mrs. Markham announced that the hack which ran to and from the depot had turned into the avenue and was coming to the house, and that it contained 2 ladies and at least 3 trunks, if not 4. "Ladies and trunks coming here?" Rossie exclaimed, starting up in bed and trying to listen to the voices, which were soon heard speaking together at the side door where the hack had stopped. But she could distinguish nothing, and Mrs. Markham went to ascertain who the strangers were. Halfway down the stairs they met old Aunt Axie, who held in her hand a black-bordered card on which was engraved the name Mrs. J. Forrest. "The young lady done give me this to fetch to Miss Hastings," Axie said, as she handed the card to Mrs. Markham, who twice repeated the name Mrs. J. Forrest. "Who can she be? Have the judge any near relatives?" she asked Axie, who replied, "Not say no one. I never heard of any J. Forrests but Master Everard." "Where is the lady?" was Mrs. Markham's next question, and Axie replied, "In the ception room, kind of shivering and shaking off if she were cold. I reckon she's come to stay a spell, case the 4 big trunks is all in a pile in the side entry, and she acts as if she thinks she belongs here, for she asks sharp-like, 'Ain't there no fire you can take me to? I'm chilled through.' 'There is a fire in Ross's room,' I said, 'but she's sick.' 'Miss who?' she said, sharper still. 'Is it Miss Hastings, you mean? Take her my card and say I'd like to see her if possible. That's every blessed thing I know about 'em. Only the old one looks queer and scarlet-like, and nothing in the house for dinner but a bit of bacon.' And having told all she knew of the visitors, Axie went on her way to report the same to Rosamond, and confer with her about the dinner and the rooms the guests were to occupy, while Mrs. Markham went down to the reception room to meet Mrs. J. Forrest. Josephine had greatly surprised her sister by walking in upon her unannounced one morning a few days previously, and had still further astonished her by saying that Judge Forrest was dead, and that she had come home in order to go at once to Rothsay and her husband. She laid great stress on that word, and gave Agnes to understand that he had written to her of her father's death, and that it was at his request she had crossed the sea to join him. "But when he come here for you, seems to me that we would have a better look," Agnes said, and her sister replied, "He's quite too busy to waste his time that way, for we can go alone. He knows I'm accustomed to travelling. We will start at once. I'm so anxious to be there. We can shut up the house for the present until matters are adjusted, when you or I can come back and see to things." Could Agnes have had her choice, she would have preferred remaining where she was, for she dreaded change of any kind. But go she must, for her presence would add weight and respectability to Josephine, who was very kind to her, and made the leaving Holberton as easy as possible. To a few of her old friends, Josephine told the secret of her marriage, showing her certificate and saying now her father-in-law was dead, there was nothing in the way of publishing the marriage to the world, and that she was given to her husband. Of course, all Holberton was excited, some believing the story, others discrediting it, but all remembering the play and the mock marriage which had seemed so solemn and real. But Josephine was not popular, and few, if any, regrets were sent after her when she started for the Forest house, which she reached on the chill November day, when everything was looking at its very worst. Even the grounds had a bare grey look, but they were very spacious and large, and Josephine felt a throb of pride as she rode up the avenue, looking eagerly out at the great, square, old-fashioned building, which, though massive and stately and pretentious, was not quite what she had expected to find. There was about it a shut-up, deserted air, which made her ask the hackman if there was anyone at home, or why the blinds were all closed except in the wing. The hackman was a negro who had once been in Judge Forrest's employ, and he replied, "Miss Ross is there where you see the shutters open, but the rest she keep closed, since old master died." There was something like a flash of indignation in Josephine's eyes as she thought how soon she would change the administration of the household and make Miss Rossie know her place. She had reached the side entrance by this time, and Josephine waited in her seat an instant, in the hope that her truant lord might come himself to see who his visitors were. In that case, she meant to be forgiving and put her arms around his neck and kiss him and whisper in his ear, "I know everything, but I come in peace, not in war. Let us be friends, and do you leave the explanation to me." She had decided upon this plan since leaving Holberton, for the nearer she drew to Rothsay, the more she began to dread and fear the man who she knew had outlived all love and respect for her. but only Aunt Axie's broad black face looked out into the rain and beamed a smile on Luke, the driver, who was a distant relative. Springing lightly from the carriage, Josie ran up the steps into the hall, where she stood while Agnes joined her, and Luke deposited the heavy trunks and claimed his customary fee, and a little more on the plea of so many boxes to tote. But Josephine refused him sharply, and then followed Aunt Axie into the cold reception room, where no fire had been made that day, for Rossie had never abandoned her determination to use as little as possible of the Forrest money, and nothing superfluous was expended either in fuel or eatables or dress. So far as her own income, a matter of $140 or thereabouts, was concerned, she was very generous and free. But when it came to Everard's money, as she called it, her economies were almost painful at times, and wrung many a remonstrance from old Axie the cook. With a shiver and a quick, curious glance around the cheerless room, Josephine turned to Aunt Axie and said, "Is Mr. Forrest at home? Mr. Everard Forrest?" "No, miss, he done went away quite a spell ago, but Miss Ross is 'specting him every day. He don't live here, though. When he's home, he stay mostly in the town." Josephine did not understand her and continued, "He will come here, I suppose, as soon as he returns?" "Yes, miss, he's sure to do that." And Axie nodded knowingly. Of course, she had no suspicion who this lady was, walking about the room and examining the furniture with a critical and not favourable eye, and asking at last if there was no fire where she could warm herself after a cold ride. On being told there was a fire in Miss Ross's room, she took from her purse one of the cards she had had engraved in Paris, and bidding Axie take it to Miss Hastings, sat down to await the result. To Agnes she said, in something of her old dictatorial tone, "Pray don't look so nervous and frightened as if we were a pair of burglars. It is my husband's house, and I have a right here." "Yes, I know," faltered Agnes, "but it looks as if they did not expect you, and if he did not know you were coming, or he would have been home, and it's all so dreary. I wish I was back in Holberton." And poor homesick Agnes began to cry softly. But Josephine bade her keep quiet. "You let me do the talking," she said. "You need not speak, or if you have to, you must assent to what you hear me say, even if it is not all quite true." Josephine had expected Rosamond herself, and had taken a very pretty attitude, and even laid off her hat so as to show her golden hair, which in the dampness was one mass of waves and curls and little rings about her forehead. She meant to astonish and dazzle the girl whom she suspected as her rival, and who she imagined to be plain and unprepossessing. When she heard a step outside, she drew herself up a little, but had no intention of rising. She should assert her superiority at once, and sit while she received Miss Hastings, rather than be received by her. How then was she disappointed and chagrined when, instead of Rossie, there appeared on the threshold a middle-aged woman, who showed that she was every whit a lady, and whose manner, as she bowed to the blonde beauty, brought her to her feet immediately. "Mrs. Forrest?" Mrs. Markham said interrogatively, consulting the card she held and then glancing at Josephine, who answered her. "Yes, Mrs. J.E. Forrest. My husband, it seems, is not here to receive me and explain matters, for which I am very sorry." Even then Mrs. Markham had no suspicion of the truth. The husband referred to was, of course, some distant relative, who was to have been there in advance of his wife, and she replied, "No, there has been no gentleman here, but that does not matter except as it may be awkward for you. Miss Hastings will make you very welcome, though she is sick today and in bed. Your husband is a relative of Mr. Everard Forrest, I presume?" "A relative? My husband is Mr. Everard Forrest," Josephine said. "We were married 4 years ago last summer, and at his request I have kept it a secret ever since. But my sister," and she nodded towards Agnes, "saw me married, and I have my marriage certificate in my bag. Agnes, give me my satchel, please." And she turned again to Agnes, who knew now that they were there unexpected and unknown, and her face was very white as she brought the satchel for Josephine to open. Mrs. Markham was confounded and incredulous, and she showed it in her face as she dropped into a chair and stared wonderingly at her visitor, who, from a little box fastened with lock and key, abstracted a paper which she handed her to read. "I know just how I must seem to you," Josephine said. "You think me an adventuress, an impostor, but I am neither. I am Everard Forrest's lawful wife, as the certificate will show you. Mrs. Markham did not reply, for she was reading that at Holberton, New York, on the evening of the 17th of July, 18, Mr. James E. Forrest of Rothsay, Ohio, was united in matrimony to Miss Josephine Fleming by the Reverend Mr. Matthewson. There could be no mistake, apparently, unless this paper was a forgery and the woman a lunatic, and still Miss Markham could not believe it. She had a great respect and liking for Everard, and held him as a model young man who would never stoop to deception like this. And then there was Rossie, and the kind-hearted woman felt a pang of pity and a throb of indignation as she thought how Rossie had been wronged and duped if this thing were true, and this woman confronting her so calmly and unflinchingly were really Everard's wife. "I cannot believe it, I will not believe it," she thought, and as composedly as it was possible her to do, she said, "This is a strange story you tell me, and if it is true it bears very heavily against Mr. Forrest, who has never been suspected of being a married man." "I knew it. I guessed as much. Oh, Josie, why did you come before he sent for you? Let's go away. You are not wanted here," Agnes exclaimed as she came swiftly to her sister's side and laid her hand on her arm. But Josephine shook it off fiercely, and in a tone she knew so well how to assume, said commandingly, as if speaking to a child, "Mind your business, Agnes, and let me attend to my own affairs. I've kept quiet long enough. 4 years of neglect would try the patience of any woman, and if he does not choose to recognize me as his wife, I shall compel him to do so. You saw me married. You know I am telling the truth. Speak, Agnes. Did you not see me married to Everard Forrest?" "Yes, I did, may God forgive me," was Agnes's meek reply, but still Mrs. Markham could not believe her, and was silent while Josephine went on, "I do not wish for any scene or talk or excitement. I am Everard Forrest's wife, and I wish only to be known as such. I hope to find him here, for then it would be his duty to explain, not mine. Do I understand he is not in town or not at home? Possibly he is in his office, in which case I will seek him there." "He is not in town," Mrs. Markham said. "He went to Indiana on business more than a week ago, and has not yet returned. He does not live here when he is at home. He boards in the village. Miss Hastings lives here. This is her house. Perhaps you do not know that Judge Forrest died, and—" "Yes, I do." Josephine interrupted her, beginning to get irritated and lose her self-command, as she saw that she had not been believed. "I do know Judge Forrest is dead, and has been for 2 years or more, but I learned it accidentally, and as he was the only obstacle in the way of my recognition as Everard's wife, I came at once, as I had a right to my husband's house." "But this is not his house," Mrs. Markham replied. "It belongs to Miss Hastings. Everything belongs to her. Judge Forrest left it to her by will. Didn't you know that?" "No, I did not," Josephine answered, and for a moment she turned deathly white as she saw the ground slipping from under her feet. "Left everything to Miss Hastings and disinherited his son? Why was that?" she asked. "I don't know why he did it," Mrs. Markham replied. "I know only that he did, and it is strange Mr. Forrest did not write that to you, as you must, of course, been in correspondence with him." She spoke sarcastically, and Josephine knew she was looked upon with distrust, notwithstanding the certificate which she had thought would silence all doubt, and that, added to what she had heard of the disposition of the Forrest property, provoked her to wrath, and her eyes, usually so dreamy and blue, emitted sparks of anger, and seemed to turn a kind of whitish grey as she burst out, "My correspondence with my husband has not been very frequent or full. I told you I did not hear from him of his father's death. He never hinted at such a thing, and how was I to know that he was disinherited? If I had, it might have made a difference, and I should have thought twice before crossing the sea and giving up a life I enjoyed for the sake of coming here to find myself suspected as an impostor, which, under the circumstances, is natural perhaps, and to find also that my husband is a pauper, and the home I had confidently expected would one day be mine, given to a stranger." Josephine was almost crying when she finished this imprudent speech, as she betrayed that all she really cared for was the home and the money which she had expected to find. Miss Markham saw this, and it did not tend to increase her respect for the lady, though she did pity her, if, as she affirmed, she were really Everard's wife. For with her knowledge of human nature she guessed that if there really had been a marriage, it was a hasty thing, repented of almost as soon as done, by Everard at least. But she did not know what to say until Josephine, who had recovered herself, continued, I should like to see Miss Hastings if possible, and apologize for my intrusion into her house, and then I will go to the hotel and await my husband's return." Then she answered quickly, "Miss Hastings, I am sure, will say you are welcome to remain here as long as you like, but I do not think she will see you today, and if you will excuse me, I will go to her now, as she must be anxious to know who her visitors are." With this, Mrs. Markham arose, and bowing to Josephine left the room and went directly to Rosamond. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Forest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forest House by Mary Jane Holmes. How Rothsay bore the news. She did not bear it well at all, although she was in some degree prepared for it by the card which Jaeschke brought her. Mrs. J. E. Forrest. Mrs. J. E. Forrest, she repeated as she examined the card, while something undefinable, like the shadow of coming evil, began to stir her heart. Who can she be, and where did she come from? You say she has a maid? Yes, or something like that. A poor-looking woman, who has a lame hand. I noticed the way she slung the lady's satchel over it, and it hung slimsy-like. How does the lady look, and what did she say? Tell me everything, Rosamond said, and Jaeschke, who began to have a suspicion that the lady was not altogether welcome, replied, "She done squabble first with the driver, who asked more for fetching and lifting her 4 big trunks, and she hold up her gown and walk as if the ground wasn't good enough for her, and she looked round the room kind of sniffing like, with her nose turned up a bit, as she asked me was there no fire. But my, she be very handsome and no mistake, all in black, with such nice skin and pretty eyes, with dem great long lashes like Miss Beatrice." Rothsay could deny herself everything, but she was never indifferent to the comfort of others, and though she could not help feeling that this woman, who called herself Mrs. J. E. Forrest, would in some way work her harm, she could understand just how cold and cheerless the house must seem to her on that rainy day, and she ordered Jaeschke to build fires in both the rooms below, as well as in the chamber where Everard occasionally spent a night, and which was the only guest room she kept in order. There was also a consultation on the important subject of dinner, and then Rothsay was left alone for a few moments to puzzle her brain as to who this woman could be, and wonder why her heart should feel so like lead and her pulse beat so rapidly. She did not have long to wait for a solution of the mystery before Mrs. Markham came in, showing at once that she was agitated and distressed. "What is it, Mrs. Markham? Is she any relation to Mr. Everard?" Rothsay asked eagerly. It would be wrong to keep her in suspense a moment longer than was necessary, and going up to her, Mrs. Markham replied, "She says she is Everard's wife, and I have seen the certificate. They were married more than 4 years ago, before his mother died, and she— Oh, Rothsay, my child, don't give way like that. It must be false," she added in alarm, as she saw the death-like pallor which spread over Rothsay's face, and the look of bitter pain and horror which leaped into her eyes, while the quivering lips whispered, "Everard's wife? No, no, no!" "Don't, Rothsay, don't," Mrs. Markham said again, as she passed her arm around the girl, whose head drooped upon her shoulder in a hopeless kind of way, and who said, "You saw the certificate? What was the name? Was it—" "Fleming, Josephine Fleming, of Halberton," Mrs. Markham replied, and with a shiver Rothsay drew herself away from Mrs. Markham's arms, and turning her face to the wall, said, "Yes, I know. I understand it all. She is his wife. She is Joe Fleming." After that she neither spoke nor moved, and when Mrs. Markham, alarmed at her silence, bent down to look at her, she found that she had fainted. The shock had proved too great for Rothsay, whose mind, at the mention of Josephine Fleming, had, with lightning rapidity, gathered all the tangled threads of the past, and comprehended what had been so mysterious at times in Everard's behaviour. He was married. Hastily, no doubt, but still married. And Joe Fleming was his wife, and he had never told her, but suffered her to believe that he loved her, just as she knew now that she loved him. It was a bitter humiliation, and for an instant there gathered round her so thick a horror and blackness that she fancied herself dying. But it was only a faint, and she lay, so white and rigid, that Mrs. Markham summoned Aunt Axie from the dining room, where she was making preparations for kindling a fire in the grate. "Be quiet," Mrs. Markham said to her as she came up the stairs. "Miss Rossie has fainted, but don't let those people know it. And bring me some hot water for her feet. Quick!" Axie obeyed, wondering to herself why her young mistress should faint, when she never knew her to do such a thing before, and with her ready wit connecting it in some way with the strangers whom Mrs. Markham had designated as "those people," and whom the old negress directly set down as "no-count folks." It was some time before Rossie came back to consciousness, and when she did, her first words were: "Where is she? Where is Everard's wife? Don't let her come in here. I could not bear it now." "Everard's wife? Master Everard's wife?" Axie repeated, tossing her turbaned head and rolling up her eyes in astonishment. "In de dear Lord's name, what do de child mean? Dat ain't Marse Everard's wife." And she turned to Mrs. Markham, who, now that Rothsay had betrayed what she would have kept until Everard came to confirm or deny the tale, replied: "She says she is, but we must wait until Mr. Forrest comes before we admit it. So don't go talking outside." "Catch me talking?" was Axie's rejoinder. "It's a lie. Marser Everard hain't got no wife. I should 'a' knowed it if he had. Don't you believe it, honey." And she laid her hard black hand caressingly on the head of the girl whom she had long since singled out as Everard's future wife, watching shrewdly the growing intimacy between the two young people, and knowing better than they did just when the so-called brother merged into the lover, and she would not, for a moment, believe in another wife, and a secret one at that. "No, honey," she continued, "don't you believe it. Marser Everard hain't got no wife, and never will have, but you." "Yes, Aunt Axie," Rothsay said, "this woman tells the truth. She is his wife, and Everard ought to come home. We must telegraph at once. He is in Dighton still." Mrs. Markham accordingly wrote on a slip of paper: "To J. E. Forrest, Dighton. Come immediately. S. Markham." And Axie's granddaughter Lois, who lived in the house, was commissioned to take it to the office. A fire had been kindled by this time in the chamber Josephine was to occupy, and she was there with Agnes, and had rung for warm water, which Lois took up to her before going on her errand. As the child was leaving the room, Josephine said to her, "Is there a paper published in town?" "Yes'm, the Rothsay Star," was the reply. "When does it come out?" was the next question, and Lois said, "Saturday, tomorrow." "Very well. I wish you to take a notice to the office of the Star for me tonight, and I will give you a quarter." 25 cents seemed a fortune to the little Negro girl, who was greatly impressed with the beauty of the lady, and who replied, "Yes, miss, I'll do 'em. I's gwine to the village directly with the telegraph to Marse Everard, and I'll take your'n same time." So, when, a little later, she started for the telegraph office, she bore with her to the Rothsay Star the following: "Married, in Holbert, New York, July 17, 18, by the Reverend John Matthewson, James Everard Forrest, of Rothsay, Ohio, and Miss Josephine Fleming, of Holborn." End of chapter 30, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, November 28, 2025.
Chapter 31 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Mrs. Forrest's Policy. When Aunt Axie was called so suddenly by Mrs. Markham, she was kindling the fire in the dining room which adjoined the room where Josephine sat shivering with cold, and feeling like anything but a happy wife just come to her husband's ancestral halls. Tired with her rapid journey, and disappointed and shocked by what she had heard from Mrs. Markham of the judge's will, Josie was nearer giving way to a hard cry than she had been before in a long time. It had been far better to have stayed where she was and enjoyed the life she liked than to have come here and subject herself to suspicion and slights from the people who did not know her. And then she was so cold and chilly and uncomfortable generally. But when the fire was made, she felt better, and drawing an easy chair close to it, assumed her usual indolent and lounging attitude. Twice Axie, who seemed to be excited, passed the door, once when she was taking the hot water to Rossie's room, and again later, after she had received an impression of the strangers against whom she had mentally declared war. This time Josephine called her. She had heard an unusual stir above, and from Mrs. Markham's protracted absence and Axie's evident haste, suspected that the bombshell she had thrown had taken effect, especially if, as she believed, Rosamond was particularly interested in Everard. "Woman," she said, as the black face glanced in, "what is your name?" "Axie, ma'am," was the crisp reply, and Josephine continued, "Oh, yes, I have heard my husband speak of you. I am very sorry he is not here to set matters right. What is the matter upstairs? Is anyone suddenly ill?" Axie was bristling with resentment toward this woman, who called Everard her husband so coolly, and in whom she would not believe till she had her master's word of confirmation. Still, she must not be insolent. That was against her creed, but she answered with great dignity, "I told you Miss Hastings was sick when you fust come. Her throat be very sore, and her head mighty bad, so you'll 'scuse me now," and with a kind of suppressed snort, Axie departed, jingling her keys and tossing her blue turbaned head high in the air. Josephine knew perfectly well how she was regarded in the house, and, irritated and chagrined, decided at once upon her policy. She would be very amiable and sweet, of course, but firm in asserting her rights. She was Everard's wife, and she could prove it, and it was natural that she should come to what she supposed was his home and hers. It was not her fault that she had made the mistake. The wrong was on his side, and she should stay there until he came, unless they turned her from the door, which she hardly thought they would. Just then Mrs. Markham appeared, apologizing for her long absence, and saying that though Miss Hastings was, of course, surprised at what she had heard, she did not discredit it, and would telegraph at once for Mr. Forrest. "Meanwhile," she continued, "she wishes you to remain here till he comes, and has given orders to have you made comfortable. I believe there is a fire in your room, if you wish to go to it before dinner. Miss Hastings is too ill to see you herself." "Thanks, she is very kind. I would like to go to my room, and to have one of my trunks sent up. Agnes will show you which one, the small leather box," Josephine said, with a dignified bow as she rose from her chair. Calling Aunt Axie, Mrs. Markham bade her to conduct the lady to her room, where a bright wood fire was blazing, and which looked very cheerful and pleasant, for as it was Everard's room, where he always slept when he spent a night at the Forrest house, Rosamond had taken great pains to keep it nice, and had transferred to it several articles of furniture from the other rooms. Here Josie's spirits began to rise, and it was in quite a comfortable state of mind that she dressed herself for dinner, in a gown of soft cashmere, with just a little white at her throat and wrists. As it was only her mother for whom she mourned, she had decided she might wear a jet necklace, which heightened the effect of her dress, if indeed it needed anything more to improve it than the beautiful face and wealth of golden hair. Even Mrs. Markham drew an involuntary breath as this vision of loveliness and grace came into the room, apologizing for being tardy, and inquiring so sweetly for Miss Hastings, who she hoped was no worse. Her policy was to be a sweet as well as a firm one, and before dinner was over, even Mrs. Markham began to waver a little in her first opinion, and wonder why Everard should have kept secret his marriage with this brilliant, fascinating woman, who seemed so much of a lady, and who evidently was as well born as himself, at least on the maternal side, for Josie took care to say that her mother knew Mrs. Forrest when she was a girl and was present at her wedding in Boston, but that owing to adverse circumstances, they saw nothing of each other after the marriage. Papa was unfortunate and died, and we moved into the country, where for a time Mama had a hard struggle to keep up, and at last took a few boarders in to live, she said, and her blue eyes were very tender and pathetic, as she told was in one sense the truth, though a truth widely different from the impression she meant to convey. Once Agnes, whose face was very white, gave her such a look of sorrowful entreaty that Mrs. Markham observed and wondered at it, just as she wondered at the great difference between the sisters, and could only account for it on the supposition that Agnes's mother was a very different woman from the second Mrs. Fleming, who had been a friend of Mrs. Forrest and a guest at her wedding. Miss Belknap was, of course, brought into the conversation, and Josephine was sorry to hear that she was not at home. I depended upon her to vouch for my respectability. She knows me so well, she said, explaining that Beatrice had been for some time an inmate of her mother's house in Holborton, and that she had liked her very much, and then, more bewildered than ever, Mrs. Markham went over halfway to the enemy and longed for the mystery to be explained. The next day, which was Saturday, it rained with a steady pour, and Josephine kept her room, after having expressed a wish to see Miss Hastings if possible, but when this request was made known to Rossie by Mrs. Markham, she exclaimed, "No, not her, not Joe Fleming. I could not bear it until Mr. Everard comes." She was thinking of her hair and the letter, and the persistence with which Joe Fleming had demanded money from Everard, and it made no difference with her that Mrs. Markham represented the woman as pretty and ladylike and sweet. She could not see her, and a message to the effect that she was too weak and sick to talk with strangers was taken to Josephine, who hoped Miss Hastings was not going to be seriously ill, and offered the services of her sister, who had the faculty of quieting the most nervous persons and putting them to sleep. But Rossie declined Agnes too, and lay with her face to the wall, scarcely moving, and never speaking unless she was spoken to, and Josephine lounged in her own room, and had her lunch brought up by Axie, to whom she tried to be gracious. But Axie was not easily won. She did not believe in Mrs. J.E. Forrest, and looked upon her presence there as an affront to herself and an insult to Rossie. And when about 2 o'clock the Rothsay Star was brought into the house by her husband John, who was in a state of great excitement over the marriage notice which had been pointed out to him, he wrung from Lois the fact that she had carried a note to the editor and had been paid a quarter for it to the lady upstairs. She put the paper away where it could not be found if Rossie chanced to ask for it. But she could not keep it from the world as represented by Rothsay, for it was already the theme of every tongue. The editor had read the note which Josephine sent him before Lois left the office, and had questioned her as to who sent her with it. Lois had answered him, "The young lady that come from the train with the 4 big trunks and bandbox." "And where is she now?" he asked, and Lois replied, "Upstairs in Master Everard's room." This last was proof conclusive of the validity of the marriage, which the editor naturally concluded was a hasty affair of Everard's college days, when he had the reputation of being rather wild and fast, and so he published a notice, and in another column called attention to it as the last great excitement. Of course there was much wondering and surmising and guessing, and in spite of the rain, the ladies who lived near each other got together and talked it up, and believed or discredited it according to their several natures. Mrs. D. Ryder, a chubby, good-natured, inquisitive woman, declared her intention of knowing the facts before she slept. Her husband attended Rosamond, and she had a syrup which was just the medicine for a sore throat and influenza, such as Rossie was suffering from, and she would take it to her, and perhaps learn the truth of the story of Everard's marriage. Accordingly, about 4 o'clock that afternoon, Mrs. D. Ryder's little covered phaeton turned into the Forest Avenue, and was seen from the window by Josephine, who, tired and ennuied, was looking out into the rain. That the phaeton held a lady she saw, and as the lady could only be coming there, she resolved at once to put herself in the way of some possible communication with the outer world. Glancing at herself in the mirror, she saw that she was looking well, although a little paler than her wont, but this would make her more interesting in the character she meant to assume, that of an angelic martyr. As the day was chilly, a soft white wrap of some kind would not be out of place and would add to the effect. So she snatched up a fleecy shawl of Berlin wool, and throwing it around her shoulders, took with her a book, and hurrying down to the reception room, had just time to seat herself gracefully and becomingly when the door opened and Mrs. Dr. Ryder came in. Aunt Axie, who was a little deaf, was in the kitchen busy with her dinner, while Lois was in the barn hunting for eggs, and so no one heard the bell, which Mrs. Ryder pulled twice, and then, presuming upon her long acquaintance with the house, opened the door and walked into the reception room, where she stopped for an instant, startled by the picture of the pretty blonde in black with the white shawl and the golden hair rippling back from the beautiful face. Here was a stroke of what Mrs. Ryder esteemed luck. She had stumbled at once upon the very person she had come to inquire about, and as she was not one to lose any time, she shook the raindrops from her waterproof, and drawing near to the fire, turned to the lady in the easy-chair and said, "I beg your pardon for my very unceremonious entrance. I rang twice, and then ventured to come in. It was raining so hard." Josephine admitted that it was raining hard, and remarked that she expected to find it warmer in southern Ohio than in eastern New York, but she believed it was colder, and with a shiver she drew her shawl around her shoulders, shook back her hair, and lifted her blue eyes to Mrs. Ryder, who responded, "You came from the east, then?" "Yes, madam, from Holborn, that is. I am from there just now, but it's only 2 weeks since I returned from Europe, where I have been for a long time." Here there was a solution in part of the mystery. This wife had been in Europe, and that was why the secret had been kept so long, and little Miss Dr. Ryder flushed with eager excitement and pleasurable curiosity as she said, "From Europe? You must be tired with your long journey. Have you ever been in Rothsay before? From your having come from the East, I suppose you must be a relative of Mrs. Forrest, who was born in Boston?" Josephine knew she did not suppose any such thing, and that in all probability she had seen the notice in the Star, and had come to spy out the land, but it was not her policy to parade her story unsolicited, so she merely replied that she was not a relative of Mrs. Forrest, though her mamma and that lady had been friends in their girlhood. To have been a friend of the late Mrs. Forrest stamped a person as somebody, and Mrs. Ryder began at once to espouse the cause of this woman, to whom she said, "I hope you will excuse me if I seem forward in what I am about to say. I am Mrs. Ryder, wife of the family physician, and a friend of Everard, and when I saw that notice of his marriage in the Star, I could hardly credit it, though I know such things have been before, but 4 years is such a long time to keep an affair of that kind a secret. May I ask if it is true, and if you are the wife?" "It is true, and I am his wife, or I should not be here," Josie said very quietly. "Yes, certainly not, of course," Mrs. Ryder replied, hardly knowing what she was saying, and wishing that the fair blonde, whose eyes were looking so steadily into the fire, would say something more, but she didn't. "You will pardon me, Mrs. Forrest, but knowing a little makes me want to know more. It seems so strange that Everard should have been a married man for more than 4 years, and we never suspect it. It must have been a private marriage." "Yes, in one sense," Josephine said, with the air of one who was having something wrung from him unwillingly. "A great many people saw us married, for it was in a drama, a play, but none of them knew it was meant to be real and binding, except Everard and myself and the clergyman, who was a genuine clergyman. We knew and intended it, of course, or it would not have been valid. We were engaged, and did it on the impulse of the moment, thinking no harm, nor was there, except that we were both so young, and Everard not through college. We told mother and sister, but no one else, and as the villagers did not know of our intention to be married, or that Dr. Matthewson was a clergyman, they never suspected the truth, and the secret was to be kept until Everard was graduated, And after that, she spoke very slowly now, and drew long breaths, as if every word she uttered was a stab to her heart. After that I hoped to get out of my false position, but there was some fear of Judge Forrest, which kept Everard silent, waiting for an opportunity to tell him, for I was not rich, you know, and he might be angry. So I waited patiently, and his father died, and I went to Europe, and thus the years have gone. The blue eyes in which the tears were shining, more from steadily gazing into the fire than from emotion of any kind, were lifted to Mrs. Rider, who was greatly affected, and then said, "Yes, I see. But when the judge died, there was nothing in the way of acknowledging the marriage. I am surprised and disappointed in Everard that he should treat you thus." Mrs. Rider's sympathy was all with the injured wife, who seemed so patient and uncomplaining, and who replied, "He had good reasons, no doubt. His father disinherited him, I believe, and that may have had its effect, but I do not wish it talked about until Everard comes. It is very awkward for me that he is absent. I expect to meet him. I must come, of course. There was no way, for Mamma recently died, and the old home was broken up. I must come to my husband." She kept asserting it as if an apology for her being there, and her voice trembled, and her whole air was one of such injured innocence that Mrs. Rider resolved within herself to stand by her in the face of all Rothsay, if necessary. Mrs. Rider was a very motherly little woman, and her heart went out at once to this girl, whose blue eyes and black dress appealed so strongly to her sympathies. She liked Everard, too, and did not mean to be disloyal to him, if she could help it, but she should stand by the wife, and she was so anxious to get away and talk up the wonderful news with her acquaintances that she forgot entirely the syrup she had brought for Rossie's throat, and would have forgotten to inquire after Rossie herself if Aunt Axie had not accidentally put her head in the door and given vent to a grunt of surprise and disapprobation when she saw her in close conversation with Josephine, and with her knowledge of the lady's character for gossip, foresaw the result. "Oh, Miss Rider, is you here?" she said, advancing into the room. "And does Miss Markham know it? I'll fetch her directly, 'cause Miss Rosamond's too sick to see her." "Never mind, Axie," Mrs. Rider said, rising and beginning to adjust her waterproof. "I drove up to inquire after Rossie, and I have spent more time than I intended talking with Mrs. Forrest," and she nodded toward Josephine, who also arose and acknowledged the nod and name with a gracious bow. She saw the impression she had made on her visitor, who took her hand at parting and said, "You will probably remain in Rothsay now, and I shall hope to see a great deal of you." Again Josephine bowed assentingly to Mrs. Rider, who at last left the room, followed by Axie, whose face was like a thundercloud as she almost slammed the door in the lady's face in her anxiety to be rid of her. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of Forest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah. Forest House by Mary Jane Holmes. What the People Said and Did. Before bedtime, half the people in Rothsay knew of the marriage, and that Mrs. Dr. Rider had seen and talked with the lady, who was reported as very beautiful and young and stylish and cultivated and traveled, and a Bostonian whose family had been on the most intimate terms with the Bigelows. She was also a friend of B. Belknap, who had spent a summer with her and probably knew of the marriage, which was a sort of escapade gotten up to on the spur of the moment, and kept a secret at first because Everard was not through college and feared his father's displeasure. But why it was not made public after the judge's death was a question which even the wise ones could not answer, and so the wonder and excitement increased. The next morning, which was Sunday, dawned clear and bright. The rain was over, and at the usual hour the Rothsayites betook themselves to their accustomed place of worship. Trinity Church was full that morning, for though the people hardly expected Mrs. J.E. Forrest herself, they did expect Mrs. Markham, and hoped to hear something more from her. But Mrs. Markham was not there, and the large square pew which the Forrests had occupied for many years, and which was far up the middle aisle, was empty until the reading of the Psalms commenced, when there was heard outside the sound of rapidly approaching wheels, which stopped before the door, and a moment after there entered a graceful figure clothed in black, with the prettiest little Paris bonnet perched on the golden hair, the long crape veil thrown back, disclosing the fair blonde face, which was a little flushed, while the blue eyes had in them a timid, bashful expression as they glanced quickly round in quest of the sexton, who, having fulfilled his duties at the bell, had gone to the organ loft, for he was blower as well as bell-ringer, and left to others the task of seating strangers. But Josie did not have to wait long, for 4 men, 2 young, 1 middle-aged, and 1 white-haired and old, simultaneously left their pews and made a movement toward her, the youngest reaching her first and asking if she would have a seat. "Yes, thank you. Please show me Judge Forrest's pew," was the reply, and every head was turned as her long skirts went trailing up the aisle, and the air was filled with the costly and delicate perfume she carried with her, and which was fresh from Pinaude's. What a long time she remained upon her knees, and how devout she was after she had arisen, and how clearly and sweetly she sang the Gloria, and how wonderfully her overskirt was looped, and how jauntily her jacket fitted her, with such a pretty stand-up collar, and how white her neck was above it, and how beautiful the wavy hair under the lovely bonnet. All these details and more were noted by every woman in church who could get a view of her, while even the clergyman, good and conscientious man as he was, found it difficult to keep his eyes from straying too often to that crimson-cushioned pew, and the black-robed figure whose responses were so audible and clear, and who seemed the very incarnation of piety and innocence. He had heard of Mrs. J.E. Forrest, and he guessed who the stranger was, and when service was over he came down to speak to her. Mrs. Ryder, however, was there before him, and was shaking hands with the lady, whom she presented to the rector and to his wife, and to several others who sat near, and who involuntarily moved in that direction. And Josephine received them with a modesty of demeanour which won their sympathy, if not their hearts, at once. Not the slightest allusion did they make to her husband, but she spoke of him herself, naturally and easily. She had hoped to find him at home when she came, and have him present her to his friends, but unexpected business had called him away, she believed. However, he would soon return, as Miss Hastings had telegraphed for him, and then she should not feel so much alone. How very gentle and gracious she was, answering all questions with great modesty and without seeming to volunteer any direct remarks, adroitly managing to drop a good many scraps of information with regard to herself and her past life, all, of course, highly advantageous to herself. Of Everard she said very little, but when she did speak of him, it was always as "my husband, Mr. Forrest." She should certainly expect him on the morrow, she said, and then she should not feel so much like a stranger, possibly an impostor, and she laughed a little musical laugh, and her blue eyes sparkled so brightly, and her lips curled so prettily, that every heart was won, and the whole bevy of ladies followed her to the carriage, telling her they should call and see her very soon, stood watching as she drove away, and talked together of her and her recreant husband, in whom there must be something wrong, or he would long ago have acknowledged this peerless woman as his wife. And so the talk increased, and every conceivable story was set afloat, and poor Everard stood at rather a low ebb in public opinion when the 6 o'clock train came in the next day and left him standing upon the platform bewildered and confounded with the words which greeted him as he left the car, and which gave him the first intimation of what he was to expect. The editor of the Rothsay Star was standing there, and hitting Everard upon the shoulder, exclaimed, "Hello, Forrest, a nice trick you've been playing upon us. Married all this time, and not let us know." "Married? What do you mean?" And Everard turned white to his lips, while his friend replied, "What do I mean? Why, I mean that your wife is up at Forrest House and thunder to pay generally." End of Chapter 2. Read by Sarah, Tampa, Florida, January 2026.
Chapter 33 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Everard Faces It. When Everard was interrupted in his interview with Rosamond, his first feeling was one of regret, for he had made up his mind to tell her everything. He had held her in his arms for one blissful moment and pressed his lips to her forehead, and the memory of that would help him to bear the wretchedness of all the afterlife. But before he could begin his story, Lawyer Russell came in, and the opportunity was lost. He could, however, write, and he fully meant to do so, and after his arrival at Dingdon, he began 2 or 3 letters, which he tore in pieces, for he found it harder than he had expected to confess that he had a wife to the girl he had kissed so passionately, and who, he felt certain, loved him in return. He had seen it in her eyes, which knew no deception, and in the blushes on her cheek, and his greatest pain came from the knowledge that she, too, must suffer through him. And so he put off the writing day after day, and employed his leisure moments in hunting up the laws of Indiana on divorce, and felt surprised to find how comparatively easy it was for those whom heaven had joined together to be put asunder by the courts of man. Desertion, failure to support, uncongeniality were all valid reasons for breaking the bonds of matrimony, and from reading and dwelling so much upon it, he came at last to consider it seriously as something which in his case was excusable. Whatever Rossie might think of it, he should be happier to know that the tie was broken, even if the whole world disapproved, and he at last deliberately made up his mind to free himself from the hated marriage, which grew tenfold more hateful to him when there came to his knowledge a fact which threw light at once upon some things he had never been able to understand in Dr. Matthewson. He was sitting one evening in the room devoted mostly to the use of gentlemen at the hotel where he was stopping, and listening in a careless kind of way to the conversation of 2 men, one an inmate of the house, and the other a traveler just arrived from western New York. For a time the talk flowed on different topics, and drifted at last to Clarence, where it seemed that both men had once lived, and about which the Dighton man was asking some questions. "By the way," he said, "whatever became of that Matthewson, he called himself, though his real name, when I first knew him, was Hastings. You know, the Methodist Church got pretty well bitten with him. He was always the tallest kind of rascal. I knew him well." Everard was interested now, while seeming to read the paper he held in his hands, did not lose a word of all which followed next. "Matthewson? Oh, yes, I know," the Clarence man replied. "You mean the fellow who was so miraculously converted at a camp meeting, and then took to preaching, though a bigger hypocrite never lived. I don't know where he is now. He dabbled in medicine after he left Clarence, and got Doctor hitched to his name, and has been gambling through the country ever since. The last I heard of him, somebody wrote to Clarence asking if he had the right to marry a couple, by which I infer he has been doing a little ministerial duty by the way of diversion. I should hardly think a marriage performed by him valid, though I dare say it would hold up in court," the Dighton man, who was a lawyer, replied, adding after a moment, "Matthewson was the name of his aunt, which she took at her death, together with a few thousands she left him. His real name is John Hastings. I knew him when he was a boy, and he was the most vindictive, unprincipled person I ever met, and his father was not much better, though both could be smooth as oil and ingratiate themselves into most anybody's favor. He had a girl in tow some 2 or 3 years ago, I was told, a very handsome filly, but fast as the old Nick himself, if indeed she was not worse than that. Here the conversation was brought to a close, and Everard went to his room, where for a time he sat stunned and powerless to move. Like a flash of lightning it came upon him just who Dr. Matthewson was, and his mind went back to that night when, with a rash boy's impetuosity, he had raised his hand against the mature man who, while smarting under the blows, had sworn to be revenged, and he had kept his word, and Everard could understand now why he had seemed so willing and even anxious that there should be a perfect understanding of the matter so as to make the marriage valid. "Curse him," Everard said to himself. "He meant to ruin me. He could have not known what Josie was, but he knew it was not a fitting match for me, and no time or way for me to marry, if it were. But that was his revenge. I remember he asked me if I did not fear the man whom I had punished, and said people like him did not take cowhidings meekly, and he is Rossie's half-brother. But if I can help it, she shall never know how he has injured me, the rascal. I'll have a divorce now, at all hazards, even though it may do me no good, so far as Rothsay is concerned. I'll see that lawyer tomorrow and tell him the whole story." But before the morrow came, Everard received Mrs. Markham's telegram, which startled him so much that he forgot everything in his haste to return home and see if aught befallen Rosamond. It had something to do with her, he was sure, but no thought that it had to do with Josephine entered his mind until he stepped from the car and heard that she was at the Forrest house. For an instant his brain reeled, and he felt and acted like a drunken man as he went to claim his traveling bag. Then, without a word to anyone, he walked rapidly away in the darkness, with a face as white as the few snowflakes which were just beginning to fall, and a feeling like death in his heart as he thought of Rothsay left alone to confront Joe Fleming as his wife. And yet it did not seem very strange to him that Josephine was there. It was rather as if he had expected it, just as the murderer expects the day when his sin will find him out. Everard's sin had found him out, and as he sped along the highway, half running in his haste to know the worst, he was almost glad that the thing he had dreaded so long had come at last, and to himself he said, "I'll face it like a man, whatever the result may be." From the windows of Rossie's room a faint light was shining, but it told him nothing of the sick girl lying there, so nervous and excited that bright fever spots burned on her cheeks, and her hands and feet were like lumps of ice as she waited and listened for him, hearing him the moment he struck the gravel walk beneath her window, for he purposely turned aside from the front piazza, choosing to enter the house in the rear, lest he should first encounter the woman who, like Rothsay, was waiting and watching for him, and feeling herself grow hot and cold alternately as she wondered what he would say. Like Rothsay, she was sure he would come on that train, and made herself as attractive as possible in her black cashmere and jet, with a white shawl around her shoulders, and her golden hair falling on her neck in heavy masses of curls. And then, with a French novel in her hand, she sat down to wait for the first sound of the carriage which was to bring him, for she did not dream of his walking that cold, wet night, and was not on the alert to see the tall figure which came so swiftly through the darkness, skulking like a thief behind a shrubbery, till it reached the rear door, where it entered, and stood face to face with old Aunt Axie, who, in her surprise, almost dropped the bowl of gruel she had been preparing for Rosamond. She did spill it. She set it down so quickly, and put both her hands on Everard's shoulders. She exclaimed, "Oh, Mars Everard, praise de Lord you am come at last. I couldn't bar it much longer, with Miss Rothsay sick upstairs, and that woman below swashing around with her long-tailed gowns and her yaller hair hanging down her back, and saying she is your wife. She isn't your wife, Master Everard, she isn't." And Axie looked earnestly at the young man, who would have given more than half his life to have been able to say, "No, she is not." But he could not do that, and his voice shook as he replied, "Yes, Aunt Axie, she is my wife." Axie did not cry out or say a word at first, but her black face quivered and her eyes filled with tears as she took a rapid mental survey of the case as it stood now. Everard's wife must of course be upheld for the credit of the family, and though the old negress knew there was something wrong, It was not for her to inquire, or to let others do so either, and when at last she spoke, she said, "If she is your wife, then I shall stand by her." He did not thank her or seem to care whether she stood by his wife or not, for his next question was, "You said Rosamond was sick. What is the matter?" "Sore throat and a bad cold first. Then your wife comed and took us by surprise, and Miss Rossie fainted clear away and has been as white and still slimpsy as a rag ever since." Something like a groan escaped from Everard's lips as he said, "Tell Miss Rossie I am here, and ask if I can see her at once, before I meet anybody else." "Yes, I'll tell her," Axie said, as she hurried to the room, where to her great surprise she found her young mistress in her flannel dressing-gown and shawl, sitting in her easy-chair with her head resting upon pillows scarcely whiter than her face, save where the red spots of fever burned so brightly. In spite of Mrs. Markham's remonstrance, Rossie had insisted upon getting up and being partly dressed. "I must see Everard," she said. "You can't understand and I can't explain, but he will come to me, and I must see him alone. Yes, tell him to come up. I am ready for him," she said to Aunt Axie. And Everard advanced with a sinking heart and knocked on Rossie's door, just as a black-robed figure with a white shawl wrapped around it started to come up the stairs. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KimberlyB. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 34. Everard and Rossie. The voice, which said, "Come in," did not sound like Rossie's at all. Nor did the little girl sitting in the chair look much like the Rothsay he had last seen, flushed with health and happiness, and the light of a great joy shining in the eyes, which now turned so eagerly toward him as he came in. On the stairs outside, there was the rustling of skirts, and he heard it, and involuntarily slid the bolt of the door, and then swiftly crossed to where Rossie's face was upturned to his, with a smile of welcome. And Rossie's hands were both outstretched to him as she said, "Oh, Mr. Everard, I'm glad you have come. We have wanted you so much." He had thought she would meet him with coldness and scorn for his weakness and duplicity, and he was prepared for that. But not for this. And forgetting himself utterly for the moment, he took the offered hands and held them tightly in his own, until she released them from him and motioned him to a seat opposite her, where he could look into her face, which, now that he saw it more closely, had on it such a grieved, disappointed expression that he cried out, "Kill me, Rossie, if you will, but don't look at me that way, for I cannot bear it. I know what I've done and what I am better than you do." Here he paused, and Rossie said, "I am sorry, Everard, that you did not tell me long ago, when it first happened. 4 years and more," she says. "I've been thinking it over, and it must have been that time you came home when your mother died, and you were so sick afterward. You were married then." How quietly and naturally she spoke the words, "married then," as if it were nothing to her that he was married then or now. But the hot blood flamed up for a moment in her face, and then left it whiter than before, as Everard replied, "Yes, if that can be called a marriage which was a mere farce, and has brought nothing but bitter humiliation to me, and been the cause of my ruin. I wish that day had been blotted from my existence." "Hush, Everard," Rossie said. "You must not talk that way. And your wife here in the house waiting for you?" "I have not seen her yet, but they tell me she is very beautiful." "Yes, with that cursed beauty, which lures men, or rather fools, to their destruction. And I was a fool," Everard answered bitterly. "An idiot who thought myself in love. Don't call her my wife, Rossie. She has never been that, never will be. But I did not come here to abuse her. I came to tell you the whole truth at last, as I ought to have told it years ago, when my mother was on her deathbed. I tried to tell her, but I could not. I made a beginning by showing her Josephine's picture, which she did not like. The face was pretty, she said, but not the face of a true refined woman, but rather of one who wore dollar jewelry. And here, Everard laughed sarcastically as he went on. Then I showed the picture to B, who said she looked as if she might wear cotton lace. But you, Rossie, said the hardest thing of all, and decided me finally not to tell, for I had almost made up my mind to make you my confidant. I, Everard? I decided you? You must be mistaken. When was it, Everard? Rossie exclaimed, her eyes growing very large and bright in her excitement. Do you remember I once showed you a picture of a young girl? Everard said. You were watering flowers in the garden, and you said she was very beautiful, but suggested that the jewelry, of which there was a superfluity on her neck and arms, might be a sham, and said she looked like a sham, too. How could I tell you after that? That she was my wife? I couldn't. And I kept it to myself. And Mother died, and I went crazy, and you cut off your hair and sold it to pay what you believed to be a gambling debt. And you wrote to Joe Fleming, and I did not open my lips to undeceive you. I will have my say out, he continued fiercely, as Rossie put up her hands to stop him. I deserve a good cudgeling, and I'll give it to myself. For no one knows as well as I do just what a sneaking coward I have been all these years, when you have been believing in me and keeping me from going to the— No, I won't swear, at least before you, who have been my good angel ever since you knew enough to chide me for my faults. Oh, Rossie, what would I give to be put back to those old days, when I was comparatively innocent, and you, in your cape sunbonnet and long-sleeved aprons, were the dearest, sweetest little girl in all the world, just as you are now. I will say it, though. I am killing you. I know, and I am almost wicked enough not to care, for I would rather there were no Rossie in the world than to know she lived to hate and despise me. No, Everard, never that, never. And Rossie again stretched toward him her pale little hands, which he seized and held, while he told her rapidly the whole story of his marriage, beginning at the time he first saw Josie Fleming and went aboard with her mother. One item, however, he withheld. He did not tell her that it was her half-brother who had married him, nor did he give the name of the clergyman. He would spare her all pain in that direction if possible, and let her think as well as she could of her brother she could scarcely remember, and who, she believed, must be dead, or he would ere this have manifested some interest in her. Of Josephine he spoke very plainly, and though he did not exaggerate her faults, he showed conclusively in what he said that his love for her had long since died out. And he went on from one fact to another so rapidly that Rossie felt stunned and bewildered, and begged him to stop, but he would not. She must hear him through, he said, and at the close of his story she looked so white and tired that he bent over her in alarm, chafing her cold hands and asking what he could do for her. Nothing but to leave me now, she said. I have heard so much and borne so much that none of it seems real. There's a buzzing in my head, and I believe I'm going to faint again, or die. How could you do all this, and I trusted you so? And oh, Everard, where are you? It grows so dark and black, and I'm so sick and faint. And with a sobbing, hysterical cry, Rossie involuntarily let her tired, aching head fall upon the arm which held it so gladly, and which fain would have kept it there forever. Rossie did not faint quite away, as she had done when the news of Everard's marriage reached her, but she lay still and helpless in Everard's arms, until she felt his hot kisses upon her forehead, and that roused her at once. He had no right to kiss her. She had no right to suffer it. And she drew herself away from him to the safe shelter of her pillows, as she said with her old childish manner, Everard, you must not kiss me like that. It's too late. Such things are over between us now. She seemed to accept the fact that he loved her, and though the love was hopeless, and turn which way she would, there was no brightness in the future. The knowledge of what might have been was in one sense very sweet to her, and the face which Everard took between his hands and looked earnestly into, while his lips quivered and his eyes were full of tears, seemed to him like the face of an angel. "Heaven pity me, Rossie," he said. "Heaven pity us both for this, which lies between us." There was a knock outside the door, and a voice Rossie had never heard before said, "Miss Hastings, if my husband is with you, tell him his wife will be glad to see him when he can tear himself away. I have waited an hour, and surely I may claim my own now." There was an unmistakable coarseness of meaning in the words which brought the hot blood to Rossie's cheeks. But Everard was as pale as death. As with a muttered execration, he stepped back from Rothsay, who said, "Yes, go, Everard. She is right. Her claim is first. Say, I am sorry I kept you. Go. And when I have thought it all out, I'll send for you. But don't come till I do." She motioned him to leave her, and with the look of one going to the rack, he obeyed, and unbolting the door, went out, shutting it quickly behind him, and thus giving the woman outside no chance for more than a glance at the white-faced little girl, of whose personal appearance no impression could be formed. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Mr. and Mrs. J.E. Forrest. It had been Josephine's intention to try and make peace with her husband, if possible, in the hope of winning him back to at least an outward semblance of harmony. And to do this, she relied much on her beauty, which she knew had not diminished in the least since those summer days in Holborton, when he had lightened her to every beautiful thing in the universe. She knew she was more attractive now than then, for she had studied to acquire an air of refinement and high breeding, which greatly enhanced her charms, and when she saw herself in the long mirror with her toilet complete, and the made-up expression of sweetness and graciousness on her face, she felt almost sure he could not withstand her. She had heard from Lois that Everard was in the house, and as the moments went by and he did not come, the sweetness left her face, and there was a glitter in her blue eyes as she walked impatiently up and down her chamber, listening for his footsteps. At last, as she grew more and more impatient, she went down to the dining-room, thinking to find him there, but he was still with Axie in the kitchen, and so she waited until she heard his step as he went rapidly up the stairs. Swiftly and noiselessly she glided into the hall and followed, but was only in time to see the shutting of the door of Rossie's room and hear the sliding of the bolt, while her quick ear caught the sound of Rossie's voice as she welcomed Everard. For a moment Josephine stood shaking with rage and feeling an inclination to kick at the closed door and demand an entrance, but she hardly dared do that, and so she waited and strained her ear to catch the conversation carried on so rapidly, but in so low a tone and so far from her, that she could not hear it at all, or even half. But she knew Everard was telling the story of the marriage, and as he grew more earnest, his voice naturally rose higher, until she could hear what he said, but not Rossie's replies. Involuntarily clenching her fists and biting her lips until the blood came through in one place, she listened still more intently, and knew there was no hope for her, and felt sure that the only feeling she could now inspire in her husband's heart was one of hatred and disgust. At last, when she could endure the suspense no longer, she knocked upon the door and claimed her own, and got it, for her husband, whom she had not seen for more than 2 years, stood face to face with her, a tall, well-developed man, with a will and purpose in his brown eyes, and a firm-set expression about his mouth, which made him a very different person from the boy-lover whom she had swayed at her pleasure. Everard was a thorough gentleman, and was not in his nature to be otherwise than courteous to any woman, and he bowed to Josephine with as much politeness and deference as if it had been B. Belknap standing there so dignified and self-possessed, and with an air of assurance and worldly wisdom such as he had never seen in Josephine Fleming. For a moment He looked at her in surprise, but there was no sign of welcome in his face, no token of admiration for the visible improvement in her. He had an artist's eye, and noticed that her dress was black, and it became her admirably, and that the delicate white shawl was so knotted and arranged as to heighten the effect of the picture. But he knew the woman so well that nothing she could do or wear could move him now. When she saw that she must speak first, she laughed a little, spiteful laugh, and said, "Have you nothing to say to me after 2 years' separation? Or have you exhausted yourself with her?" nodding toward Rothsay's door. That roused him, and he answered her, "Yes, much to say, and some things to explain and apologize for, but not here. I will go with you to your room. They tell me you are occupying my old quarters." He tried to speak naturally, and Josephine's heart beat faster as she thought that possibly he might be won to an outward seeming of friendship after all, and it would be better for her every way. So when the privacy of her chamber was reached, and there was no danger of interruption, she affected the loving wife, and laying her hands on Everard's arm, said coaxingly and prettily, "Don't be so cold and hard, Everard, as if you were sorry I came. I had nowhere else to go, and I'm no more to blame for being your wife than you are for being my husband, and I certainly have just cause to complain of you for having kept me so long in ignorance of your father's death. Why did you do it? But I need not ask why," she continued, as she saw the frown on his face and guessed he was not to be coaxed. "The reason is the apartment you have just quieted." Josephine got no further, for Everard interrupted her and sternly bade her to stop. "So long as you censure me for having kept my father's death a secret from you, I am bound to listen, for I deserve it. But when you assail Rosamond Hastings, you have gone too far. I do not wish to quarrel with you, Josie, but we may as well understand each other first as last. You had a right to come here, thinking it was still my home, and I am justly punished for my deceit, for which no one can hate me as I hate myself. If I had been candid and frank from the first, it would have saved me a great deal of trouble and self-abasement. You heard of my father's death. Yes, but no thanks are due you for the information. Mr. Everts, whom I met in Dresden, told me of it. At first I did not believe him, for I had credited you with being a man of honor, but he convinced me of the fact, and in my anger I started home at once and came here to find that girl the mistress of the house, and they tell me your father's heir. Is that true?" "I've nothing but what I earn," he said, "but I think I have proved conclusively that I can support you, whatever may come to me, and I expect to do so still, but it must be apart from myself. I wish that distinctly understood, as it will save further discussion. You could not be happy with me. I should be miserable with you, after knowing what I do and seeing what I have seen." Here she turned fiercely upon him, and with flashing eyes and dilated nostrils, demanded what he meant. "I will tell you when I reach it," he replied, "but first let me go over the ground from the beginning." "No need of that," she replied angrily. "You went over the ground with her, that girl whom I hate with deadly hatred. I heard you. I was outside the door." "Listening," Everard said contemptuously, "a worthy employment to which no lady would stoop." "Who said I was a lady?" she retorted, stung by his manner and the tone of his voice, and forgetting herself entirely in her wrath. "Don't you suppose I know that it was because I was not a lady according to your creed that your father objected to me, and that you have sickened of me? A poor unknown butcher's daughter is not a fit match for you, and I was just that. You thought you married the daughter of Rothsay Fleming, who kept a boarding house, and so you did, and sometimes more. You married the daughter of the man who used to deliver meat at your grandfather's door in Boston, and of the woman who for years cooked in your mother's family. I knew this when you first came to us, and I laughed in my sleeve, for I know how proud you are of family blood and birth, and I can boast of blood too, but it is the blood of beasts in which my father dealt, not the blue-veined kind which shows itself in hypocrisy and the deliberate deception of years. I told your father, when I met him at commencement, that my mother was present at his wedding, and she was. She made the jellies and ices, and stood with the other servants to see the ceremony. Wouldn't your lady mother turn over in her coffin if she could know just whom her boy married? Was she a woman or a demon? Everard wondered, as he replied, "If possible, I would rather not bring my mother into the conversation, but since you will have it so, I must tell you that she did know who you were." "How? Did you tell your mother of the marriage? And have you kept that from me too?" Josephine asked, and he replied, "I did not tell her of the marriage, although I tried to, and made a beginning by showing her your picture and telling her your name and that of your mother, whom she at once identified as the Rothsay who had lived in her father's family so long." "And of course my fine lady objected to such stock," Josephine said, with a sneer in her voice. "Josephine," and Everard spoke more sternly than he had ever spoken to her in his life, "say what you like to me, but don't mention my mother in that tone or spirit again. She did not despise you for your birth. No true woman would do that. She said that innate refinement or delicacy of feeling would always assert itself and raise one above the lowest and humblest of positions. Almost her last words to me were of you, in whom she knew I was interested, for I had confessed as much. If she is so good and womanly and true, her birth is of no consequence, none whatever, she said. So you see she laid less stress upon it than you do, who know better than she did, whether you are good and womanly and true." Here Josephine began to cry, but Everard did not heed her tears, and went on. "There is in this country no degradation in honest labor. It is the character, the actions, which tell. And were you what I believed you to be, when in my madness I consented to that foolish farce, I would not care though your origin were the lowest which can be conceived." Here Josephine stopped crying and demanded sharply, "What am I, pray? What do you know of me, you who have scarcely seen me half a dozen times since I became your wife?" "I know more than you suppose, have seen more than you guess," he replied. "But let me begin with the morning I left you in Holborn 4 years ago last June, and come down to the present time." When he hinted that he knew more of her life than she supposed, there instantly flashed into Josephine's mind the memory of all the love affairs she had been concerned in, and the improprieties of which she had been guilty, and she wondered if it were possible that Everard could know of them too. But it was not, and assuming a calmness she was far from feeling, she said, "Go on, I'm all attention." Very rapidly Everard went over the events of his life as connected with her up to the time of his father's death and his own disinheritance, and here he paused a moment, while Josephine said, "And so it was through me you lost your money. I am very sorry, and I must say I think it mean in that girl to keep it, knowing as she does how it came to her." "You misjudge her," Everard said quickly. "You know nothing of her, or how she rebelled against it and tried to give it back to me. But she cannot do it while she is under age, and I would not take it if she could. I made her believe it at last, and then counseled with Miss Belknap as to my future course." "Miss Belknap, indeed!" Josephine exclaimed indignantly. "Don't talk to me of Miss Belknap, the tricky, deceitful thing, to come into our house knowing all the time who I was, and yet pretending such entire ignorance of everything. How I hate her, and you too, for sending her there as a spy upon my actions." "You are mistaken," Everard said. "B was no tale-bearer, and no spy upon your actions. Neither was she sent to you, for I did not know she was there till she wrote me to that effect. She had the best of motives in going to your mother's house. She wished to see you for herself, and pardon me, Josie, if I speak plainly. She wished to find all the good there was in you, so as to know better how to befriend you should you need it. Which, thank heaven, I don't. So she had her trouble for her pains," was Josephine's rejoinder, of which Everard took no notice, but simply went on. "Beatrice has been your best friend from the moment she first heard of you, and after father's death she advised me to go straight to you and tell you the whole truth, and offer you a home such as I could make for you myself, in short, offer you poverty and protection as my acknowledged wife." "Strange you did not follow her advice with your high notions of morality," Josephine said, with a sneer, and he replied, "I started to do it in good faith, and went as far as Albany without a thought that I should not do it, and there I began to waver. For I saw you, myself unseen, and my presence unsuspected, so that you acted and spoke your feelings without restraint. Perhaps you can recall a concert or an opera which you attended with Dr. Matthewson as your escort, and perhaps, though it is not likely, you may remember the man who seemed to be asleep in the seat behind the one you took when you entered the car, talking and laughing so loudly that you drew to yourself the attention of all the passengers, and especially the young man, who listened with feelings which can be better imagined than described, while his wife made light of him and allowed attentions and liberties such as no pure-minded woman for a moment would have suffered from any man, and much less from one of Dr. Matthewson's character. I hardly know what restrained me from knocking him down and publicly denouncing you, but shame and disgust kept me silent, while words and glances, which made my blood boil, passed between you two, until you were tired out and laid your head upon his arm as readily as you would have rested it on mine had I sat in his place. And there I left you sleep, and I have never looked upon your face since, until tonight, when I found you at Miss Hastings' door. After that scene in the car, I could not think of offering to share my poverty with you. We were better apart, and I made a vow that never for an hour would I live with you as my wife. The thing is impossible, but because I dreaded the notoriety of open rupture and the talk and scandal sure to follow an admission of the marriage, I kept quiet, trusting to chance to work it out for me as it has done at last. And now that the worst has come, I am ready to abide by it, and I am willing to bear the blame myself if that will help you any. The people in Rothsay will undoubtedly believe you the injured party, and I shall let them do so. I shall say nothing to your detriment, except that it is impossible for us to live together. I shall support you, just as I have done, but I greatly prefer that it should be in Holborton, rather than Rothsay. It is the only favor I ask, that you do not remain here. And one I shall not grant, was Josephine's quick reply. I like Rothsay, so far as I have seen it, and here I shall stay. Do you think I will go back to Holborton and bear all the malicious gossip of that gossipy hole? Never. I'll die first. You accuse me of being fond of Dr. Matthewson, and so I am, and I like him far better than I ever liked you, for he is a gentleman, while you are a knave and a hypocrite, and that girl across the hall is as bad as you are. I hate her. I hate you both. She was standing close to him now, her face livid with rage, while the blue of her eyes seemed to have faded into a dull white as she gave vent to her real feelings. But Everard did not answer her, and as the dinner bell just then rang for the third time, she added sneeringly, "If you are through with your abuse, I'll end the interview by asking you to take me down to dinner." "No? You do not wish for any dinner? Very well, I can go alone, so I wish you good evening, advising you not to fast too long. It is not good for you. Possibly you may find some cracker and tea in Miss Hastings' room, with which to refresh the inner man." And sweeping him a mocking curtsy, she started to leave the room, but at the door she met her sister, and stopped a moment, while she said, "Ah, Agnes, here is your brother, who I hope will be better pleased to see you than he was to see me. If I remember rightly, you were always his favourite. Au revoir," and kissing the tips of her fingers to Everard, she left the room, and he heard her warbling snatches of some old love song as she ran lightly down the stairs to the dining-room, where dinner had waited nearly an hour, and where Aunt Axie stood with her face blacker than its wont, giving off little angry snorts as she removed one after another the covers of the dishes, and pronounced the contents spoiled. "Whar's Mar Everard? Isn't he comin'?" Aunt Axie asked, as Josephine showed signs of commencing her dinner alone, Mrs. Markham, who ate by rule and on time, having had tea and cold chicken, and gone. "Mr. Forrest has lost his appetite and is not coming," Josephine replied, with the utmost indifference, and as Agnes just then appeared, the sisters began their dinner alone. But few words had passed between Agnes and Everard. She had taken his hand in hers, and held it there while she looked searchingly in his face and said, "I didn't want to come," but she would have it so, and I thought you knew and had sent for her. Maybe I can persuade her to go back. No, Aggie, let her do as she likes. I deserve it all. But don't feel badly, Aggie. I am glad to see you, at any rate, and I feel better because you are here. And now go to the dinner, which has waited so long." Agnes was not deceived in the least, and her heart was very heavy as she went down to the dining room and took her seat by her sister, who affected to be gay and happy, and who tried to soften old Axie by praising everything immoderately. But Axie was not deceived either. She knew it was not well between the young couple, and as soon as she had sent in the dessert, she started upstairs in quest of her boy, finding him in the chamber where his mother had died, and kneeling by the bed in such an abandonment of grief that, without waiting to consider whether she was wanted or not, she went softly to his side, and laying her hard old hands pityingly on his bowed head, spoke to him lovingly and soothingly, just as she used to speak to him when he was a little boy, and sat in her broad lap to be comforted. There, honey, what is it that has happened to you? Something dreadful, or you wouldn't be kneeling here in the cold and dark with only your mother's spirit for company. What is it, child? Can't you tell old Axie? Is it her that's a-vexing you so? Oh, Mars Everard, how could you do it? Tell old Axie, won't you?" And he did tell her how the marriage occurred and when, and it was this which had caused the trouble between him and his father. He said nothing against Josephine, except that he had lived to see and regret his mistake, and that it was impossible for him to live with her as his wife. And Axie took his side at once, and replied, "In course you can, honey. I seen that first thing. She hain't like you, nor Miss Beatrice, nor Miss Rossie. She's pretty, with them eyes and long winkers, and she's kind of teetering and soft, but can't cheat this child. 'Tain't the real stuff like your mother was. S'posen I go and paint my face all over with whitin'. I ain't white for all that. There's nobody but old black nigger under the whitewash, for bless your soul, the thick lips and the wool will show, and it's just the same with no count white folks. But don't you worry, I'll stand by you, 'cause you can't live with her. I'll make a fire and fetch you some supper, and you'll feel better in the morning. See if you don't." But Everard asked to be left alone, that he might think it out and decide what to do. He could not go to bed, and so he sat the entire night before the fire in the room where his mother had died, and where his father had denounced him so angrily, and where Rosamond had come to him and asked to be his wife. How vividly that last scene came up before him, and he could almost see the little girl standing there again, just as she stood that day, which seemed to him years and years ago. But for that fatal misstep, that little girl, grown to sweet womanhood, now might have been his. Turn which way he would, there was no help, no hope, and the future loomed up before him, darkness and cheerless, with always his burden upon him, this bar to the happiness which might have been his, had he only waited for it. Surely, if his sin was great, his punishment was greater, and when at last the grey morning looked in at the windows of his room, it found him white and haggard and worn, with no definite plan as to his future course, except a firm resolve that whatever his life might be, it would be passed apart from Josephine. End of section 35.
Chapter 36 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jaeschke. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 36. Rosamond's Decision. Rosamond had sent word to Everard that she would see him after breakfast, and he went to her at once, finding her sitting up just as she was the previous night, but much paler and more worn-looking, as if she had not slept in months. But the smile with which she greeted him was as sweet and cordial as ever, and in the eyes which she fixed so steadily upon him, he saw neither hatred nor disgust, but an expression of unutterable sorrow and pity for him, and for herself, too, as well. Rosie was not one to conceal her feelings. She was too much a child, too frank and ingenuous for that, and there was a great and bitter pain in her heart which she could not hide. Everard had never said in words that he loved her, but she had accepted it as fact, and when her dream was so rudely dispelled, she could no more conceal her disappointment than she could hide the ravages of sickness so visibly upon her face. "I've been thinking it all over," she began, as he sat down beside her, "and though my opinion may not be worth much, I hope you will consider it, at least, and give it some thought before deciding not to adopt it." He guessed what was coming and nerved himself to keep quiet while she went on. "Everard, she is your wife. You cannot undo that, except in one way, and that you must not take, for it is wicked and wrong. You loved her once. You said you were quite as much to blame for the marriage as she, and you know you must have been wrong in keeping it a secret so long. She has just cause for complaint, and I want you to try and love her again. You must support her, and it will be so much better and save so much talk and gossip if you live in the same house with her, in this house, your rightful home." "Never, Rosie," he exclaimed vehemently, "never can I make her really my wife, feeling as I do. It would be a sin and a mockery, and I shall not do it. You say I loved her once. Perhaps I did, though it seems to me now like a child's fancy for some forbidden dainty, which, if obtained, cloys on the stomach and sickens one ever after. No, Rosie, you talk in vain when you ask me to live with Josephine as my wife, or even live with her at all. The same roof cannot shelter us both. Support her I shall, but live with her never, and I am prepared for all the people will say against me. If I have your respect and sympathy, I can defy the world, though the future looks very dreary to me." His voice trembled as he spoke, and he leaned back in his chair as if he, too, were faint and sick, while Rosie continued, "Then, if you will not live with her under any circumstances, this is my next best plan. Forrest House is her natural home, and she must stay here, whatever you may do." "Here, Rosie, here with you? Are you crazy?" Everard exclaimed, and Rosamond replied, "I am going away. I have thought it all over and talked with Mrs. Markham. She has a friend in St. Louis who is wanting a governess for her 3 children, and she is going to write today and propose me. And if the lady consents, I am going away." Rosie finished the sentence with a long-drawn breath, which sounded like a sob, for this going away from all she loved best was as hard for her as for Everard, who felt suddenly as if every ray of sunlight had been stricken from his life. With Rosie gone, the world would be dark indeed, and for a few moments he used all his powers of eloquence to dissuade her from the plan. But she was quite resolved, and he understood it at last, and answered her, "Perhaps you are right, but heaven pity me when you are gone." For a moment Rosamond was silent, and then she said in her usual frank way, "Yes, Everard, I understand, or I think I do, and it would be foolish in me to pretend not to know. To believe, I mean." And the bright color began to mount to Rosie's cheeks as she went on. "I mean that I believe you do care for me some, and that if I were dead you would remember me longer than anyone else. I guess you like me a little, don't you, Everard?" It was the child, Rosie, the little girl of his boyhood, who spoke with all her old simple-heartedness of manner, but the face which looked up at the young man was not the face of a child, for there was written on it all a woman's first tenderness and love, and the dark eyes were full of tears, and the parted lips quivered even after she ceased to speak, and sat looking at him as fearlessly and as little abashed as she had looked at him when she asked to be his wife. And how could he answer that question so innocently put? "You do like me a little, don't you, Everard?" How but to stoop and kiss the quivering lips which kissed him back again unhesitatingly? But when he sought to wind his arms around her and hold her closely to him, she motioned him away and said, "No, Everard, you might kiss me once, and I might kiss you back, as we would if either of us were dying, and it was our farewell to each other, as this is. I can never kiss you again, never, nor you me, nor say anything like what we have been saying. Remember that, Everard. The might have been is past, and when we meet, as we sometimes may, it will be on the old footing, as guardian and ward, or brother and sister, if you like that better. And now listen while I finish telling you what my wishes are with regard to the future." Rosamond's was the stronger spirit then, and she compelled him to sit quietly by and hear her while she planned the future for him. Josephine was to live at Forrest House and to receive a certain amount of income over and above the support which he would give her. But to this last he stoutly objected. Not $1 of Rosie's money should ever find its way to her, he said. He could support her with his profession, and if Rosie did not choose to use what was rightly her own, it would simply accumulate on her hands without doing good to anyone. So Rosie gave that project up, but insisted that she should vacate the house as soon as she was able, and leave Josephine in possession, and Everard was commissioned to tell her so, and to say that she must excuse Miss Hastings from seeing her until she was stronger, and that she must feel perfectly at home and free to ask for whatever she liked. At first Josie listened incredulously to Everard, but it seemed so improbable that Rosie would deliberately abandon her handsome home and give it up to her. But he succeeded in making her understand it at last, taking great care to let her know that she was to have nothing from the Forrest estate except the rent of the house, that for everything else she was dependent upon him, who would give her a comfortable support, but allow nothing like luxury or extravagance. To this Josephine assented, and was gracious enough to say that it was very kind and generous in Miss Hastings, and to express a wish that she might see her and thank her in person. But to this Everard gave no encouragement. Miss Hastings was very weak, he said, and had already been too much excited, and needed perfect quiet for the present. Of course, so long as she remained there, she would be mistress of the house, and Josephine her guest. For himself, he should return to his old quarters in town, and only come to the house when it was necessary to do so on business. If Josephine was needing money, he had $50 which he could give her now, and more would be forthcoming when that was gone. Nothing could have been more formal than this interview between husband and wife, and after it was over, Josephine sat down to write to Mrs. Arnold in Europe, while Everard went boldly out to face the world, waiting so eagerly for him. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Forrest House, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Matters are adjusted. If Josephine had not known herself to be worse even than Everard had charged her with being, she might not have submitted so quietly to the line of conduct he proposed to pursue toward her. But the consciousness of misdeeds, known only to herself, made her manageable and willing to accept the conditions offered her. Had Rosamond been allowed to give her a part of her income, she would have taken it as something due to her, but as that was forbidden, she was well satisfied with the house and its surroundings, and the support her husband could give her. To return to Holborton, after having announced publicly that she was going to her husband, would have been a terrible mortification, and something which she declared to herself she would never have done, and so she resolved to make the most of the situation in Rothsay. To stand well with the people in town was her great object now, and to that end every art and grace of which she was capable was brought into requisition, and so well did she play her part that a few of the short-sighted ones, with Mrs. Dr. Ryder at their head, espoused her cause and looked askance at Everard, who kept his own counsel, with the single exception of Lawyer Russell, to whom he told his story, and who assumed such an air of reserve and dignity that not even his most intimate friends dared approach him on the subject which was interesting everyone so much. Everard knew that he was a subject of suspicion and gossip, but cared little or nothing for it, so absorbed was he in his own trouble, and in watching the progress of affairs at the Forrest house, where Josephine was to all intents and purposes the mistress, issuing her orders and expressing her opinions and wishes with far more freedom than Rossie had ever done. She too was very reticent with regard to her husband, and when Mrs. Dr. Ryder asked in a roundabout way what was the matter, she replied in a trembling voice, "Oh, I don't know, except he grew tired of me during the years we were separated, but please don't talk to me about it, or let anyone else, for I cannot speak of it. It makes me so sick." She did act as she was going to faint, and Mrs. Ryder opened the window and let in the cool air, and told Josephine to lean on her till she was better, and then reported the particulars of her interview so graphically and well that after a day or so everybody had heard that poor Mrs. Forrest, when asked as to the cause of the estrangement between herself and husband, had at once gone into hysterics and fainted dead away. Of course the curious ones were more curious than ever, and tried old Laxey next, but she was wholly non-committal, and bade them mind their business and let their betters alone. Rosamond was now the last hope, but she had nothing to say whatever, except that under the circumstances she felt that Mrs. Forrest, at least, ought to live at her husband's old home, and that arrangements to that effect had been made. As for herself, it had been her intention to teach for a long time, and as Mrs. Markham declared her competent, she was going to try it, and leave the place to Mrs. Forrest. Nothing could be learned from Rossie, who was too great a favourite with everyone to become a subject of gossip, and whatever might be the cause of the trouble between Everard and Josie, her spotless, innocent life was too well known for any censure to fall on her, and Josephine could not have reached her by so much as a breath of calumny had she chosen to try, which she did not. With her quick intuition, she understood at once how immensely popular Rossie was, and resolving to be friends with her, if possible, she waited anxiously for a personal interview, which was accorded her at last, and the two met in Rossie's room, where, in her character as invalid, Rossie sat in her easy-chair, with her beautiful hair brushed back from her pure pale face and her great black eyes unusually brilliant with excitement and expectation. Josephine, too, had been almost as nervous with regard to this interview as Rosamond herself, and had spent an hour over her toilette, which was perfect in all its details, from the arrangement of her hair to her little high-heeled slippers with the fanciful rosettes. Rosamond was prepared for something very pretty, but not as beautiful as the woman who came half hesitatingly, half eagerly into the room, and stood before her with such a bright winning smile upon her lovely face that it was hard to believe that there was guile or artfulness there. Rising to her feet, Rossie offered her hand to her visitor, who took it and pressed it to her lips. Well, she said something about the great happiness it was to see one of whom she had heard so much. Why, I used to actually be half jealous of the Rossie Everard was always talking about, she said, referring to the past as easily and naturally as if no cloud had ever darkened her horizon or come between her and the Everard who had talked so much of Rossie. When Josephine first entered the room, Rossie was very pale, but at this allusion to herself and Everard, there came a flush to her cheeks and a light to her eye, which made Josephine change her mind with regard to her personal appearance. Nobody can ever call her a beauty, she had said to herself at first, but as the interview progressed, and Rossie grew interested and earnest, Josephine looked wondering at her glowing face and large black eyes, which flashed and shone like stars, and almost bewildered and confused her with her brightness and the way they had of looking straight at her as if to read her inmost thoughts. It was impossible to suspect Rossie of acting or saying anything she did not mean, for her face was like a clear, faithful mirror, and after a little, Josephine began to grow ill at ease in her presence. The bright black eyes troubled her a little when fixed so earnestly upon her, and she found herself wondering if they could penetrate her inmost thoughts and see just what she was. It was a singular effect which Rossie had upon this woman, whose character was one web of falsehoods and deceit, and who, in the presence of so much purity and innocence, and apparent trust in everybody, was conscious of some impulse within her, prompting her to a better and sincerer life. Wondering how much Rossie knew of her antecedents, she suddenly burst out with, "Miss Hastings, or Rossie, I so much wish you'd let me call you by the name I have heard so often. I want to tell you at once how I have hated myself for taking that money, the price of your lovely hair, and letting you believe I was a dreadful gambler seeking Everard's ruin." She had her hand on the lovely hair, and was passing her white fingers through it and letting it fall in curling masses about Rossie's neck and shoulders as she went on. "It was such a funny mistake you made with regard to me, and it was wrong in me to take the money. I would not do it now, but we were so poor, and I needed it so much, and Everard could not get it. Has he told you about those times, I wonder, when we were first married? And he did love me a little." "He has told me a good deal," was Rossie's straightforward answer, and sitting down upon a stool in front of her, Josie assumed the attitude and manner of a child as she went on to speak of the past and to beg Rossie to think as leniently of her as possible. "Men are not always correct judges of women's actions," she said, "and I do not think Everard understands me at all. Our marriage in that hasty manner was unwise, but if I erred, I surely have paid the severest penalty. Such things fall more heavily upon women than upon men, and I dare say you think better of Everard this moment than you do of me." Rossie could not say she didn't, for there was something in Josephine's manner which she did not like. It seemed to be all acting, and to one who never acted a part, it was very distasteful. But she tried to evade the direct question by answering, "I have known Everard so long that I must of course think better of him than of a stranger. He has been so kind to me." Then, wishing to turn the conversation into a channel where she felt she should be safer, she plunged at once into her plan of leaving the house to Josephine, saying that she had never thought it right for her to have it, and speaking of the judge's last illness, when she was certain he repented of what he had done. At first Josephine made a very pretty show of protesting against it. "It is your own home," she said, "and though I appreciate your great kindness, I cannot feel that it is right to take it from you. But I thought you understood that it was quite a settled thing that I am to go away, as I have always intended doing. Everard told you so. Surely he explained it to you," Rossie said in some surprise. Josephine did not quite know how to deal with a nature like Rossie's, but she guessed that for once it would be necessary for her to say very nearly what she thought, and so for a few moments the two talked together earnestly and soberly of the future, when Rossie would be gone, and Josephine left in charge. "You will only be taking what is yours a little in advance," Rossie said, "for when I am of age, I shall deed it back to Everard, and then, on the principle that what is a man's is also his wife's, it will be yours. And I hope that long before that it will be well between you and Everard, and that the misunderstanding between you will be cleared up, and he will do right, and if If you are conscious of any defect in your character which annoys him, you will overcome it and try to be what he would like his wife to be, for you might be so happy with him if only you loved each other." The great black eyes were full of tears, and Rossie's face twitched painfully as she compelled herself to make this effort in Everard's behalf. But it was lost on Josephine, who, thoroughly deceitful and treacherous herself, could not believe that this young girl really meant what she said. It was a piece of acting to cover her real feeling, but she affected to be touched and wiped her own eyes and said despondently that the time was past, she feared, the opportunity lost for her to regain her husband. He did not care for her any longer. His love was given to another, and she looked straight at Rothsay, who neither spoke nor made a sign that she heard or understood. But she looked so very white and tired that Josephine rose to go, after thanking her again for her kindness and generosity, and assuring her that everything about the house should be kept just as she left it, and that in case she changed her mind after trying the life of a governess and wished to return, she must do so without any reference to her convenience or pleasure. And so the interview ended, and Josephine went back to her room, and Agnes, to whom she said that she had found Miss Hastings rather pretty, and that she was on the whole a nice little body, and had acted very well about the house, though, she added, I consider it quite as much mine as hers. That old man was crazy, or he would never have left everything to her, and he tried afterward to take it back, it seems, and right the wrong he had done. She told me all about it, and how his eyes followed her and shut and opened as she talked to him. It made me so nervous to think of those eyes. I believe they will haunt me forever. And Everard never told me that, but let me believe his father died just as angry with him as ever. I tell you, Agnes, I'm beginning to hate that man quite as much as he hates me, and if I were sure of as comfortable a living and as good a position elsewhere as he can give me here, I'd sue for divorce tomorrow, and get it too, and then away, away to my love, who is over the sea. She sang the last words in a light, flippant tone, and then sat down to write to Mr. Matthewson, whose last letter, received before she left Europe, was still unanswered. 3 weeks after this interview, Rosamond left Rothsay for St. Louis, where she was to be governess to Mrs. Andrews' children on a salary of $300 a year. Everard and Josephine both went to the depot to see her off, the one driving down in the carriage with her and making a great show of regret and sorrow, the other walking over from his office and maintaining the utmost reserve and apparent indifference, as if the parting were nothing to him. But at last, when he stood with Rossie's hand in his, there came a look of anguish into his eyes, and his lips were deathly white as he said good-bye, and knew that all which made life bearable to him was leaving him forever. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Waiting and Watching for Me. It was the 1st of January when Rossie left Rothsay for St. Louis, and 3 weeks from that day a wild storm was sweeping over the hills of Vermont, and great clouds of sleet and snow went drifting down into the open grave in Bronson churchyard, toward which a little group of mourners was slowly wending its way. Neither Florida skies nor Florida air had availed to restore life and health to poor wasted, worn-out Molly Morton, although at first she seemed much better, and Trex and Bunchy, in their childish way, thanked God, who was making their mamma well, while the Reverend Theodore in Boston felt something like new hope within him at the cheerful letters Molly wrote of what Florida was doing for her. But the improvement was only temporary, and neither orange blossoms or southern sunshine could hold the spirit which longed to be free, and which welcomed death without a shadow of fear. "I have had so much to make me happy," Molly said to Beatrice one day, when that faithful friend sat by her, holding her tired head upon her bosom, and gently soothing the once black hair, which now was more than 3/4 gray, though Molly was only 31. 2 lovely children, and the kindest, best husband in the world, the man I loved and wanted so much, and who I think likes me and will miss me some when I am gone forever." This she said, looking straight at Beatrice, whose face was very pale, as she stooped to kiss the white forehead and answered, "I am sure he will miss you, and so shall I, for I have learned to love you so much, and shall be so sorry when you are gone." "Truly, truly will you be sorry when I am dead? I hardly thought anybody would be that, but father and mother and the children," Molly said, while her lips quivered and the great tears rolled down her cheeks as she continued, "We are alone now, for the last time it may be, and I want to say to you what has been in my heart to say, and what I must say before I die. When I was up in that dreary back room in New York, so sick and forlorn and poor, and you came to me, bright and gay and beautiful, I did not like it at all, and for a time I felt hard toward you, and angry at Theodore, who I knew must see the difference between me, faded and plain and sickly and old before my time, and you, the woman he loved first, fresh and young and full of life and health and beauty. How you seemed to fill the dingy room with brightness and beauty, and what a contrast you were to me. And Theodore saw it too, when he came in and found you there. But if there was a regret in his heart, a sigh for aught to have been, he never let it appear. But after you were gone, and only the delicate perfume of your garments lingered in the room, he came and sat by me, and held my thin, hard hands, so unlike your soft white ones, and tried by his manner to make me believe he was not sorry. And when I could stand it no longer, and said to him, 'I am not much like her, Theo, am I?' he guessed what was in my mind, and answered me so cheerily, 'No, Molly, not a bit like her.' And how can you be, when your lives have been so different, hers all sunshine, and yours full of care and toil and pain? But you have borne it bravely, Molly, better, I think, than B would have done. He called you B to me for the first time, and there was something in his voice as he spoke the name, which told me how dear you had been to him once, if indeed you were not then. But he was so good and kind and tender toward me that I felt the jealousy giving way, though there was a little hardness left toward you. And that night, after Theo was sleeping beside me, I prayed and prayed that God would take it away, and he did, and I came at last to know you as you are, the dearest, noblest, most unselfish woman the world ever saw." "No, no, you must not say that. I am not good or unselfish. You don't know me," Bee cried, thinking remorsefully of the times when she had ridiculed the brown alpaca dress and the woman who wore it, and how often she tired of her society, in which she really found no pleasure such as she might have found elsewhere. But she could not wound her by telling her this. She could only protest that she was not all Mrs. Morton believed her to be, but Molly would not listen. "You must be good," she said, "or you would never have left your beautiful home and your friends and attached yourself to me, who am only a drag upon you. But sometime in the future you will be rewarded, and forgive me, Miss Belknap, if I speak out plain, now like one who stands close down to the river of death, and looking back, I can see what probably will be. I do not know how you feel toward Theo, but of this I am sure. He has never taken another into the place you once filled, and at a suitable time, after I am gone, he will repeat the words he said to you years ago, and if he does, don't send him away a second time. He is nearer to your standard now than he was then. He is growing all the time in the estimation of his fellow men. They are going to make him a D.D., and the parish of which he is pastor is one of the best and most highly cultivated in Boston. And you will go there, I hope, and be a mother to my children, and bring them up like you, for that will please Theo better than my homely ways. Trix is like you now, and Bunchy will learn, though she is slower to imitate. You will be happy with Theo, and I am glad for him and the children, but you will not let them forget me quite, but will tell them sometimes of their mother, who loved them so much. I hope to see Theo once more before I died, but something tells me he will not be here in time, that when he comes, I shall be dead. So you will ask him to forget the many times I worried and fretted him with my petty cares and troubles. Tell him that Molly puts her arms around his neck, and lays her poor head, which will never ache again, against his good, kind heart, and so bids him good-bye, and goes away alone into the brightness beyond, for it is all bright and peaceful, and just over the river I am crossing. I seem to see the distant towers of Jerusalem the golden, gleaming in the heavenly sunshine, which lies so warm upon the everlasting hills, and my babies are there waiting and watching for me. Sing, can't you? Will someone be at the beautiful gate, waiting and watching for me? There was too heavy a sorrow in Beatrice's heart, and her voice was too full of tears for her to sing to the dying woman, who clung so closely to her. But what she could not do, little Trixie did for her. She had entered the room, unobserved, followed by Bunchy, whose hands were full of the sweet wild flowers they had gathered and brought to their mother, who was past caring for such things now. The yellow jasmine and wild honeysuckle lay unheeded upon her pillow, but at the sound of her children's voices, a spasm of intense pain passed for a moment over her face and was succeeded by a smile of peace as she whispered again, "Somebody sing of the beautiful gate," and instantly Trixie's clear voice rang through the room, mingled with little Bunchy's lisping, broken notes as she, too, struck in and sang, "Will anyone be at the beautiful gate, waiting and watching for me?" Dear little ones, they did not know their mother was dying, but Beatrice did, and her tears fell like rain upon the pinched white face pillowed on her arm as she kissed the quivering lips which whispered softly, "Darling Trix and Bunchy, God bless them, and tell Theo Molly will be at last at the beautiful gate, waiting and watching for him, and for you all, waiting and watching as they now wait and watch for me over there, the shining ones, crowding on the shore, and some are there to whom I first told the story of Jesus in the far-off heathen land. Tell Theo they are there, and many he had led to the Savior. It is no delusion, as some have thought. I see them, I see into heaven, and it is so near. It lies right side by side with this world, only a step beyond." Her mind was wandering a little, for her words became indistinct, until her voice ceased altogether, and Beatrice watched her as the last great struggle went on, and the soul parted from the body, which was occasionally convulsed with pain, as if it were hard to sever the tie which bound together the mortal and immortal. At last, just as the beautiful southern sunset flooded the river and the fields beyond with golden and rosy hues, and the fresh evening breeze came stealing into the room, laden with the perfume of the orange and lemon blossoms it had kissed on its way, Molly Morton passed from the world where she had known so much care to the life immortal, where the shining ones were waiting and watching for her. And far down the coast, treading in and out among the little islands and streams, came the boat which bore the Reverend Theodore Morton to the wife he hoped to find alive. B. Summons had found him busy with his people, with whom he was deservedly popular, and who bade him Godspeed and followed him with prayers for his own safety, and if possible, the recovery of his wife, whom they had never seen. But this last was not to be. When about noon the boat came up to its accustomed landing place, and B stood on the wharf to meet him, he knew by one glance at her face that he had come too late. Everything which love could devise was done for the dead, on whose white face the husband's tears fell fast when he first looked upon it, feeling, it may be, an inner consciousness of remorse, as he remembered that all his heart had not been given to her, but he had been kind and tender and considerate, and he folded her children in his arms, and felt that in all the world there was nothing so dear to him as his motherless little ones. The next day they left Florida for the bleak hills of Vermont, where the wintry winds and drifting snow seemed to howl a wild requiem for the dead woman, whose body rested one night in the old home where the white-haired father and mother wept so piteously over it, and even Aunt Nancy forgot to care for the tracks upon her clean kitchen floor as the villagers came in with words of condolence and sympathy. Beatrice was with the mourners who stood by the grave that wild January day when Molly Morton was buried, and she gave the message from the dead to the husband, who wept like a child when he saw his wife laid away under the blinding snow, which, ere the closing of the day, covered the grave in one great mountain drift. Both Everard and Rossie had written to Beatrice, telling her of Josephine's arrival at the Forrest house, and with the feeling that she was needed in Rothsay, she started for home the day after Molly's funeral. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kimberly Bonin. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 39. How the Tide Ebbed and Flowed in Rothsay. Josephine had resolved to be popular at any cost, and make for herself a party. And so good use had she made of her time and opportunities, that when Beatrice arrived, the weaker ones, who, with Mrs. Ryder at their head, had from the first espoused her cause, were gradually gaining in numbers, while the better class of people, Everard's friends, were beginning to think more kindly of the lady of the Forrest House, where an entire new state of things and code of laws had been inaugurated. Axie had, of course, vacated immediately after Rossie's departure, and Josephine had been wise enough not to ask her to remain. She knew the old negress was strongly prejudiced against her, and was glad when she departed, bag and bundled, for the little house she had purchased in town, where she could be near her boy, and wash and mend his clothes, and fight for him when necessary, as it sometimes was. For people could not easily understand his indifference to the beautiful creature who was conducting herself so sweetly and modestly, and whom women ran to the windows to see when she drove by in the pretty phaeton, which, through Rossie's influence, she had managed to get from Everard, or rather from the Forrest estate. It is true the horse did not suit her. It was too old and slow, and not at all like the spirited animal she had used to drive with Captain Sparks at her side in Holborton. But it was an heirloom, as she called it laughingly, raised from a stock of horses which had been in the family for years, and was so steady that Mr. Forrest was perfectly willing to trust her with it. And each day she drove around the town, showing herself everywhere, bowing to everybody high and low, and because she had heard that Miss Belknap used to do so, taking to drive the sick and infirm, among the poor and needy, to whom she was all kindness and sympathy. With this class, however, she did not stand as well as with the grade above them. It would almost seem as if they were gifted with a special insight, and read her character aright. And though they accepted what she offered them, they did not believe in her, and privately among themselves declared she was not a lady born, or a fitting wife for Everard. Agnes never appeared with her in public, and was seldom seen at the house when people called. She was very shy and timid and shrank from meeting strangers, Josephine said, to the few who felt they must ask for her, and who accepted the excuse, and left Agnes free to become in Rothsay, which she had been in Holborton, a mere household drudge, literally doing all the work for the colored woman who Josephine employed and called her cook, but who was wholly incompetent, as well as indisposed to work. So the whole care devolved on Agnes, who took up her burden without a word of protest, and worked from morning till night, while Josephine lounged in her own room, where she had her meals more than half the time, or drove through the town in her phaeton, managing always to pass the office where Everard toiled early and late, in order that he might have the means to support her without touching $1 of Rossie's fortune. As yet, Josephine's demand upon him were not very great. Old Axie had been a provident housekeeper, and Josephine found a profusion of everything necessary for the table. Her wardrobe did not need replenishing, and she could not venture upon inviting company so soon. Consequently, she was rather moderate in her demands for money, but Everard knew the time would come when all he had would scarcely satisfy her. And for that time he worked silently, doggedly, rarely speaking to anyone outside his business, unless they spoke to him, and never offering a word of explanation with regard to the estrangement, which was becoming more and more a matter of wonder and comment, as people saw only sweetness and graciousness in Josie, and knew nothing of her other side. Such was the state of affairs when Beatrice came home, very unexpectedly, from Rothsay's, who wondered what she would think of matters at the Forrest house. Josephine had spoken frequently of Miss Belknap, who, she said, was for a few weeks an inmate of her mother's family, and whom she admired greatly. Josie was the first to call upon Beatrice, and throwing herself upon her neck, burst into tears, saying, Oh, Miss Belknap, I am so glad you have come to be my friend and sister, and I need one so much. I wish I had told you the truth when you were in Holberton, but Everard was afraid of having it known. And now he is so cold and distant, and I am so unhappy. You will be my friend and help me. You are always so kind to me, and I liked you so much. Beatrice shook her off as gently as possible, and answered that she should certainly try to do right, and asked after Agnes, and how her visitor liked Rothsay, and if Rosamond had written to her, and gradually drew the conversation away from dangerous ground, and did it in such a manner that Josephine felt that she had more to fear from B. Belknap than from all the world besides. And she had, for B's opinion was worth more than any of the 20 people in Rothsay. And when it was known that there was little or no intercourse between Elm Park and the Forrest house, that the two ladies were polite to each other and nothing more, that Beatrice never expressed herself with regard to Mrs. Forrest, or mentioned her in any way, but was on the same friendly terms with Everard as ever. And when, as a crowning act, she made a little dinner party from which Josephine was omitted, the people who had been loudest in Josie's praises began to whisper together that there must be something wrong. And gradually a cloud not larger than a man's hand began to show itself on the horizon. But small as it was, Josephine discovered its rising and fought it with all her power, even going so far as to insinuate that jealousy and disappointment were the causes of Miss Belknap's coolness toward her. But this fell powerless and dead, and Josie could no more injure Beatrice than she could turn the channel of the river from its natural course. For a time, however, Josephine held her ground with a few. But when early in June, the new hotel on the river road was filled with people from the south, many of them gay, reckless young men, ready for any excitement, she began to show her real nature, and her assumed modesty and reticence slipped from her like a garment unfitted to the wearer. How she managed it, no one could guess. But in less than 2 weeks, she knew every young man stopping at the Belknap house, as it was named in honor of Beatrice. And in less than 3 weeks, she had taken them all to drive with her. And Forrest House was no longer lonely for want of company, for the doors stood open till midnight. And young men lounged on the steps and in the parlors, came to lunch and dinner, and the rooms were filled with cigar smoke, and bacchanalian songs were sung by the half-tipsy young men, and toasts were drank to their fair hostess, whom they dubbed Golden Hair, and called an angel to her face, and at her back among themselves, a brick, and even the old girl. So little did they respect or really care for her, and Josephine was quite happy again and content. It suited her better to be fast than to play the part of a quiet, discreet woman. And so long as she did not overstep the bounds of decency or greatly outrage the rules of propriety, she argued that it was no one's business what she did or how much attention she received. As Axie had predicted, the real color was showing through the whitewash, and people began to understand the reason why Everard was becoming so grave and reserved, and even old in his appearance, with a look upon his face such as no ordinary trouble could ever have written there. And so the summer waned, and autumn came and went. And then Josephine, who, while affecting to be so merry and gay, writhed under the slights so often put upon her, discovered that she needed a change of air, and decided that a winter in Florida was necessary to her health and happiness, and applied to Everard for the means with which to carry out her plan. At first, Everard objected to the Florida trip as something much more expensive than he felt able to meet, but his consent was finally given. And one morning in December, the clerk at the St. James Hotel in Jacksonville wrote upon his books, Mrs. J.E. Forrest, and maid, Miss Agnes Fleming, Rothsay, Ohio, while a week later, there was entered upon another page, Dr. John Matthewson, New York City, and 2 weeks later still, Mrs. Andrews and family, and Miss Rosamond Hastings, St. Louis, Missouri. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Dr. Matthewson's Game. The St. James was full that season, and when Mrs. J.E. Forrest arrived, she found every room occupied, and was compelled to take lodgings at a house across the park, where guests from the hotel were sometimes accommodated with rooms, and where, in addition to her own parlor and bedroom, she found a large square chamber, which she asked the mistress of the house to reserve for a few days, as she was expecting an old friend of her husband's, and would like to have him near her, inasmuch as Mr. Forrest was not able to come with her on account of his business. Later in the season he might join her, but now he was too busy. She laid great stress upon having a husband, and she was so gracious and affable and pretty that her landlady, Mrs. Morris, was charmed at once, and endorsed the beautiful woman who attracted so much attention in the street, and who at the hotel took everything by storm. She had laid aside her mourning, and blossomed out in a most exquisite suit of navy blue silk and velvet, which, although made in Paris more than a year before, was still a little in advance of the Florida fashions, and was admired by every lady in the hotel, and patterns of the pocket, and cuffs, and overskirt were mentally taken and experimented upon in the ladies' rooms, where the grace and beauty and probable antecedents of the stranger were freely discussed. Nobody had ever heard of Mrs. J.E. Forrest, and few had heard of Rothsay, but there were some people at the St. James this winter who remembered Miss Belknap and Mrs. Morton, and when it was known that Mrs. Forrest was their friend, the matter was settled, and Josephine became the belle and beauty of the place. Young men stationed themselves near the door through which she came in to the hall to look at her as she passed, but if she was conscious of their homage she made no sign, and never seemed to know how much attention she was attracting. One or two ladies spoke to her at last, as she stopped for a while in the parlor, and so her acquaintance began, and Miss Belknap was brought to the surface, and Mr. Forrest was talked about, and a little hacking cough was produced, by way of showing what had sent this dainty, delicate creature away from her husband, with no other guardianship than that of her sister. But Agnes's presence was sufficient to save appearances. She was much older, and so quiet and reserved, and even shy, that the ladies made no advances to her, and after a little scarcely noticed her as she sat apart from them, waiting patiently till her brilliant sister was ready to go home. Josephine was expecting a gentleman friend, whom she had known ever since she was a young girl, she said, the fourth day after her arrival, and the ladies were glad, as it would be so much pleasanter for her in her husband's absence. And so matters were made easy for the coming of Dr. Matthewson, who, since parting from Josephine in Dresden, more than a year before, had visited nearly every city of note in Europe, sometimes meeting with success in his profession as gambler and sometimes not, sometimes living like a millionaire and sometimes like a beggar. The millionaire life suited him the best, but how to secure it as a permanency, or even to secure comfortable living, which required neither exertion nor self-denial, was something which puzzled him sorely, until he received a letter from Josephine, which inspired him at once with fresh courage and hope. The letter, which was written from the Forrest house, was a long time in reaching him, and found him, at last, in Moscow, where his genius of bad luck was in the ascendant, and he had fallen into the toils of a set of sharpers who were using him for their own base purposes. Handsome in face and form, winning in his manner, and perfectly familiar with nearly every language spoken on the continent, he was very useful to them by way of bringing under their influence strangers who visited the city, and they kept a hold upon him which he could not well shake off. When he received Josephine's letter, telling him where she was, and the disposition Judge Forrest had made of his property, and Rosamond's determination not to use more of it than was absolutely necessary, but to restore it to Everard when she came of age, he made up his mind to leave Moscow at all hazards, and, crossing the sea, seek out the sister in whom he suddenly found himself greatly interested. And to this end, fortune favored him at last by sending in his way a German Jew, Van Scheusner, between whom and himself there sprang up a friendship, which finally resulted in the Jew's loaning him money enough to escape from the city, which had been in one sense a prison to him. Van Schorschner was his compagnon de voyage, and as both were gamblers, they made straight for Vienna, where Matthewson's luck came back to him, and he won so rapidly and largely that Van Schorschner, who was tinged with German superstition, regarded him as one whom the god of the gaming table especially favored, and clung to him and made much of him, and when a malarial fever attacked him, took him to his brother's, a Dr. Van Schorschner, who kept what he called a private Maison de Sante in an obscure Austrian town halfway between Vienna and Linz. And here Dr. Matthewson paid the penalty of his dissipated life in a fit of sickness, which lasted for months and left him weak and feeble as a child. During all this time, he did not hear from Josephine, whose letters never reached him, and he knew nothing of her until he reached New York, when he wrote at once to her at Rothsay, asking very particularly for Rosamond, and announcing his intention of visiting the Forrest house, if agreeable to the inmates. To this letter Josephine replied immediately, telling him not, on any account, to come to Rothsay, but to join her in Florida about the middle of December, when she would tell him everything which had happened to her since their last meeting in Dresden. In a postscript she added, "Miss Hastings is not here, and has not been since last January. She is somebody's governess, I believe." And it was this postscript which interested the doctor more than the whole of Josephine's letter. If Rosamond was not in Rothsay, then where was she, and how should he find her? For find her he must, and play the role of the loving brother, which role would be all the more effective, he thought, because of the air of invalidism there was about him now, and which sat well upon him. He really was weak from his recent illness, but he affected more languor than he felt, and seemed quite tired and exhausted when he reached the house, where Josephine was stopping, and where his room was in readiness for him. And Josephine cooed and fluttered about him, and was glad to see him, and so anxious that he should have every possible attention. And Dr. Matthewson enjoyed it all to the full, and was never tired of hearing of the Forrest house, or of asking questions about Rosamond, of whom Josie at last affected to be jealous. And so the days went on until the first week in January, when one morning, as the doctor and Josephine sat together on the long piazza of the hotel, a carriage from the boat arrived, laden with trunks and children and two ladies, one middle-aged, and apparently the mother of the children, the other young, graceful, and pretty, even in her soiled traveling dress of dark gray serge. As she threw back her veil and descended from the carriage, Josephine started suddenly and exclaimed, "Rosamond Hastings, for all the world! What brought her here?" "Who? Where? Do you mean that girl with the blue veil and gray dress, and—" "By Jove, those magnificent eyes?" Dr. Matthewson said, as Rosamond turned her face in the direction where he was sitting, and glanced rapidly at the groups of people upon the piazza, without, however, seeing anyone distinctly. "Yes, that's Rosamond," Josie replied, with a feeling of annoyance at the arrival of one who might work her so much harm. "I'll see her at once and make that matter right," she thought, and trusting to Rossie's good nature and her ingenuity, she resumed her conversation with the doctor, who seemed unusually silent and absent-minded, and after a little excused himself, saying he was not feeling quite well, and believed he'd take a sail on the river and see if the fresh air would not revive him. Usually Josephine had been his companion in his sails on the river, but he did not ask her to go with him now. He preferred to be alone, and with a gracious bow, he walked away, not so much to try the river air as to think over and perfect his plans for the future. "By George," he said to himself, "this is what I call luck. Here I've been wondering how I should find the girl, and behold, she has dropped suddenly upon me, and if I play my cards well, the game is mine, and her money too, or my name is not Matthewson, nay Hastings, nay villain of the first water." End of chapter 40. Read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 22, 2026.
Chapter 41 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 41, How the Game Was Played. Rosamond's life as a governess had been a very happy one, but still there was always present with her a consciousness of pain and loss, a keen regret and intense longing for the might-have-been, and a great pity for Everard, whose lot she knew was so much harder to bear than her own. For with him the burden was growing heavier, and the chain ever lengthening which bound him to his fate. He had written to her frequently during the past year, friendly, brotherly letters such as Josephine might have read without just cause of complaint. But he had given way once, and in a moment when his sky was very dark, had poured out his soul in passionate, burning words, telling how dreary life was to him without her, and asking if she could not bring herself to think that the divorce he could so easily get was valid, and would free him from the hateful tie which bound him. And Rosamond had answered him, "Only God can free you from the bond," and had said he must never write like that to her again if he wished her to answer him. And so the last hope was crushed, and Everard took up his load once more and tried to bear it more manfully, and by a closer attention to his practice, to forget the bliss which might have been his had he not rashly thrown the chance away. Rossie had said to him in her letter, "Pray, Everard, as I do. Pray often, that you may learn to think of me as only your sister, the little Rossie who amused you and whom you liked to tease." But Everard did not pray. On the contrary, he was in a most resentful and rebellious frame of mind, and blamed the providence which had permitted him to go so far astray. It was well enough for women to pray, and those who had never been tried and tempted as he had been, but for himself, he saw no justice in God's dealings with him, and he could not ask to be content with what he loathed from his very soul, he wrote in reply to Rossie, who, while he grew harder and more reckless, was rapidly developing into a character sweeter and lovelier than anything Everard had known. And the new life and principle within her showed itself upon her face, which was like the face of Murillo's sweetest Madonna, where the earthly love blends so harmoniously with the divine, and gives a glorious and saintly expression to the lovely countenance. But Rossie's health had suffered from this constant sense of pain and loss. The bright color was gone from her cheeks, save as it came and went with fatigue or excitement, and there was about her a frail, delicate look, wholly unlike the child Rossie, who used to be so full of life and vigor in the old happy days at the Forrest house. Still, she complained of nothing except that she was always tired, but this was, in Mrs. Andrews' mind, a sufficiently alarming symptom, and it was as much on Rossie's account as on her own that she planned the trip to Florida, where she hoped the warm sunlight would bring strength again to the girl whom she loved almost as a daughter. And so they were at the St. James, where Mrs. Andrew found several acquaintances, but Rossie saw no one whom she knew, and as she had a severe headache she kept her room, and did not appear until the second day, when she dressed herself and went down to join Mrs. Andrews on the piazza, where the guests usually congregated in the morning. There was a crowd of them there now, and Mrs. Andrews, who was very popular and entertaining, was already the center of a group of friends with whom she was talking, when Rosamond appeared and made her way towards her. Everybody turned to look after her, and none more eagerly than Dr. Matthewson, who stood leaning against the railing and waiting for Josephine to join him. He had watched for Rossie all the preceding day after her arrival, and felt greatly disappointed at her non-appearance, but he knew she was there, his half-sister, and the heiress to hundreds of thousands, and, as he believed, of a nature which he could mold as he would clay, if he could only know just what her tastes were, and adapt himself to them. As yet, he had been quite non-committal, only devoting himself to Josephine, and talking very little with anyone, so that he could, if necessary, become a saint or a sinner, and not seem inconsistent. Probably he would have to be a saint, he thought. and when at last Rossie appeared and passed so near to him that he might have touched her, he was quite sure of it. Girls with the expression in their faces which hers wore didn't believe in slang and profanity, and the many vices to which he was addicted, and of which Josephine made so light. Rossie was pure and innocent, and must never suspect the black catalogue of sins at which he sometimes dared not look. How fair and lovely she was, with that sweet modesty of demeanor which never could have been feigned for the occasion, and how eagerly the doctor watched her as she joined Mrs. Andrews, and was introduced to the ladies around her. "Good morning. A penny for your thoughts," was cooed in his ear, and turning he met Josephine's blue eyes uplifted to him, and Josephine herself stood there in her very prettiest white wrapper, with an oleander blossom in her golden hair. She, too, had watched anxiously for Rosamond, whom she meant to secure before any mischief could be done, and she saw her now at once in the distance, and saw the doctor was looking in that direction too, and knew, before she asked him, of what he was thinking. But a slight frown darkened her face at his frank reply. "I am thinking how very pretty and attractive Miss Hastings is. You must manage to introduce me as soon as possible, or I shall introduce myself." Just then Rossie turned her face fully towards her, and their eyes met in recognition. There was a violent start on Rossie's part, and the blood flamed into her cheeks for an instant, and then left them ashy pale, as she saw the woman for whom she could not have much respect, smiling so brightly upon her, and advancing to meet her as quickly and gladly as if they were the greatest of friends. "Oh, Miss Hastings," she said, in her most flute-like tones, "this is a surprise. I'm so glad to see you. When did you come?" Rossie explained when she had come and with whom, and after a few brief remarks on the town and the climate, made as if she would return to Mrs. Andrews. But now was Josephine's opportunity or never, and still holding Rossie's hand, which she had not relinquished, she said, "Come with me a moment, please. There are so many things I want to say. Suppose we take a little turn on the piazza." And leading Rossie around the corner of the hotel to a seat where no one was sitting, she plunged at once into the subject uppermost in her mind. "Miss Hastings," she said, "you alone of all the people here know just how I am living with Everard, or rather not living with him. It was not necessary for me to explain everything, and for aught they know to the contrary, I have the most devoted of husbands, who may join me any day. You, of course, can undeceive them if you like, but—" "Mrs. Forrest," Rossie exclaimed, "I have no wish to injure you. If I am asked straightforward questions, I must tell the truth. Otherwise, I have nothing to say of your life at home, or of anything in the past pertaining to you and Everard." "Thank you so much. I knew I could trust you," Josephine said, feeling immensely relieved. "And now come, let me present you to a friend whom I used to know in Holberton, and met afterward in Dresden. He is here for his health, and is so kind to Aggie and me. You must come to my room and see Agnes. She never stops a moment here after she has had her meals." She talked rapidly and excitedly, and laid her hand on Rossie's arm, as if to lead her to Dr. Matthewson, who forestalled the intention by suddenly appearing before them. He was more impatient to speak to Rosamond than Josephine was to have him, and joined them for that very purpose. Never in his life had he seemed more at his ease, or appeared to better advantage, and there was something very winning and gracious in his manner as he bowed to Miss Hastings, and hoped she found herself well in the delicious Florida air. "You do not look very strong," he said. "I hope a few days of this sunshine will do you much good." He was very kind and considerate, and bade her be seated again while he talked with her a few moments on indifferent topics. Then, consulting his watch, he said to Josephine, "Mrs. Forrest, don't you think we should have that game of croquet before the day gets hotter? You see, they are beginning to occupy the grounds already." And he nodded toward the opposite side of the park, where a group of young ladies and gentlemen were knocking about the balls preparatory to a game. "Tomorrow we shall ask you to join us," he said to Rossie. "But as a physician, I advise you to rest today after your long journey. Coming suddenly into this climate is apt to debilitate if one is not careful. Good morning, Miss Hastings. And with a graceful wave of his hand, he walked away with Josephine, leaving Rosamond to look after and admire his splendid physique and manly form, and to think what a pleasant gentlemanly person he was, with such a melodious voice. Already he was beginning to affect and influence her thoughts, and she sat and watched him as he walked very slowly toward the croquet ground, where, instead of joining the game, he sat down at some little distance and continued his conversation with Josephine, whose cheeks were flushed and who seemed unusually excited. The doctor's first remark to her as they left the hotel had been, "Well, Joe, did you fix it all right with her?" "Fix what?" Josephine asked, knowing perfectly well what he meant, but being determined that he should explain. "Why, have you hired her not to go back on you, and tell that you are a grass widow instead of a loving wife, whose husband is pining in her absence?" The elegant doctor could be very coarse and unfeeling when he talked with Josephine, whom he understood so well, and who replied, "If you mean will she hold her tongue about my affairs, she will. And she does not know that you are the priest all shaven and shorn who married the youth all tattered and torn to the maiden all forlorn. I did not think it necessary to tell her that. Possibly, though, she may have heard your name from Everard. I do not know how that may be. I only told her that I knew you in Holberton, and that I met you again in Dresden." "Yes." The doctor smoothed his mustache thoughtfully a moment, and then added, "I say, Joe, don't be in such a hurry to get to the croquet. I want to talk with you. I've turned a new leaf. I've reformed. That time I was so sick in Austria, I repented. I did, upon my soul, and said a bit of a prayer, and I believe I'll join the church again. But first I'll confess to you, who I know will be as lenient toward me as anyone. I suppose you think you know just what and who I am, but you are mistaken. I am a hypocrite, a rascal, a gambler, and have broken every commandment, I do believe, except thou shalt not kill, and under great provocation I might do that perhaps. And, added to this, I am Rossie Hastings' half-brother." "Rossie Hastings' half-brother? Do you mean you are Rosamond's brother? And did you know it when you first came to Holberton? And why isn't your name Hastings, then?" Josephine asked excitedly, and he replied in the most quiet and composed manner, "One question at a time, my dear. I am her brother, and my name was Hastings once, John Matthewson Hastings. I took the Matthewson and dropped the Hastings to please a relative, who left me a few thousands at her death. I did know Rossie was my sister when I first met Everard Forrest in Holberton, and to that knowledge you owe your present exalted position as his wife." She turned her eyes inquiringly upon him, and he continued, "I told you I was going to make a clean breast of my sins, and I am, so far as your business is concerned. I hated Everard and the whole Forrest race, and that was my revenge." "Hated Everard? For what? Had you seen him before you met him in Holberton?" Josephine said, and he replied, "Yes, I had seen him, and I carried the marks of our meeting for weeks and weeks on my forehead, and the remembrance of it in my heart always. I had a stepmother, a weak young thing whom I hated from the first, for no special reason that I now recall, except that she was a stepmother and I thought I must hate her. And I did, and I worried her life almost out of her. And when a baby sister was born, I hated that, because it was hers, and because it would naturally share in my father's property, which was not large. The new mother was luxurious in her tastes, and spent a great deal, and that made trouble between her and my father, who, though a very elegant man in public, was the very old Nick at home, and led his young wife such a life that even I pitied her sometimes, and did not wonder that she left him at last, and took refuge with her intimate friend Mrs. Forrest, Everard's mother. Not long after she left home, my father died, and I was made very angry because of some money he left to Rossie, which I thought ought to be mine, inasmuch as it came to him from my mother. So I persecuted my mother-in-law, who, I believe, was more afraid of me than of the old Harry himself. I went to the Forrest house, and demanded first to see her, and then to see my sister, pretending I was going to take her away. The boy Everard was at home, had just come in from riding, and he ordered me from the house. And when I refused to go, the stripling attacked me with his whip, and laid the blows on well, too, especially the one on my face, the mark of which I carried so long. I swore I'd have revenge on him, and I kept my word, though at one time I gave up the idea entirely. That was at the camp meeting where a lot of them converted me, or thought they did, and for a spell I felt differently, and got a license to preach and tried to be good. But the seed was sown on stony ground and came to nothing, and I took 7 spirits worse than the first, and backslid and quit the ministry, and went to studying psychic, and was called doctor, and roamed the world over, sometimes with plenty of money, sometimes with none, and drifted at last to Holberton, where you asked me to be the priest in the play, and marry you to Everard Forrest. You probably do not remember how closely I questioned you about the young man. I wished to be certain with regard to his identity, and I was, after talking with him about his home in Rothsay. He told me of Rossie, and boasted of the whipping he had given her brother, whose vengeance he did not fear. He was young. His father was rich, and proud as Lucifer, and would hardly think a princess good enough to marry his only son, much less you, the daughter of his landlady. Something told me I could not do Everard a worse turn than to tie him fast in matrimony. You were not his stamp, not the one to hold him long. He would repent the act sooner or later, while his father would make life a burden to him when he came to know it. So I was particular to leave nothing undone which would make the marriage valid. And when you were man and wife, I felt perfectly happy until I began to get interested in you myself. And then I sometimes wished my tongue had been cut out, for I'll be hanged if I don't admire you more than any woman I ever saw, notwithstanding that I know you like a book. Spare your compliments and keep to your story, and tell me why you have made no effort to see Rossie all these years, Josephine said coldly. And he replied, Reason enough. I was not particularly interested in her then, and I did not think an acquaintance with her would pay. But later, she has come before me in the character of an heiress, which makes her a very different creature, you see, don't you? Yes, I see. Your sudden interest in her is wholly mercenary. Suppose I should betray you. Are you not afraid of it? Josephine asked, and in her blue eyes there was a look which the doctor did not quite like, but he affected not to see it and replied, Afraid? No, because telling is a game 2 can play at as well as 1. You cannot afford to quarrel with me, Joe. The man's face was exceedingly insolent and disagreeable in its expression for a moment, while he glanced sidewise at his companion, who made no sign that she had heard him, but seemed wholly intent upon the game, which was now growing very exciting. But when the expression changed, and he continued in his most winning tone, No, we must stick to each other, and whatever good comes to me, I'll share religiously with you. She began faintly to comprehend him, and turning her eyes upon him, said, Well, to return to first principles, Rossie is interesting to you now because she has money, but she will not use it even for herself. No, and the doctor mused thoughtfully for a moment. Then he said, I like the girl's appearance, upon my soul I do. She is a pretty little filly, and if I'd met her years ago she might have made a man of me. But it is too late now. I am sold to Satan, body and soul, and must do his bidding. How much is she worth, do you think? The Forrest estate is variously estimated from 200 to 500,000. I should say perhaps 250, Josephine replied, and the doctor continued, And she will not touch the principal on account of some queer notions she has of giving it back to Forrest when she is 21? No, she will not touch the principal, nor more of the interest than is absolutely necessary, Josephine said. And for a few moments the doctor was silent and seemed to be intently thinking. When he spoke again, he said, "You say she is pious, or pretends to be, and if she does, it is genuine. There is no deceit in that face. I'd trust it with my soul if necessary. I tell you I like the girl. She is just the one to keep men from losing faith in everything good. I'll wager now that Forrest is in love with her, and that's one reason he does not take any more stock in you. Is he?" And the doctor looked steadily at Josephine, who turned very pale as he thus probed her so closely. So far as affection was concerned, she had none for her husband, but it hurt her pride cruelly to know that with all her beauty and grace she could not influence him one whit, or turn him from the girl she was sure he loved as he had never loved her. She generally told the truth to Dr. Matthewson, who had some subtle power to find it out if she did not, and now, though sorely against her will, she answered, "Yes, he worships the ground she treads upon." "Then why in thunder doesn't he get a divorce from you and marry her? That surely would be an easy thing to do under the circumstances," was the doctor's next remark. "That is more than I can guess, unless he is too proud to endure the notoriety of such a procedure. Certainly it is no consideration for me which deters him," Josephine said, adding suddenly as she glanced up the street, "There she comes now. You'd better declare yourself at once." But the doctor knew his own plans best with regard to Rosamond, who was coming toward the croquet ground with two of her pupils, Clara and Eva Andrews. She did not see the doctor and Josephine until she was close upon them, and then, simply bowing to them, she passed on, and was soon out of sight. That night, as she was about preparing for bed, a thick, heavy envelope was brought to her room, directed in a hand she did not recognize. Breaking the seal and glancing at the signature, she read with a thrill of wonder and perplexity the name John Matthewson, née Hastings, while just above it were the words, "Your affectionate brother." "My brother," she repeated. "What does it mean?" And for a moment she felt as if she were going to faint with the rush of emotions which swept suddenly over her. Of her brother, personally, she remembered nothing. She only knew that she had one, that in some way he annoyed and worried her mother, that he was not highly esteemed by the Forrests, and that he was probably dead. Latterly, however, since she had gone out into the world alone to care for herself, she had often thought of him, and how delightful it would be to have a brother who was good and kind and true, and who would care for her as brothers sometimes care for their sisters. Occasionally, too, she had amused herself with fancying how he would look if he were alive, and how he would treat her. But she had never dreamed of anyone as handsome and polished and elegant as Dr. Matthewson, who signed himself her brother, and had filled 3 or 4 sheets of paper with what he had to say. Very eagerly, she singled out the first sheet and began. "Dear Sister Rossie, you will pardon me for not addressing you as Miss Hastings, or even Rosamond, when I tell you I am your brother, and have always thought of you as Rossie, the little girl who, I suppose, does not remember me, and who perhaps has not been taught to think of me very pleasantly. But, Rossie, I am a changed man, or I would not present myself to you, a pure, innocent girl, and ask for sympathy and love. I do not believe you care to hear all the events of my life in detail, and so I shall not narrate them, but of a few things I must speak in order that we may rightly understand each other. And first, your mother. I was a spoiled, wayward boy of 16 when she came to us, and I was prejudiced against her by an aunt of mine, who, I think now, wanted my father herself. A stepmother was to me the worst of all evils, and I thought it was manly to tease and worry her, while I blushed to say my father also treated her so shamefully that at last she fled from him, as you know, and took refuge at the Forrest house, where she finally died. I was there once to see her, and as you may not have heard the particulars of that visit, and I wish to keep back nothing you ought to know, I will tell you about it." Then followed a pretty truthful account of the encounter with Everard, the cow-hiding, and the vow of revenge, after which the doctor spoke of his subsequent career, his change of name, his sudden conversion at a camp meeting, his life as a clergyman in Clarence, his backsliding, and lapse into his former evil ways, his few months' study as a physician, his first trip to Europe, and at last his sojourn for the summer in Holberton, where he met Everard Forrest again, and was asked by Josephine to take the part of priest in the play called Mock Marriage. "Then it was," he wrote, "that the devil entered into me, and whispered, 'Now is your hour for revenge on the stripling who dared lay his hand on you.' From all I could learn of the Forrests, or rather of the judge, I guessed that he would rebel hotly against a penniless bride in Miss Fleming's social position, and that nothing could be more disastrous for Everard than such a marriage. And yet I aided and abetted it, and took care that it should be altogether binding, and so gained my mean revenge, for which I have been sorry 1,000 times, yes, more than that, and if I could undo the work of that night, I would do it gladly. But I cannot, and others suffer the consequences. You see, I am not ignorant of the manner in which Mr. and Mrs. Forrest live, and I am sorry for them both, and I am laying bare my heart to you that you may know exactly the kind of brother you have found, and that, however bad he may have been, he is a different man now, or he would never intrude himself upon you. On my first interview with Everard in Holberton, I managed to get him to speak of you, and I half resolved to seek you and claim you as my own. But a sense of unworthiness kept me back. I was not a fitting guardian for a girl like you, and so I still kept silence, and after a time went to Europe again, where I remained until quite recently, and where, by a long and dangerous illness, I was brought to a realization of my sins, and resolved to lead a new life. Naturally, one of the first and strongest desires of my new life was to find you. Mrs. Forrest, who wrote to me occasionally, had told me that you had left the Forrest house, of which you were the lawful heir, and as my health required a warm climate, I came first to Florida, after my return to America, intending in the spring to spare no pains to find you. The rest you know. And now, Rossie, will you take me for a brother? If so, please leave a line at the office, telling me where I can see you and when, and in all the world there will be no one so happy as your affectionate brother, John Matthewson, née Hastings. Rossie was not as strong as when she was a child, and any over-fatigue or unusual excitement was sure to be followed by a nervous headache, which sometimes lasted 2 or 3 days, and as she read this letter, she felt a cold, clammy sweat breaking out in the palms of her hands, while a cutting pain in her head warned that her old enemy, neuralgia, was threatening an attack. That she believed every word of the letter need hardly be said, for hers was a nature to believe everything, and it made her very happy to know that the brother who heretofore had been to her only a myth was found at last, and such a brother, too. Then the question arose as to how Everard would receive this man who had purposely done him so great a wrong. Would he forgive him for her sake, and believe in his repentance? She should write to him the next day and tell him all about it, and her heart throbbed with a new and keen delight at the thought of someone to care for her, someone to lean upon and advise her, and help her with that dreadful Forrest estate. And then her busy little brain plunged into the future, and began to wonder where they should live and how, for that she should live with her brother she did not for a moment doubt. Her place was with him, and she should try so hard to make him happy, and keep him in the new way wherein he was beginning to walk. In this state of mind it was impossible to sleep, and when at last morning came, it found her wakeful and unrefreshed, with dark rings about her eyes, and so severe a pain in her temples and back of her neck that to go down to breakfast was impossible. She had barely strength to dress herself and lie down upon the couch, where Mrs. Andrews found her, after having waited some time for her appearance. Very rapidly and briefly, Rosamond told her the good news, which Mrs. Andrews accepted readily. She had heard before that Miss Hastings had a brother, if he were not dead, and having met the doctor the previous day, had been much prepossessed with him, as strangers always were. She rejoiced with her young friend, but advised her to wait until her head was better before she risked the excitement of an interview. But this Rossie could not do. She should never be better till she had seen her brother, she said, and a message was accordingly sent to him to the effect that Rossie would see him in her room whenever he chose to come. The doctor did not wait a moment, and was soon at Rossie's side, bending over her and telling her not to allow herself to be agitated in the least, but to lie quietly upon her pillow and let him do most of the talking. In all the world there was hardly a more accomplished and fascinating hypocrite than Dr. Matthewson, and so well did he use his powers and art that if Rossie had had any distrust of him or his sincerity, it would have been entirely swept away during the half-hour he spent with her, now talking of himself as he used to be with great regret, and of himself as he was now with great humility, now telling how glad he was to find his little sister, and then complimenting her in a way which could not fail to be gratifying to any woman. Then he spoke of her health, and was sorry to find her so frail and delicate, and asked her many questions about herself, while he held her hand and felt her pulse professionally. Had she ever thought her heart at all diseased, or that her lungs were affected, he asked, adding quickly, as he saw the sudden start she gave, "Oh, don't be frightened, and conclude you have either consumption or heart disease. I only asked because some members of our family, far back, died with heart difficulty, and if I remember right, your mother had consumption. But we must not let you have either of them. You do not seem to have a great amount of vitality. Are you never stronger than now? And do these headaches occur very often?" He had her hand in one of his, and with the other was stroking her head and hair, while she answered that nothing ailed her except the headache, to which she had been subject all her life, and a predisposition to sore throat whenever she took cold. "Ah, yes, I see." The doctor looked very wise. "Bronchial trouble, no doubt, aggravated by our dreadful American climate. Excuse me, Mignon, if I confess to be more than half a European. I have lived abroad so much that I greatly prefer being there, and know the climate is better for me. Some day, not far distant, we must go there together, you and I, and I'll take such care of you that people will hardly know you when you come back. I'll have some color in these white cheeks, though I don't believe I could improve the eyes." It was the great desire of Rossie's life to go to Europe some day, and she assented to all her brother said, and wrote to Everard immediately after her interview with the doctor, and told him of her brother, and what a good, noble man he had become. Then, as carefully and gently as possible, she spoke of the wrong he had done to Everard, and for which he was so very sorry. "I do not suppose you can ever like him as I do," she wrote, "but I hope you will try to be friends with him for my sake." Accompanying this letter was one from the doctor himself, couched in the most conciliatory terms, full of regret for the past and strong in good intentions for the future. "I shall be so glad to be friends with you for Rossie's sake, if for no other," he wrote in conclusion. "She holds you in higher esteem than any living being, so let her plead for me, and when we meet, as we sometimes must, or Rossie be very unhappy, let it be at least with the semblance of friendship." Everard's first impulse on receiving these letters was to go to Florida at once and wrest Rossie from the fangs of the wolf, as he stigmatized the doctor, in whom he had no faith. "I cannot forgive him," he said. "I will not, though he were 10 times her brother, and I distrust him too, notwithstanding his protestations of reform." But he could not write this to Rossie. He said to her in his letter that if her brother was all she represented him to be, he was glad for her sake that she had found him, and that he hoped always to be friendly with her friends and those that were kind to her. "But if he were the archangel himself," he added, I should find it hard to forgive him for having removed from my grasp what I miss more and more every day of my life, and long for with an intensity which masters my reason and drives me almost to despair. But whatever I may feel toward him, Rossie, I shall treat him well for your sake, and if you can find any comfort in his society, take it, and be as happy as you can. To Dr. Matthewson he wrote a note in a different strain. He did not believe in the man, and although he made an effort to be civil, he showed his distrust and aversion in every line. If the doctor had repented, he was glad of it, but wished the repentance had come in time to have saved him from a lifelong trouble. A boy's cowhiding was a small matter for a man to avenge so terribly, he said, and then added, "It is no news to me that you are John Hastings, Rossie's half-brother. I knew that long ago, but kept it to myself, as I did not wish Rossie to know how much of my unhappiness I owed to her half-brother. Wholly truthful and innocent, she thinks others are the same, and if you tell her you are a saint, she will believe it implicitly until some act of your own proves the contrary. She is very happy in your society, and I shall do nothing to make her less so, but don't ask me to endorse you cordially, as if nothing had ever happened. The thing is impossible. If we meet, I shall treat you well for Rossie's sake, and shall not seek to injure you so long as you are kind and true to her. But if you harm a hair of Rossie's head, or bring her to any sorrow, as sure as there is a heaven above us, I'll pursue you to the ends of the earth to be even with you." There was an amused smile on Dr. Matthewson's face as he read this letter, which showed him so plainly what Everard's opinion of him was. A meaning smile, too, it was, and one which his enemy would hardly have cared to see. "So ho! The young man threatens me," he said to himself. "I am glad he has shown his hand, though it was foolish in him to do so, and proves that he is not well up in fencing. I wonder what he wrote to Rossie, and if she will show me the letter." Rossie could not show it to him, but when next they met in her room, she said to him, "I have heard from Everard, and he says that he is glad I am so happy with you, and he will be friendly with you always, and I do so hope you will like each other. Have you too heard from him?" The doctor laughed a low musical laugh, and drawing his sister to him said, "You cannot dissemble worth a cent. Don't you suppose I know that Everard's letter to you was not all you hoped it to be? He finds it hard to forgive me for having deprived him of something which his maturer manhood tells him is sweeter, more precious, and far more to be desired than the object of his boyish passion. And I cannot blame him. I am as sorry as he, in a different way, of course, and you—" He did not finish the sentence, for Rossie broke away from him, and burying her face in the cushions of the couch on which they were sitting, burst into an uncontrollable fit of weeping. "Don't," she said, as he made an effort to soothe her. "Don't speak to me, please. I must have it out now. I have kept it back so long. Oh, I wish I had died when I was a little girl, and before I grew to be a woman, with a woman's love, which I must fight all my life, and never know a moment of absolute rest and quiet. Oh, why did you do it? Why did you separate me from my love? For he is mine, and I am his. I was everything to him. He was everything to me. Oh, Everard, just this once I will say out what I feel. I love you. I love you. And I cannot help it. I know this is wicked, and I try to put it away. I bury it out of my sight. I trample on it. I stamp upon it. I think I have the mastery over it, and on the slightest provocation, it springs into life more vigorous than ever, and I cannot conquer it." She had said all she had to say, but she kept on sobbing piteously, like one in mortal pain, and, hard-hearted and utterly unprincipled, and selfish as he was, Dr. Matthewson could not be wholly indifferent to a grief such as he had never witnessed but once, and that was years ago. But she who wept before him was then a fair-haired German girl, asking reparation for the ruin he had wrought. He had laughed at her, and telling her she would make a splendid queen of tragedy, had bidden her go upon the stage and achieve her fortune, then come to him, and perhaps he would make terms with her. But Rossie was a different creature. She knew nothing of such girls as Eula van Eisner. She was Rossie, heiress of the Forrest property, and he walked up and down the room several times, and blew his nose vigorously, and made a feint of wiping his eyes with his perfumed handkerchief, and then came and stood by her, and putting his hand on her bowed head, said to her, "Don't, Rossie, give way like this, or you will drive me mad, knowing, as I do, that I have in one sense caused your sorrow. If I could undo it, I would, but I cannot. There is, however, a way out of it. Have you ever thought how easily he might get a divorce, which would make him free?" "He would not be free." And lifting up her head, Rossie flashed her bright eyes upon him indignantly. "The Bible would not recognize him as free, neither would I, and you must not speak of such a thing to me." "Then I will not," he answered still more soothingly. "But, Rossie, it is folly to give way like this, though for this once I am glad you did. For now I understand better the cause of these pale cheeks and irregular pulse, and I am sure you need entire change of air and scene, such as you can only find in Europe, where we are going in the spring. Think of a summer in Switzerland among the glorious Alps. I know every rock and chasm and winding path there, and shall be so happy in seeing you enjoy them." He was speaking very kindly to her now, and she gradually grew calm and listened while he talked of Europe and what they should see there, for he quite decided that they would go in the spring, and as nothing in the way of travel could suit Rossie better, she told Mrs. Andrews the next day of the plan, and wrote of it to Everard, ignoring altogether his right as her guardian to be consulted. But Everard did not resent it, for though at time he felt half tempted to say she should not go, for a strong presentiment of evil swept over him with such force as to keep him awake the entire night. But with the morning his nervous fears subsided, and he could see no reasonable objection to Rossie's going for the summer to Europe with her brother, whose perfect knowledge of the manners and customs and language of the different countries must make him a very pleasant traveling companion. Rossie had written that she should go directly from Florida to New York, and so Everard wrote her his farewell letter, and sent her a draft for $500, which he said she might need, as she would not care to be altogether dependent upon her brother. Rossie's first impulse was to return the draft, but Dr. Matthewson advised her to keep it, and not wound Everard by returning it to him. So Rossie kept it, or rather gave it to her brother, and sent a letter of thanks to Everard, and another to B, telling her of her intended journey, and bidding her good-bye. With that subtle and mysterious foresight with which women seem to be gifted, and for which there is no explanation, Beatrice anticipated danger at once, though in what form she could not define. She only knew that she wished Rossie was not going away alone with Dr. Matthewson, but she kept her fears from Everard, and wrote to Rossie that she should be in New York to see her off. And when Rossie stood at last on the deck of the Oceanic, B was there, and Everard too, taking his last look at the face which would haunt him in the years to come, as the faces of the dead haunt us when we feel that by some act of ours interposed in time, we might have saved the life dearer than our own. Beatrice had said to him, "I am going to New York to see Rossie. Will you go with me?" And without a moment's reflection he went, and spent one blissful day with her, a day never to be forgotten, when he drove with her in the park and watched the constantly changing expression of her sweet face, which had grown so pale and thin that he was more than half reconciled to let her go, hoping much from the sea air and the new life she would lead. To the doctor he was polite and courteous, and an ordinary observer might have thought them the best of friends, so that Rossie was satisfied, and would have been quite happy if she could have forgotten the distance which would so soon intervene between them. On the whole, Beatrice was favorably impressed with Dr. Matthewson, who was so kind to Rossie and so thoughtful for her that she dismissed her fears and half wished she too were going with them. She said as much to Rossie when they stood upon the deck waiting for the order to be given for all visitors to leave. "Oh, I'd give the world if you were," Rossie cried. "I should not feel as I do, afraid somehow, as if I was never to return, never to see you again, or Everard." She was holding his hand in both hers as she spoke, and in that moment of farewell she forgot everything except the presentiment that she was going from him forever, that their parting was final, and her tears fell like rain as she bent over and kissed his hand and said, "Goodbye, Everard, goodbye. And if it should be forever, you'll never forget me, will you?" These were her parting words, which, in the aftertime, he said over and over again, with a bitterer, heavier pain than that he felt when with Bee he stood upon the Jersey shore and watched the Oceanic sailing down the bay. And so Rossie passed from their sight, and the next they heard from her she had reached Liverpool, but was greatly fatigued with the voyage, during which she had been sick most of the time. It was only a few lines she wrote to Everard to tell him she was safe. "When I am stronger," she said, "I will send you and Beatrice a long letter, and tell you everything. Now I can only sit by my window and look out upon the busy streets of Liverpool and St. George's Hall right opposite, and occasionally there comes over me a feeling of something like homesickness when I remember how far I am from America, and the friends who never seemed half so dear to me as now, when I am so widely separated from them." The next he heard from Rossie, she was in London, delightfully located in lodgings near Regent's Park, and playing keep house, while her brother was the best and kindest man in the world, and she was very happy. Then they went to Switzerland, and Rossie's letters were full of the enthusiastic delight she felt with everything around her. Of her health she seldom spoke, and when she did, it was not altogether satisfactory. Sometimes she was so tired that she had kept her room for 2 or 3 days, and again a headache, or sore throat, or cold, had confined her to the house for nearly a week. But she was very happy among the Alps, and wished that Beatrice and Everard were there with her to enjoy what she was enjoying. As the summer advanced, however, her letters were not so frequent, and the doctor sometimes wrote for her, saying she was not feeling well, and had made him her amanuensis. They were not to be alarmed, he said. It was only a slight heart difficulty induced by the mountain air, which often affected tourists in that way. He should take her to southern France early in the autumn, and then to Italy as the season advanced, and should not return to America till spring. When Everard read this letter, there came over him again a great horror of some impending evil threatening Rossie, and do what he might, he could not shake it off. He thought of it by day and dreamed of it by night, and could he have found any good excuse for doing so, he would have started for Europe, and kept near the girl, who, it seemed to him, was in some imminent peril, though of what nature he could not guess. Sometime in November, a letter came from Dr. Matthewson dated at Nice, where he said they had been for 2 or 3 weeks, and where, as he expressed it, "I hope our dear invalid is improving." Switzerland was not the place for her, and she seemed to grow weaker every day she stayed there, so I hastened back to Paris, and then came here, where she seems very happy, but is weak as an infant. She complains of nothing but weariness, and cannot get rested. Of course I have the best medical advice for her, and everything is done which can be to arrest the disease and give her some strength. The physicians have forbidden her reading or writing, even short letters, and I must do it for her for the present. I hope that neither you nor Miss Belknap will be needlessly distressed, for I assure you there is no immediate danger, and with proper care, such as she has now, she will, I think, be quite able to return to America in the spring. She is calling to me now from her chair by the window and says, "Tell them not to be troubled about me, that I walk too much in Switzerland and am not rested yet, but am so happy here in beautiful Nice, looking out upon the blue Mediterranean." After this letter, Rossie never wrote again, and though Everard and Beatrice wrote frequently to her, asking her to send them a line, if nothing more, Dr. Matthewson always replied, "She is forbidden to write even so much as her name." And so the fall and winter crept on, and Rossie was first in Venice, then in Florence, and then in Rome. And then Dr. Matthewson wrote one day to Everard, saying that Rossie did not know of this letter. Neither did he wish her to know, as it would only trouble her and retard her recovery. But to be brief, he found himself straitened for money just now. Physicians charged so abominably in Europe, and on account of Rossie's illness, their expenses were, of course, much heavier than they would otherwise have been. And if Everard would make an advance for Rossie of a few $1,000s, he should be very glad. He was intending to leave Rome early in the spring and go to Germany to a famous cure where the prices were very high. Double the amount of money asked for was placed at the doctor's disposal, and when that night Everard went to Elm Park to call upon Beatrice, he said, in reply to her inquiries for news of Rossie, "We shall never see her again." End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Rowe. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Alas, poor Rossie. It had been a long, dreary year to Everard, and when the anniversary came round of the day when Rossie sailed, it seemed to him that he had lived in that year more than 100 lives. And yet, in a business point of view, he had been very prosperous, and money was beginning to be more plenty with him than formerly, though he could not lay by much, for Josephine made heavy demands upon him. When she left Florida, she did not return to Rothsay, where she knew she was looked upon with distrust by the better class. It was a dull, poky hole, she said, and she should enjoy herself better travelling. So she travelled from place to place during the summer and autumn, and in the winter went again to Florida. But early in the spring she came back to the Forrest House, where she lived very quietly and seemed to shun rather than court society. She, too, knew of Rossie's failing health, for she heard often from the doctor, and she expressed so much anxiety for her to Beatrice and Everard, hinting that they did not know the worst, that their fears were increased, and suspense was growing intolerable, when at last, one morning in May, the mail brought to Everard the American Register from Paris, directed in a hand he had never seen before. Evidently it was sent from the office, and probably had in it the whereabouts of some of his friends who were travelling in Europe, and who occasionally forwarded him a paper when they left one place for another. Mr. Evetts was still abroad, and Everard ran his eye over the list of names registered in different places to see if his was there, for that the paper had anything to do with Rossie he never dreamed. Indeed, she was not in his mind, except as she was always there in a general way, and so the shock was all the greater and more terrible when he came suddenly upon a little obituary notice, and read with wildly throbbing heart, and eyes which felt as if they were starting from their sockets, so great was the pressure of blood upon his brain, died on the evening of April 20th in Hildestrossen, Austria, of consumption and heart disease. Miss Rosamond Hastings of Rothsay, Ohio, USA, aged 19 years and 10 months. Seldom has death snatched anyone more lovely in person and character than this fair young girl, who, in a strange land far from home, passed peacefully and willingly to the home above, and whose last words to her weeping brother were, "Don't cry for me, and tell them at home not to be sorry either. Heaven is as near me here in Austria as it would be in America, and I am so glad to go." Everard could read no more, and throwing the paper from him, he buried his face in his hands, and for a few moments gave way to such grief as men seldom feel, and never experience but once in a lifetime. He did not weep, His pain was too great for tears, neither did any word escape his livid lips, but his frame shook as with an ague chill, and occasionally a long-drawn, moaning sob told how much he suffered, while great drops of sweat gathered thickly upon his face and in the palms of his hands. No other blow could have smitten him so heavily as he was smitten now. It is true he had felt a great dread lest Rossie should die, but underlying that was always the hope that she would come back again. But all that was ended now. The little ray of sunlight on his horizon had set in gloom, and the night lay dark and heavy around him, with no rift in the black clouds, no light in the future. Rossie was dead. In all her freshness and youthful beauty, Rossie, who had been to him a constant source of pleasure and joy since he first took her in his arms, a tiny little girl, and kissed her pretty mouth in spite of her remonstrance. "Big boys like you mustn't kiss little girls like me." He had kissed her many times since as his sister, and twice with all the intensity of a lover's burning passion, and once she had kissed him back, and he knew just where her lips had touched him, and fancied he felt their pressure again, and the perfume of her breath upon his cheek. But alas, she was dead, and the Austrian skies were bending above her grave in that far-off town with the strange-sounding German name which he had not stopped to pronounce. What was the name? He asked himself, speaking for the first time since he read the fatal news, and reaching mechanically for the paper lying open at his feet. But his eyes were bloodshot and dim, and it took him some time to spell out, letter by letter, the name Halderstraussen, and to wonder where and what manner of place it was where Rossie died, and if she were lying under the flowers and soft green turf she loved so much in life, and if he should ever see her grave. "Yes, please heaven," he said, "I'll find it some day, and whisper to my darling sleeping there of the love it will be no sin to speak of then. I'll tell her how with her life my son of hope went down, never to rise again." Then, glancing once more at the paper, he read a second time, "Died April 20th, and tried to recall what he was doing on that day, the darkest and saddest which had ever dawned for him. Making allowance for the difference in time between Austria and Ohio, it was a little past midday with him when it was evening over there where Rosamond was dying, and with a shudder he remembered how he was occupied then. Josephine had written him a note, asking him to come to the Forrest house as soon after lunch as possible, as she wished particularly to see him. As he walked up the avenue to the house, he had looked around sadly and regretfully at the different objects which had once been so familiar to him, and all of which had been so intimately associated with Rossie. It was a lovely April day, and beds of hyacinths and crocuses were in full bloom, and the daffodils and double narcissuses were showing their heads on the borders near the door. These had been Rossie's special care, and he had seen her so often working among them, trowel in hand, with her high-necked, long-sleeved apron on, that he found himself half looking for her now. But Rossie was not there. Rossie was dying far away over the sea, and only Josephine met him in the hall, civilly and haughtily, as had been her manner of late, and taking him into the reception-room where Rossie used to come to him and vex him so with her long dress and new airs of womanhood, told him she had an invitation to visit a friend who lived in Indianapolis, and who had invited her to spend the entire summer with her, and she wished to know if he could furnish her with money for the necessary outfit, and should she shut up the house again and let Agnes go to Holberton, or should she keep it open and leave Agnes in charge? He told her she could have the money, and said that if Agnes wished to go to Holberton they might as well shut up the house for the summer, and then left her and walked rapidly down the avenue, thinking of the girl whose presence seemed to fill the place so completely that once, when a bush near the carriage road rustled suddenly as a rabbit darted away, he stopped, half expecting to see a figure in white sunbonnet and high-necked apron spring out at him, just as Rossie used to sometimes do when she was a little child and he a well-grown boy. And she was dying then, when he was thinking so much of her, and she seemed to be so near him. Dying then and dead now, he said to himself, just as a step was heard outside, and Lawyer Russell came in, stopping short in alarm at the white, haggard face which Everard lifted to him. "What is it, my boy? Are you sick? What has happened? Tell me," he asked, and motioning to the paper on the floor, Everard answered sadly, "Rossie is dead." "Rossie dead? No, Ned, it can't be true," Mr. Russell said, and picking up the paper, he read the paragraph indicated by Everard, while a tear moistened his eyelids and rolled down his cheeks. The old man had been very fond of Rossie, and for a few moments he walked up and down the little back office with his hands behind him and his head bent down. Then, stopping suddenly, he gave vent to the exclamation, "By George!" uttered in such a tone that Everard looked up quickly and inquiringly and said, "What is it? What's the matter?" "Ned, my boy, look here. This may not be the time nor place to speak of such a thing, but hanged if I can help it," the lawyer replied, coming close to Everard and continuing, "I take it that you considered Rosamond Hastings to have been the lawful devicee to your father's estate?" "I know she was," Everard said, and the lawyer went on in a choking voice, "Poor little girl. She rebelled against it hotly, and would have deeded it to you if she had lived to come of age. There's nothing surer than that. But you say she's dead, and she not 20 yet till June, and don't you see, in spite of fate, the estate goes to her brother, who is her heir at law, and that's what I call hard on you. I know nothing of the man except what you have told me, but if the half of that is true, he's a scamp, and will run through the property in a quarter of the time it took to make it. Maybe, though, he has some kind of honour about him, and if Rossie knew she was going to die, you may be sure she put in a plea for you, and perhaps he will divide. That's the best you can hope for. So we won't despair till we hear from the brother. There's another mail from the north tonight. A letter may come by that. It ought to have been here with the paper. It's a bad business all round, very bad. Rossie dead. Poor Rossie, the nicest girl and most sensible that ever was born. And the property gone to thunder." The old man was a good deal moved, and began again to walk the floor, while Everard laid his head upon the table in a half-stupefied condition. Not that he then cared especially what became of his father's money, though the thought that it would go to the man he hated most cordially was a fresh shock to his nerves, but it was nothing to losing Rossie. That was a grief which seemed to him he could not bear. Certainly he could not bear it alone. He must tell it to someone who would not, like Lawyer Russell, talk to him of money, and when it began to grow dark, so that no one could see how white and worn he was, he arose and walked slowly up to Elm Park, sure of finding a ready and hearty sympathy there. "Oh, Everard, what is it?" Beatrice asked, when she first met him and saw his white, haggard face. He answered her as he'd answered Mr. Russell. "Rossie is dead," and then seated himself again in the chair from which he had risen when she came in. Beatrice's tears were falling like rain, but Everard's eyes were as dry as if he'd never thought to weep, and there was such a fearful expression of anguish in his face that Beatrice went up to him, and laying her hand on his head, said pityingly, "Oh, Everard, don't look like that. You frighten me. Cry, can't you, just as I do? Tears would do you good." "Cry?" he repeated. "How can I cry with this band like red-hot iron around my heart, forcing it up to my throat? I shall never cry again or laugh, never. B, I know you think me foolish and wicked too, perhaps. Half the world would think it, and say I had no right to love Rossie as I do, and perhaps I have not. But the dearest, sweetest memory of my life is the memory of what she was to me. I know she could never be mine. I gave that up long ago, and still the world was pleasanter to me because she was in it. Oh, Rossie, my darling, how can I live on and know that you are dead?" Then Beatrice did not attempt to comfort him, for she knew she could not, but she sat by him in silence until he arose and went away, saying at her parting, and as if he had not told her before, "Rossie is dead." End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. The Letters. The next day's mail brought 4 foreign letters to Rothsay, one for Everard, one for Beatrice, one for Josephine, and one for Lawyer Russell. They were all mailed in Vienna, within 2 days of each other, and the one addressed to Everard was as follows. Vienna, April. Mr. Everard Forrest. Dear Sir, I hardly know why I write to you first, unless it is because I know that what I have to say will hurt you most. You, who I think loved my darling Rossie. You have perhaps received the American Register which I ordered to be sent you from the office in Paris when I forwarded the notice, and so you know why I write to you now. I have written to you from time to time of Rossie's failing health, but never told you as bad as it was, for I did not wish to alarm you unnecessarily, and kept hoping that change of scenery might bring the improvement I so greatly desired. But nothing helped her, though she never complained of anything but fatigue. So tired, was all she ever said of herself, and she seemed like some sweet flower fading gradually. At Halderstruschen, a little town among the Austrian hills, I found she was not able to go on as I wished to do, to Vienna, and so we stayed there, where she had the best of care. Neither of us thought the end so near until the last day, when she failed rapidly, and talked of you and Miss Belknap, and told me to tell you how much she loved you both, and that you were not to be sorry she was dead, for she was only going home, and heaven was as near Austria as it was to America. She was so beautiful in her coffin, with a smile of peace upon her face, as if she were resting at last. The people literally covered her with flowers, and strangers' tears fell fast over her coffin as we laid her in the grave. I shall come to America soon, and will tell you all you wish to know with regard to her sickness and death, and the many things she said of you and your kindness to her. I have a lock of her hair for you and Miss Belknap, which I will bring with me. And now, good-bye, and may heaven pity us both and make us better men for having had our Rossie even for so short a time. Truly, John Matthewson. His letter to Beatrice was, in substance, much the same as the one to Everard. There were a few more details of Rossie's illness, and a few more words which he said at the last of her friends in America. Josephine's letter no one saw, and if they had, few in Rothsay could have made it out, for it was written in German, which Josephine could readily understand. 1 or 2 sentences, however, deserve a place in our story, and must, accordingly, be given. After indulging in a good deal of sentimentalism with regard to Rossie's death, he added, "But as every cloud has its silver lining, so has this dark pall which has overshadowed me so heavily. I can now offer you wealth as well as love, and this, I dare say, you will not object to. So, if you are not already at Indianapolis, go there at once, and perhaps I will join you there after I have paid my respects to Mr. Forrest." To Lawyer Russell he wrote as follows. Vienna, April. Mr. Thomas Russell. Dear Sir, I have communicated to Mr. Forrest the sad news of my sister's death, and need not enter into the particulars with you, who will hear them from him. I write to you as the family lawyer, on another subject of which I cannot now speak to Mr. Forrest, lest he should misconstrue my motive, and think me anxious and premature in what I am about to say. As a lawyer of large experience, you have undoubtedly already thought of the fortune willed to Rossie by Judge Forrest, and of which she died lawfully possessed, and you have probably thought what disposition would now be made of it. You know, of course, that Rossie always protested it was not hers, rightfully, and that she should give it back to Everard as soon as she reached her majority. I, however, who am her lawful heir, do not see things as she did, and am not disposed to throw away the good the gods provide. Still, I am disposed to be generous, and make over to Everard at once a portion of the property. As you must know more about the estate than anyone except Everard himself, I wish you would be hunting up the matter and getting into shape some statement or estimate of the value of the property, so there may be no unnecessary delay when I come to Rothsay, as I shall do at once. I have in New York a friend who is a shrewd, honest lawyer, and I may bring him with me, not because I think there will be any trouble or opposition to my claim, but just to expedite matters and get them settled as soon as possible. hoping that you fully understand and appreciate my motives, and that I shall find in you a friend and adviser, I am, yours truly, John Matthewson." The old lawyer read this twice. Then, with his hands under his coat-tails and his glasses on the top of his head, walked up and down his room, muttering to himself, "Just what I told Ned. The man is a scoundrel, and he will, with all his fine talk of generosity, bring a New York lawyer here to see to it, as if he wouldn't have fair play and get every cent his due, though I'll be blamed if I wouldn't take advantage of any quirk or loophole to crawl out of, if there was one, which there isn't. As Rossie's brother, he is her heir, of course, and the whole thing goes to him, for I'll bet my head Ned will never take $1. Poor boy, as if he hadn't trouble enough with the loss of the girl, without this new thing to bother." And if ever a man stood in need of sympathy, it was Everard, who seemed completely crushed, and who looked so white and changed that even his best friends forbore speaking to him of Rossie, though they talked much of her among themselves, and many tears were shed for the young girl who had been so great a favourite, and whose grave was so far away. That Everard loved her with more than a brother's love was conceded now by all, and no one thought to blame him for it, but pitied him in his sorrow, which he did not try to conceal. When Lawyer Russell took the doctor's letter to him, and asked what he thought of it, he evinced no surprise or dissatisfaction. "That's all right," he said. "He is her heir, and he shall have every $1. Remember, every $1. I would not take it from her, I will not have it from him, and you must do the business for me. I give it into your hands. I cannot confer with him. I should forget myself sometime and fly at his throat. I will give you all the papers pertaining to the estate. I have kept the matter perfectly straight, so there will be no trouble in finding just how much he is worth. Never mind. Don't you ever dare to think I will have a penny of the money, for I will not, so help me heaven, till Rossie rises from her grave to give it to me. Then you may talk to me, and not till then." This was Everard's decision, which both Mr. Russell and Beatrice approved, though both mourned bitterly over the fate which gave Judge Forrest hoarded stores into the hands of one as unprincipled as Dr. Matthewson, whose arrival was anxiously looked for. End of chapter 43, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 24, 2026.
Chapter 44 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. The New Heir. He stepped from the car one June afternoon, elegantly habited in the latest Parisian style of coat and vest and hat, with a band of crape around the latter, an aggrieved look on his handsome face, as if he were thinking of the dear little girl dead so far away, and whose fortune he had come to take. With him was a sharp, shrewd-looking man, with round, bright eyes which saw everything at a glance, and a decidedly foreign accent. To him the doctor always spoke in German, and in this language the two talked together for a few moments after alighting upon the platform at Rothsay. Evidently they were not expected, for no one was there to meet them, but the doctor inquired for the best hotel, and making his way thither, registered his own name and that of his friend, Walter Klein, Esquire, New York City. Then, engaging 2 of the best rooms in the house, and ordering dinner at 7 o'clock, he started out to reconnoiter, going first to Everard's office, and greatly astonishing the young man, who did not know that he had yet landed in New York. It might be thought, perhaps, that the sight of him, with his band of crape upon his hat, and the peculiar air of sadness he managed to infuse into his voice and manner, would awaken in Everard a feeling of sympathy and kindness for one in whose sorrow he had so large a part. But it produced just the contrary effect, and though he went forward with offered hand to meet him, there swept over him a sensation of distrust and aversion and dread, a feeling of horror for which he could not account, any more than he could explain the sudden chill which crept through his veins, as if Rossie's cold dead hands were touching his, and Rossie's white still face pressed against his own. Dr. Matthewson was very polite and very much afraid of wounding Everard's feelings. He was sorry not to find Mr. Russell there, he said, as he wished to talk a little about business and would like to go over the Forrest house, which he believed was shut up. Everard gave him the keys and added hurriedly, "You will have no trouble whatever, as I have no intention to dispute your right to the property. It was lawfully Rossie's, and therefore yours now." It was the first time Rossie had been mentioned, and Everard felt as if his heart were bursting as he pronounced the name, while the doctor's lip quivered, and he shut his eyes tight to keep the tears back. "Thanks," he said, as he took the offered keys. "We will speak of business by and by, when I can trust myself to tell you more fully what your sister's wishes were. Now I only wish to see the house where she used to live. I will return the keys on my way back to the hotel. I wish you good evening, sir." He lifted his hat courteously and walked away with his friend, while Everard watched him for a moment with that same icy chill about his heart and the feeling as if the darkness and silence of her far-off grave, Rothsay, were beckoning to him and trying to warn him of danger. Meanwhile, the two gentlemen went rapidly along the streets of Rothsay, where as strangers they were stared at by the people, who watched them until they turned into the avenue leading to the Forrest house. "A splendid inheritance. I quite envy you, old boy," Walter Klein said, as they ascended the broad steps and stood upon the piazza. "Yes, it'll do very well for a country house, but it will take a mint of money to fix it up as I'd like to have it," was the doctor's reply, as he fitted the key in the lock and entered the wide, old-fashioned hall, already beginning to grow dim with the shadows of the light afternoon. "It's deuced cold and damp and ghost-like in here, don't you think so?" the doctor said, shivering a little as he hurried on through room after room, hardly seeing them all, until he came to one, the door of which was open as well as the blind opposite, so that a flood of sunlight streamed through the window and fell across the floor. "This is a jolly room. Let's go in here," Klein said, entering himself and looking curiously around while the doctor stood by the threshold, wiping from his face great drops of sweat and starting at every sound as he fancied a place full of something harmful. "Why, Doc, what ails you? You are white as a sheet. What's the matter?" Klein asked, and the doctor replied, "Nothing, only this was her room. Rossie's, you know. I am sure of it. She described it to me so often, and I feel as if she was here with us. I do, upon my soul. That's her chair, where she used to sit, and these must be her books, and that's her bed where she used to sleep. Let's go away. It's like a graveyard to me." He seemed so excited that his friend looked at him curiously, wondering if the glass of wine taken just before they left the hotel had affected his brain, or if it really was true that his grief for his sister was augmented by the sight of her old home and the objects which had once made a part of her life. "It's not like John Matthewson to love anyone like that. There's a kink somewhere," he thought, as he left the room and followed on through one apartment after another, until the whole had been gone through, and they went out into the open air, where the doctor seemed to be more at his ease, taking off his hat and wiping his forehead, where the perspiration was standing. He said, "This is a confounded hot night after all, or I am no judge of the weather, and this place in particular seems hotter than Tophet. I say, Walt, do you believe in ghosts or haunted houses or any of that sort of nonsense?" "Of course not. Why do you ask?" Walter Klein said, and the doctor replied, "Because I was just nervous enough to fancy that the whole Forrest race, Rothsay and all, were after me as I went over the lonesome old hut. Maybe they don't like the idea of my being the heir, and that has brought them from their graves. But I feel better now, and I think we'll be going, or the dinner will be cold." Early next morning the doctor interviewed Lawyer Russell, and at the close of the conference the doctor knew that as Rothsay's heir he was entitled to several $100,000, some in lands and houses, some in bonds and mortgages, some in railroad shares, and some in ready cash. The amount so far exceeding what he had expected surprised and delighted him, and inclined him to be very generously disposed toward Everard, with whom he had one long talk. He had taken all the necessary steps to prove that Rothsay died at Halderstrassen, Austria, on the evening of April 20th. He had sworn to that effect before the lawful authority, and he was accepted by the public as the heir, though under protest, for there was no one in Rothsay who did not think it was a shame for Everard what ought always to have been his. This feeling the doctor perfectly understood, and it strengthened his resolution to be very generous toward the young man, to whom he offered half of the entire estate. "Perhaps I ought to give you the whole," he said, "but hanged if I can quite bring myself to that. You see, when a poor chap like me gets a little money, it is mighty hard to give it up." "But I thought you had unlimited means in Europe," Everard said, and without the slightest change of countenance, the doctor replied, "I did have something there, though not as much as Rossie supposed. I deceived her purposely, thinking she would feel easier if she believed me very rich. But unluckily the firm failed where most of my money was deposited, so that I am much poorer now than when I went from America more than a year ago." He seemed to be in earnest, and insisted that Everard should take half the property, until the latter stopped him by saying decidedly, "Your talk is all in vain, for I shall never take a dollar of that money. It would prove a curse to me if I did. I do not want it, I will not have it, and I only ask that I hear no more on the subject." So saying, he rose suddenly from his chair and left the room. The interview was ended. The doctor had discharged his duty, and it was not his fault that he was a richer man by more than $200,000 than he expected to be. On the whole, he felt quite satisfied with matters as they were, and would not quarrel with the good luck which had made him so rich that he need never again feel a moment's anxiety. He had nothing more to do but to enjoy himself, and let others do so too, for that was part of his creed. Naturally generous and free, he was always ready to share his fortune with others, and he made up his mind at once to be very popular in Rothsay, and to begin by liberal gifts to every public and charitable object, as that was sure to win him favor. Walter Klein, who served no purpose whatever, was retained nominally as a legal adviser, but really because under his smooth, placid exterior the doctor carried a coward's heart and did not like to be alone at the Forrest house, where he soon took up his quarters. There was an odor of aristocracy about the place which he liked, for it reminded him of some of the palaces in Europe which he had coveted, envying the possessor and fancying how happy he should be were he the lord and owner. He was lord and owner now, with an income of more money than he had ever had at any one time in his life. He had men-servants and maid-servants, and fast horses and carriages, and hunting dogs and choice cigars by the hundreds, and rare wines which he drank as freely as water. He ordered several costly pictures from Munich and Dresden, with statuary from Florence, and filled the halls and grounds with the latter, and fitted up a gallery for the former, and set up to be a connoisseur and critic general of fine art, and gained considerable reputation in that line, and was spoken of as a highly cultivated and generous man, of whom Rothsay would have been glad if his coming there had not been brought about by the death of the sweet young girl whose memory was so fresh and green in the minds of her friends. He had the most expensive pew in church, and was present every Sunday morning, and joined reverently in the service, though his preference, he frankly said, was for the plain Methodist chapel, and he made no secret that he had once been a Methodist clergyman, and said he should return to that body, were it not that Rossie loved the church as a child loves its mother, and for her sake he would be a churchman, and instruct himself in all its usages and doctrines. So the Episcopalians claimed him, and made much of him, and took his gifts thankfully, and rejoiced that at last the Forrest money, which the judge had held so tightly, was being distributed amongst them in so liberal a manner. Could they have had their choice, they would rather have seen Everard in his father's house. Dr. Matthewson was genial and pleasant and very generous, but in some sense he was an interloper, while Everard was to the manner born. The purple was his by birth, the blue blood of Forrest and Bigelow was in his veins, and the people sympathized with and pitied him more than he ever dreamed. It was a very lonely life which he led that summer after Rossie's death, and with the exception of Beatrice, he seldom talked with anyone, except upon business. He could not mingle with his old friends and seem as he used to do, with that sad memory constantly in his heart, that grave always yawning before him where he had buried his darling. A thought of Rothsay was always with him, not as he saw her last, standing on the deck and waving him her farewell, with tears streaming in her eyes, and a look upon her face whose meaning he could readily interpret, but as she was when a little girl sporting on the terrace behind the house, or romping on the grounds, with the white sunbonnet hanging down her back, the strings chewed into a hard knot, her hair blowing about her face, and her starry eyes brightening when he joined her with his raillery and teasing jokes. Sometimes in the stillness of the night, he almost fancied that he heard again the quick tread of the busy feet which had run so willingly for him, and always when his grief was at its height and his heart aching the worst, he felt that pale, thin hands were beckoning him from out of the darkness of the grave, beckoning him to come, as if the spirit could not rest until it was joined by his. Once, when the impression was very strong upon him, and it almost seemed as if the dead hands touched his and were leading him away, he said aloud, "Rossie, are you there? Is there something you want me to do, and are you trying to tell me? I'd go to the ends of the earth at your slightest bidding." But to this appeal no answer came from the far-off grave across the sea, though the hands still seemed beckoning with a never-tiring persistence which moved and troubled him greatly. Had he been at all tainted with spiritualism as it exists in modern times, he might perhaps have sought through mediums to know what his love would tell him, but he was free from superstitions of all kind, except this one, that Rossie was calling to him, and that ere long it would be granted him to join her in the world beyond. And to this end he tried to make himself ready, praying earnestly, as he never prayed before, that God would lead him to himself in any path he chose, so that it conducted him at last to heaven, where Rossie was. Well, he knew that if he would find that rest, all sinful affections must be overcome, and he must be made humble and submissive as a little child. At first, however, it was very hard to be submissive and humble, and harder still not to hate the man who had blasted his whole life and who seemed to be riding triumphantly in the high and pleasant roads of success. But gradually the hardness began to give way as the new life within him became clearer and brighter, and though he could not bring himself to like the doctor or find pleasure in his society, he could endure his presence, and no longer cross the street to avoid meeting him if he saw him coming in the distance, and that was about all the progress he could make with him. He distrusted and disliked him, and never on any occasion went near the Forrest house, which, as the summer advanced, the doctor filled with his friends from New York, men of his own class, who were as unlike Everard as he was unlike his former self when he rebelled hotly against his fate and blamed the Almighty for having dealt so hardly with him. He did not feel that way now, and every Sunday found him an occupant of his father's old pew, where Rossie used to sit, and where he now knelt and prayed earnestly for grace to bear whatever might be in store for him, feeling, it is true, that nothing worse could happen to him than had already happened, the loss of Rossie and the loss of his estate. From Josephine he seldom heard. She was still in Indianapolis with her friends, but she did not write him often, and never asked for money. He had sent her a Rothsay paper, which had in a column and a half a matter concerning the disposition of the Forrest property and the new proprietor, but she had made no comment. That she could not live at the Forrest house he knew, and that she would not return to Rothsay he devoutly hoped, and so he grew more quiet and contented each day, though there was ever with him a sense of bitter pain and a constant thought of the grave across the sea where Rossie was buried. And so the summer waned, and September came and went. And one morning in October a bombshell was thrown into Rothsay, which made Everard stagger for a moment from the suddenness of its coming. Then he rallied, and his first sensation was one of intense relief, such as the prisoner feels when told that ere long he will be free again to go and come as he likes. It came first in the form of an article published in the Rothsay Star, and which was as followed: Divorce in High Life. We learned from a friend residing in Indianapolis that there is a divorce suit pending between two parties well known in Rothsay. The gentleman, in fact, is still a resident here, but the lady is at present in Indianapolis, where she went last May with the intention of getting the divorce. Everard read this article twice before fully comprehending its meaning. Then, when he knew he was one of the parties, meant that it was the Forrest name which must be mixed with the affair. His first feeling was one of shame and mortification, notwithstanding that he had once contemplated doing just what Josephine was doing for him. But his next feeling was one of intense relief, that at last he would be free from the burden which had borne so heavily upon him. He went with the notice to Beatrice, who, although she disapproved of divorce as a rule, looked upon this as an exceptional case, and was glad for him. Of course all Rothsay talked and gossiped and wondered, but asked no questions of Everard, who outwardly was just the same, and came and went as if nothing had happened or was likely to happen. Dr. Matthewson seemed as much surprised as anyone, but offered no opinion whatever on the subject, and after a few days he went to New York with his inseparable friend and adviser, Walter Klein. 4 weeks later, a notice was sent to Everard to the effect that a divorce from him had been granted by his former wife, who chose to take her maiden name and was again Josephine Fleming, also that he too was divorced with a right to marry again if he chose. From that time onward, Everard was a changed man. It is true that Rossie was always in his mind, and he never for a moment forgot the pain and loss, which it seemed to him grew greater every day. But the consciousness that Josephine had no claim upon him made him in one way very happy, and he felt freer from care and anxiety than he had done since that fatal night when he made the mistake of his life. That Josephine would marry again he was confident, and it did not need Beatrice's hint, cautiously given, to awaken his mind a suspicion as to who the man would be, and still it was a shock when it came to him early in the spring that the Forrest house was to have a mistress, and that its last occupant was coming back with the right to rule and reign and spend his father's money as she chose. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by KimberlyB. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 45. The New Reign at the Forrest House. Dr. Matthewson had spent most of the winter in New York, but of Josephine's whereabouts, little was known. She had been in New York and Holberton and Boston, where she was the guest of Mrs. Arnold, with whom she had been abroad, and whose good opinion she had succeeded in retaining by telling her a part only of the truth, and doing it in such a manner that she appeared to be the party to be pitied, rather than Everard. Mrs. Arnold was not a person who looked very deeply into matters. She chose rather to take them as they seemed. And Josephine had been very faithful to her and her interest while they were abroad. And though she was shocked and surprised when she first heard the story of the marriage, Josephine told it so well for herself as to make it appear that she had not been greatly in fault. And the lady believed her more sinned against than sinning, and invited her to her own home in Boston, where she was stopping somewhere about the middle of March. And when word came to the man in charge of the Forrest house that the doctor, who had already been gone 2 months and more, would remain away still longer, and that when he returned, Mrs. Matthewson would accompany him. Who Mrs. Matthewson was, the letter did not state, but Beatrice readily guessed, and was not at all surprised when, a week later, she received a letter from Mr. Morton, who was still in Boston, and who wrote that he had been asked to officiate the marriage of Miss Josephine Fleming with Dr. John Matthewson. Said marriage to take place at the house of one of his parishioners, Mrs. Arnold, April 15th, at 11 o'clock a.m. What Everard thought or felt when he heard the news? He kept to himself. But the townspeople unanimously disapproved of the match, and arrayed themselves against the bride-elect, and decided that she should be made to feel the weight of their disapprobation, and know that they resented her marriage, and coming back there to live, as an insult to Everard, and an affront to themselves. Nor were they at all mollified by the arrival of cards inviting them to the wedding. There were in all a dozen invitations sent to as many families in Rothsay, and Beatrice had a letter from Josephine in which she tried to make everything seem fair and right with regard to the divorce and marriage, and hoped Miss Belknap would be friendly with her when she came back to Rothsay. For myself, she added, I would rather not go where Everard is, and where his friends can hardly wish to see me. But the doctor is inexorable, and insists upon living at Rothsay a portion of the year at least. He likes the Forrest house, he says, and would not sell it for the world. It suits him for a summer residence, and we shall be there sometime in June. He is very kind, and I trust that after the stormy life I have led, there is a bright future in store for me, which I assure you I shall appreciate. And if I can atone for whatever has been wrong and questionable in the past, I certainly shall do so. And to do Josephine justice, she did mean to retrieve her character if possible, and be at least a true wife to the man who had chosen her, knowing perfectly well what she was and how little to be trusted. There was about Josephine a most powerful fascination for Dr. Matthewson, who thought her the most beautiful and attractive woman he had ever seen. And the doctor liked beautiful and attractive things. They suited his luxurious tastes. And Josephine was just the one to adorn the kind of home he was now able to have. She would be equal to any emergency. And he would enjoy the attention she was sure to receive at the different watering places and hotels where he meant to take her. If any of her admirers should become too demonstrative, he could easily rid himself of them and bring his wife under subjection, for he meant to be her master and to do exactly as he pleased in everything. And he made a beginning by refusing to sell the Forrest house, as she wished him to do. For Josephine was determined not to go back to Rothsay, and at first made it a condition in marrying the doctor that he should dispose of the place, or at least not require her to live there even for a few weeks. She had no wish to meet Everard, or to come in contact with his friends, who were sure to slight her now. But the doctor was resolved upon making the house into kind of a palace, where he could enjoy himself after his own ideas. And as he had not the slightest consideration for the wishes or feelings of others, he laughed at Josephine's scruples, which he called whims, and carried his point with regard to the Forrest house. In the evening of the 15th of April, there appeared in the Boston papers the following notice: Married this morning at 10 o'clock by the Reverend Theodore Morton, Dr. John Matthewson, to Miss Josephine Fleming. Washington and New York were the cities where the happy pair spent their honeymoon, and it was not until the middle of June that they took possession of their Rothsay house, which had undergone quite a transformation. All through the months of April and May, carpenters from Cincinnati had been there, following out the plan which the doctor had forwarded to them with the most minute instructions. Bay windows were sent out there, and hanging balconies there, and pretty little sunny nooks for plants were cut through the solid masonwork. Rooms were thrown together, trees were removed to admit more light and give finer views, until the stately old-fashioned house assumed the appearance of a modern and rather graceful structure, which the Rothsayettes and even Beatrice herself thought greatly improved. Every room was refurnished and changed in some way, except Rossie's, which was left untouched. Not an article of furniture was changed or moved from its place. Some of Rossie's books were on the shelf where she left them. A workbox was on the table, and in the closet, 1 or 2 half-worn dresses hung, a prey to any moth or insect which chose to fasten upon them. But the rest of the house was beautiful and fresh and new and ready for the bride, who came one afternoon in June, and was met at the station by the coachman, with the new carriage and high-stepping horses, which pawed the ground and arched their glossy necks as the long train swept by. There was no one there to meet the bride, for the marriage was very unpopular in town, and every door was virtually closed against the lady, who for once in her life looked pale and tired as she took her seat in the carriage, and leaning back wearily said to the doctor, "Please take the straightest road home, for I am tired to death." But if the doctor heard her, he did not heed her request. He had no feelings of shame or twinges of conscience. He wished the people to see his splendid turnout. And they drove through Main Street, past all the shops and offices, where the men and boys stared at them. And a few made a show of recognizing the courteous lifting of the doctor's hat and patronizing wave of his hand. Josephine was closely veiled and pretended not to see the ladies who were on the street, and who did not turn their heads as the elegant carriage went by. But Josie knew they saw her, and felt that her worst fears were to be realized. And when, at a sudden turn in the road, they came upon Beatrice, whose cool little nod seemed more an insult than a recognition, her cup of humiliation was full, and there were tears of mortification and anger in her eyes. And her headache was not feigned when at last they drew up before the house, where a strange woman was waiting to greet them. This was Mrs. Rogers, the housekeeper, imported for that purpose from Cincinnati, as were the other servants. These, however, had heard all the antecedents of their new master and mistress, very freely discussed, and the result was that there was a mutiny already in progress. For as the girl who held the post of scullion said, she had lost one character by living with folks who wasn't first cut, and she didn't care to lose another. Still, the wages were good, and all decided to stay a while, and see what the lady who had 2 husbands living, and had once been a servant herself, such was the story as they had it, was like. So they came to meet her, and thought her very handsome and stylish, and a fit occupant of the beautiful rooms of which she was mistress, and for which she did not seem to care, for she never stopped to look at them, but went directly to her own apartments, which she did have the grace to say were very pretty. "Yes, it is all very nice," she said to the doctor, "but I am frightfully tired and nervous too, I think. This last hot day's ride has just upset me. I believe I'll have a cup of tea brought to my room, and not go down to dinner, if you'll excuse me." "You won't do any such thing," was the doctor's reply. "You'll put on one of your swell dresses, and go down to dinner with me. I wish the servants to see you at your best, and somebody may call this evening." "Somebody call?" Josephine retorted, with intense bitterness in her voice. "Don't flatter yourself that anyone whom I care for will call tonight or ever while I remain in Rothsay." "Why, what do you mean?" the doctor asked, and she replied, "I mean that as Everard Forrest's divorced wife, married to another man, I am to be tabooed in this town. Didn't you notice how the ladies we passed on the street pretended to be looking another way, so as not to see me? They did not wish to recognize me even with a nod. And surely you noticed the insulting bow which Miss Belknap gave me. There was not a particle of cordiality in it. I knew it would be so, and that was why I was so opposed to coming here. I wish I had remained firm to my first resolution." She was more than half crying with anger and vexation, but the doctor only laughed at what he termed her groundless fears. Supposing she was a divorced woman, with her first husband living in the same town? What did that matter? He knew of many such instances, and if the people in Rothsay were disposed to slight him at first, he should live it down, for money could accomplish anything. But Josephine was not to be soothed by his words, and bade him mind his business and leave her to herself. It was the first ebullition of temper she had shown toward him, so he received it good-humoredly and touched her playfully under her chin, and had his way in everything, and took down to dinner a most beautifully and elegantly dressed woman, who looked as if made for just the place she was occupying at the head of that handsomely appointed table. No one called either that evening, or the next, or the next. And when Sunday came, she was really sick with mortification and disappointment, and the doctor went to church without her, and met only cold words from those whom he tried to talk after service was over. Nobody mentioned his wife, although he spoke of her himself, and said that she was sick, and asked Mrs. Ryder to tell her husband to call in the afternoon and see her. Even that ruse failed, for there was no solicitude expressed for the lady's health, no inquiry as to what ailed her, and the doctor drove home in his handsome carriage, feeling that, after all, Josephine might be right, and the people were determined to show their disapprobation. But he meant to live it down, and not let the good fortune he had so coveted turn to ashes on his hands. But living it down was not so easy as he had supposed. And as day after day went by, and no one came to see his grandeur, or paid the least attention to him, his spirits began to flag, and he half suspected that he had made a mistake in bringing his wife to Rothsay, where the Forrest star was evidently in the ascendant. Once he decided to fill the house with young men from New York and Cincinnati, but when he thought of Josie, he gave that up, for his love, or rather passion for her, was strong enough to make him wish to keep her smiles and blandishments for himself. And so the New York guests were given up, and he spent his time driving his fast horses through the country during the morning, and in the afternoon, lounging and smoking and reading and looking over his handsome house until his elaborate dinner, which was served at 6:30, and notice of which was given to the portion of the town nearest him by a loud bell, which he caused to be rung as a signal to himself and his wife that dinner was ready. The doctor was very particular and exacting on every point of table etiquette, and required as much form and ceremony and attention as if a multitude of guests sat daily at his board, instead of himself and Josephine, who was always elegantly dressed in silks and laces and diamonds, and looked a very queen as she took her seat at the head of her table, with a languor which was not feigned, for in her heart she was tired and sick to death of the grand, lonely life she led. Nobody came near her. And when by chance she met any of her old acquaintances, they were much too hurried to do more than bow to her, while even the tradespeople lacked that deference of manner which she felt was her due. The doctor seldom asked her to join him in his drives, and she did not care to go out alone and face the disapproving public. She spent her time mostly in her room, reading French novels and eating candy and bonbons, with which she was always supplied. Everard she had never met face to face, though she had seen him in the distance from her window, and watched him as he went by with a strange feeling at her heart, which wrung a few hot, bitter tears from her, as she had remembered the summers years ago, when her boy-lover was all the world to her, and the life before her seemed so fair and bright. Not that she really wanted Everard back, but she wanted something. She missed something in her life which she longed for intensely, and at last made up her mind that it was Agnes, the despised sister who was in Holborn, earning her own living as housekeeper for Captain Sparks. When they first returned to the Forrest house, Dr. Matthewson had signified to her his wish that Agnes should remain where she was. She would hardly be ornamental in his household, he said. He only liked beautiful objects around him, and Agnes was not beautiful. She would be an ugly blot upon the picture. And he did not want her, though he was willing to supply her with money if necessary. But Agnes did not wish for his money. She could take care of herself, and was happier in Holborn than she could be elsewhere. But as the summer went by, the longing in Josephine's heart for companionship of some woman grew so strong that she ventured at last to write, begging her sister to come and telling how lonely she was without her. "I have been hard and selfish and wicked, I know," she wrote. "But, Aggie, I am far from being happy, and I want you here with me so much that I am sure you will come. I believe I am sick or nervous or both, and the sight of your dear old face will do me good." Josephine did not tell her husband of this letter, lest he should forbid her sending it. She was beginning to be a good deal afraid of him, but she thought she knew him well enough to feel sure that if Agnes were once in the house, he would make no open opposition to it. And she was willing to bear a good deal in private for the sake of having her sister with her again. So she wrote her letter, and as the day was fine, took it to the post office herself in order to ensure its safety. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marianne Wallin. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. The letter from Austria. There had been some trouble with the clerks in the post office at Rothsay, and 2 new ones had just been appointed, and one of these had entered upon his duties only the day before. As he came from Dayton and was a stranger in town, he knew very few people by sight, and was altogether ignorant of the name and antecedents of the beautiful lady who, after depositing her letter, asked if there was any mail for the Forrest house. Half bewildered with her beauty and the bright smile she flashed upon him, The clerk started and blushed, and, catching only the name Forrest, looked in Everard's box, where lay a letter not yet called for, as Everard had left town early that morning for a drive into the country, where he had some business with a client. It was a soiled-looking letter, with a foreign postmark upon it, and had either been mislaid a long time after it had been written, or detained upon the road, for it was worn upon the edges, and had evidently been much crumpled with frequent handling. It was directed to J. Everard Forrest, Esquire, Rothsay, Ohio, USA, and in a corner the two words, "Please forward," were written, as if the writer were in haste, and thus thought to expedite matters. Very mechanically and even indifferently, Josephine took it in her hand, and glancing at the name, saw the clerk had made a mistake and had given her what belonged to another. But she saw, too, something else, which turned her white as ashes, and riveted her for a moment to the spot with a feeling that she was either dying or mad or both. Surely she knew that writing. She had seen it times enough not to be mistaken, and she had thought the hand which penned it dead long ago, and laid under the grass and flowers of Austria. "Rossie," she tried to say, but her white lips would not move, and there was about them a strange, prickling sensation, which frightened her more than the numbness of her body. "I must get into the air where I can breathe," she thought, and with a desperate effort she dragged herself to the street, taking the letter with her, and grasping it with a firm grip, as if fearful of losing it, when in fact she had forgotten that she had it at all, until the air blowing on her face revived her somewhat, and brought her back to a consciousness of what she was doing. Then her first impulse was to return the letter to Everard's box, and she turned to go back when she saw her husband entering the office, and that decided her. She would not let him see the letter, for if there were a great wrong somewhere, he knew it and had contrived it, and the cold sweat broke out from every pore as she began dimly to conjecture the nature of the wrong, and to shudder at its enormity. She was feeling stronger now, and fearful lest her husband should overtake her, she hurried across the common toward home, where she went at once to her room, and locking the door, sat down to read that letter from the dead. She had made up her mind to do that during her rapid walk. She must know its contents, and so she broke the seal and began to read. And as she read, she felt the blood curdle in her veins. There was a humming in her ears, a thick feeling in her tongue, and a kind of consciousness that she was somebody else, whose business for the rest of her life was to keep the letter and its contents a secret from the world. But where should she hide it, that no one could ever find it, for nobody must see it? Safety, honor, everything dear to her depended upon that. Not even her husband must look upon it, or know that it was written. And where should she put it, that he would not find it? For he took the liberty to look through her private drawers and boxes just when it pleased him to do so. She could not put the letter in a box, or keep it about her person, and she dared not destroy it, though she made the attempt and lighted the gas in which to burn it to ashes. But as she held it to the blaze, something seemed to grasp her hand and draw it back. And when she shook off the sensation of fear which had seized her, and again attempted the destruction of the note, the same effect was produced, and an icy chill crept over her, as if it were a dead hand clutching hers and holding it fast. "I can't destroy it. I dare not," she whispered. "And what if somebody should find it? What if he should find it? He told me once that he had been guilty of every sin but murder, and under strong provocation he might be led to do even that." And a shudder of fear ran through her frame as she cast about in her own mind for a safe hiding place for the letter which affected her so strangely. Suddenly it came to her that she could loosen a few tacks in the carpet, just where the lace curtains covered the floor in a corner of the bay window, and pushing the letter out of sight, drive the tacks in again, and so the secret would be safe, for a time at least. To do her justice, for once in her life, conscience was prompting her to do the only right course left her to pursue. Give the letter to Everard, and abide the consequences. But she could not make up her mind to do this, knowing that utter poverty and disgrace would be the result. And she had learned by this time that poverty and Dr. Matthewson would be a far different thing from poverty with Everard. To hide the letter under the carpet was the work of a moment, and unlocking the door, she was going for a hammer with which to drive the tacks, when she heard her husband's voice in the hall below and knew that he was coming. He must not know that she held his guilty secret, lest he should murder her, as in her nervousness she felt that he might do, and so she retraced her steps to the couch, where she lay half fainting and as white as marble, when the doctor entered the room and asked her what was the matter. She did not know, she said. She had been down to the village and walked rather fast and was very warm, and had drank freely of ice water, which made her feel as if her head were bursting. She should probably feel better soon. But she did not get better, and she lay all that day and the next upon the couch, and seemed so strange and nervous that her husband called in Dr. Ryder, who, after a few questions, the drift of which she understood, and to which she gave false replies for the purpose of misleading him, assigned a cause for her ailments, and then went away. Thus deceived, and on the whole rather pleased than otherwise, Dr. Matthewson was disposed to be very attentive and indulgent to his wife, with whom he sat a good portion of each day, humoring all her whims, and trying to quiet her restless, nervous state of mind. "You act as if you were afraid of me, Josie," he said once, when he sat down beside her and put his arm around her with something of the old lover-like fondness. "You tremble like a leaf if I touch you, and shrink away from me. What is it? What has come between us? You may as well tell, for I am sure to find it out if there is anything." She knew that, and it seemed to her as if his eyes were following hers to the bay window, and seeing the letter hidden under the carpet. She must say something by way of an excuse, and with her ready tact she answered him. "I am keeping something from you. I have written Aggie to come to me. I was so lonesome and sick, and wanted her so much. You are not angry, are you?" Her great blue eyes were swimming with genuine tears, for she was a little afraid of what her husband might say to the liberty she had taken without his permission. Fortunately, he was in one of his most genial moods. Dr. Ryder had said to him privately that in her present nervous condition, Josephine must not be crossed, and he answered laughingly that he was not angry, but on the contrary, very glad Aggie was coming, as he believed her a capital nurse. "And, Josie," he added, "you need building up. You are growing as thin as a shad and white as a sheet, and that I don't like. I thought you would never fade and fall off like Bee Belknap. I met her this morning, and she positively begins to look like an old maid. I hear she's to be married soon." And he shot a keen, quick glance at his wife, into whose pale cheeks the hot blood rushed at once, and whose voice was not quite steady as she asked, "Married? To whom? Not Everard?" "No," the doctor answered, contemptuously, annoyed at Josephine's manner. "I hope she has more sense than to marry that milksop, who has grown to be more like a Methodist parson than anything else. You called him a milksop yourself once," he continued, as he saw the flash in Josephine's eyes. "And you must not blame me for taking my cue from you, who know him better than I do. I believe, on my soul, you have feared he was going to marry, and were sorry for it. He is nothing to you. A woman cannot have two husbands. That's bigamy." The doctor was growing irritable, and Josephine knew it. But she could not forbear answering him tartly. "There are worse crimes than bigamy, a great deal. And they are none the less worse because the world does not know of them." "What do you mean?" he asked sharply, and Josephine replied, "Nothing in particular, only you told me once that you had broken every commandment except the one, 'Thou shalt do no murder,' and that you might break that under strong provocation. Of course, there are sins at your door not generally known. Suppose someone should be instrumental in bringing them, or the worst of them, to light. Then I might break the only commandment you say I have not broken, he answered, and in the eyes bent so searchingly on Josephine's face, there was an evil, threatening look, before which she quailed. She must never let him know of the letter hidden under the carpet, and watched by her so carefully. Every day she went to the spot to make sure it was there, and every day she read it again until she knew it by heart, and had no need to read it except to see if she had not by some chance made a mistake and read it wrong. But she had not. The proof was there, of crime and guilt and sin, such as made her terribly afraid of the man who fondled and caressed her now more than he had done in weeks, and who at last welcomed Agnes when she came, even more warmly than she did herself, though in not quite so demonstrative a manner. Agnes had gone straight to her sister's room, which Josephine had not left since the day she took the foreign letter from the office and hid it under the carpet. She had become a monomaniac on the subject of the letter, and dared not leave lest someone should find it, but sat all day in her easy chair, which had been drawn into the bay window, and stood directly over her secret. And there she sat when Agnes came in, and then, as if all her remaining nerves had given way, she threw her arms around her neck, and sobbing out, "Oh, Aggie, I am glad you have come. I could not have borne it much longer," fainted entirely away. End of chapter 46.
Chapter 47 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Agnes finds the letter. If there was one thing more than another which Agnes detested, it was carpet bugs, those little black pests which, within a few years, have crept into the houses in certain sections of the country, carrying with them ruin to whatever they fasten upon, and dismay and wretchedness to those who will persist in hunting for them. Among the latter class was Agnes, who from the moment the cry of carpet bugs was raised in Holborton, had spent half her time upon her hands and knees, searching for them on the edges of the carpets, and the rest of her time hunting them in bundles and boxes and drawers. They seemed to owe her special spite, for they had eaten her woolen shawl, and her furs, and her best delaine dress, and life was becoming a burden to her when she received Josephine's letter begging her to come at once to the Forrest house. Always ready at a kind word to forgive her sister for any amount of unkindness, Agnes decided at once to go, feeling that it would be some comfort to escape from the dreadful bugs. She did not think they had yet reached Rothsay, but she meant to make it her first business to hunt for them, and equipped herself with all the ingredients named in the category for their extirpation: Persian powder, red pepper, Scotch snuff, cut tobacco, Paris green, hellebore, and even prussic acid formed a portion of her luggage when she reached the Forrest house and found her sister so ill and weak that for a time she had no thought for carpet bugs, and had there been an army there, they would have reveled in perfect security for all of her interference. But after a few days, when Josephine seemed better and was sleeping quietly, the desire for research and battle came upon her again, incited by the softness of the velvet carpet in her sister's room, which she thought furnished such a rich field for the marauders. As it happened, the bay window was the point at which she commenced operations, as it was farthest from Josephine's bed. "They have been here, too," was her whispered exclamation, as she caught sight of the familiar sign. The carpet loosened from the floor, and eager in her search, she turned the carpet back farther and farther, until she saw the corner of the letter just protruding in sight. To draw it out and glance at the name upon it, J. Everard Forrest, was the work of a moment, and then she wondered how it came there, and if it were some old thing received by Everard years ago, and left lying about as something of no interest to him or anybody. It looked old and worn, as if it had been read many times. Surely there can be no harm in her glancing at the contents, just to see if it were of any value. Thus reasoning, Agnes opened the letter, saw the signature and the date, and then with lightning rapidity read the whole. And Josephine's secret was hers no longer, for Agnes had it, and the effect on her at first was almost as great as it had been on Josephine. That a great wrong had been committed, she was certain, just as she was certain that the letter was being withheld from its rightful owner. But by whom? That was the question she asked herself during the moment she sat motionless upon the floor, unable to move or scarcely think clearly in her bewildered state of mind. She did not quite believe it was Josephine, and if not, then it must be Dr. Matthewson. And he, if the letter were true, was capable of anything wicked and bad, and there came over her a great fear of him, just as it had crept over Josephine when she first knew of his sin. Agnes must not let him know what she had found, and believing Josephine innocent, she must not disturb her and add to her nervousness. Everard, she had heard, was out of town for a little vacation, which he usually took at that season, and Miss Belknap was therefore the only person in whom she could safely confide. She will know just what to do, Agnes thought, and hiding the letter in her pocket, she arranged the carpet and curtains very carefully, and put the easy chair in its place, and was at her sewing by the window when Josephine awoke, after a sleep of nearly 2 hours' duration. She was feeling better, and was disposed to be very kind and indulgent toward Agnes, who she saw was looking tired and pale. "Why, Agnes," she said, "you are almost as white as I am. What is the matter? You have been shut up too closely with me. You have not been out since you came, and you are so accustomed to the air and exercise. Suppose you go for a walk. I am sure it will do you good." Now was Agnes's opportunity, and saying that she thought a walk would do her good, she hurried from the room and was soon on her way towards Elm Park. Beatrice was going to be married, and notwithstanding what Dr. Matthewson had said of her faded looks, she had never been so beautiful and sweetly attractive in her fresh girlhood as she was now at 29, with the great happiness shining in her face and showing itself in every action. Poor nervous Molly was not forgotten, for her memory lived in her lovely children, Trix and little Bunchy. But Theodore had felt it right to claim at last his early love, who was not ashamed to confess how dear he was to her and how glad she was to be his wife and the mother of his children. The wedding, which was to be very private, was to take place on the 15th of September, now only 2 weeks in the distance, and Beatrice was exceedingly busy with her preparations, so busy that she had not found time to call upon Agnes, as she intended to do when she heard of her arrival at the Forrest house. She had always liked Agnes, and was glad when her maid came to her room, saying that she was in the parlor waiting to see her. "Ask her to come up here," she said, and in a moment Agnes was with her, seeming so agitated and excited that Beatrice guessed at once that something was wrong, and asked what was the matter. It was not in Agnes's nature to keep one in suspense, and she answered by putting the letter into Beatrice's hand and saying, "I found it under the carpet, and because I dared not show it to him, the doctor, I mean, who I am sure put it there, I brought it to you. Read it quick, and then we must act together. But never let him know I had a hand in it. He would kill me if he did. There's murder in his nature, or he never could have done this." Agnes was speaking to ears which did not hear what she was saying, for B had taken the letter, postmarked at Wine, and addressed in a handwriting she knew so well, and the very sight of which made her heart throb with pain as she remembered the dear little girl whom she believed to be dead in the faraway foreign town. But when she glanced at the date, a vague terror seized her and held her fast while she read the letter which I give to the reader. Alderstrassen, Austria, June 10th, 18. Dear Everard, are you dead? Is everybody dead in America, that I am forgotten, deserted, and left here alone in this dreadful place? Not dreadful because they are unkind to me, for they are not, only they say I am mad, and treat me as such, and I always have an attendant watching what I do, and I cannot get away, though I have tried so many times. Where my brother is I do not know. He left me here more than a year ago, to go to Vienna for a day or two, he said, and I have never seen him since, or heard from him. And the head of the house, Dr. Van Scheuchner, says that he is undoubtedly dead, and I might believe him, perhaps, if he did not insist that I am his niece, Myra Van Scheichner, and not Rosamond Hastings at all. He said she died last April, a year ago, and was buried by the river, which I can see from my window, and that her brother, Dr. Matthewson, left soon after and has not returned. Oh, Everard, it is all so dreadful, and sometimes my head buzzes and feels so big that I am afraid I shall go crazy, as they say I am. I have written and written to you and B. and Lawyer Russell, and even to my brother, hoping he might be living, but no answer has come, and now I do not think my letters ever left this Maison de Sante, as they call the institution, which stands several miles back from the Danube. Take the boat at Linz and get off at, and come quick and get me away from here before I die. I wonder I have not died before this. It is so awful to be shut up and called somebody else, and hear only a foreign language, of which at first I could not understand a word, and they tried not to let me learn. Only the doctor speaks English, and a woman called Eula Van Eisner, who came as attendant 2 months ago, and who has promised to get this letter off for me. I spoke brother's name to her, Dr. Matthewson, and she almost foamed at the mouth and actually spit upon me because I was his sister. But I made her know I was good, made her listen to me, and she became my friend and taught me to speak with her and will help me to get away if she can. She says my brother is not dead. He is a villain and wants my money, and that Myra Van Scheichner is in the grave where they say I am, and it's all horrible, and I am so sick and frightened and so afraid I shall be mad if you don't come quick. Dear, dear Everard, come to your poor Rossie. This was all Rossie had written, but a postscript had been added in a cramped, uneducated hand and broken English to this effect: I open this paper to tell when come to Hotel Rother Krebs in Linz, where I work zu Haus, and wait for die Amerikaner, ask for Eula Van Eisner. I hates him much. To say that Beatrice's nerves were shaken by this letter would be putting it in very mild language, just how she felt. With her usual quickness of perception, she saw and understood the diabolical plot which had been so long successful, and her first impulse was to rush through the streets of Rothsay and, proclaiming the doctor's perfidy, have him arrested at once. Her next and soberer thought was to proceed in the matter more quietly and surely, and to this end she questioned Agnes minutely as to where and how she found the letter, and if she could throw any light upon the way in which it came there. But Agnes could not. She only knew she had found it, and she believed Dr. Matthewson himself had by some foul method obtained possession of it and hidden it away for safekeeping, though why he had not destroyed it and so made its discovery impossible, neither she nor Beatrice could guess. Her sister, she said, was in a very strange, nervous state of mind, but she could not connect her with the crime in any way, for unscrupulous as she might be, she would not dare make herself amenable to the law by being a party to her husband's guilt. This was Agnes's view of the matter, and Beatrice coincided with her, but bade her to be very watchful at the Forrest house and see if any search was made for the missing letter, and by whom. Beatrice's next interview was with Lawyer Russell, who in his surprise bounded from his chair halfway across the room as he exclaimed, "Lord bless my soul! Rossie alive! Rossie not dead, but hid away in a private madhouse. It's the most hellish plot I ever heard of, ever, and it is state prison for him, the villain, but we must move cautiously, Miss Belknap, very cautiously, as we have the very old Nick to deal with in that doctor. I'm glad the boy is gone just now, as it would have been like you to have blatted it out to him, and then all creation couldn't have stopped him from throttling the wretch in the street and spoiling everything. This letter was written long ago, and there's no knowing what may have happened since to our little girl. She may be dead sure enough now, or what is worse, mad in real earnest. So don't go kicking up a row just yet, till we get more proof, and they will spring the trap so tight that he cannot get away. I'm honestly afraid, though, that he has done something worse with the little girl since he had this letter, which the Lord only knows how he got. He must have a key to Everard's drawer, but we'll fix him. And Miss Belknap, I say you or somebody must go to Europe and hunt up poor little Rossie. I'll be hanged if it don't make me cry to think of her shut up and waiting for us to come. Go on your wedding trip. You and the parson will do better than Everard, whose name they have heard, and for whom they may be on the watch. Morton is new to them, and will excite no suspicion. This girl, what's her name, Eula Van Eisner, must be found first, of course, if she is not already put out of the way, and with her help you'll fetch her, poor little girl. You ought to go right away, and we'll say nothing to Everard till you've found her. Suspense and then disappointment would kill him outright, and he must not go. That hound would track him sure, and everything would be spoiled. You must do it, and you can, better than anybody else. Beatrice felt that she could, too, and had rapidly concocted in her mind a denouncement both startling and novel, and highly satisfactory. But there was one difficulty to be surmounted. Theodore's people might not be willing for him to be gone so long, and in that case, she said, I'll postpone the wedding and go alone. But this was not necessary, for in response to the long letter which went that night to Boston, there came a telegram. I can go. And then all Bee's thoughts were turned to the work she had on hand, and she grew so restless and nervous and impatient for the day when she could start that people noted and commented upon her changed looks and manner, wondering greatly what ailed her, and if her heart were not in the marriage. Everard was in Rothsay now, and with her every evening, talking always of Rossie, whose grave he bade her to be sure and find, and bring him something from it, if only a blade of grass. Once he startled her by saying he had half made up his mind to join her party and go with her, so great was his desire to see where Rossie was buried. But Bee turned upon him so fiercely, declaring that she preferred going alone with Theo, and he abandoned the plan altogether, and felt a little hurt at the vehemence with which his company had been rejected. The wedding was very quiet and small, and the bride very absent-minded and non-committal in her answers to their inquiries as to where she was going and how long she expected to be gone. But whatever they might have thought of her, the bridegroom was perfectly satisfied, and seemed supremely happy as he bade his friends good-bye, and followed his impatient wife into the car which was to take them to New York, and the ship which, on the 15th of September, sailed away for Europe, where they hoped to find poor Rossie. Agnes was at the wedding, and with the exception of Lawyer Russell, was the only one who had the slightest suspicion of the reason which had taken the newly wedded pair so suddenly to Europe. But Agnes was safe as the grave, though often at her wits' end to know what to make of her sister, who grew worse instead of better, and who sometimes talked and acted as if she had lost her reason. She had missed a letter from its hiding-place, and gone nearly wild in her excitement and anxiety as to who had found it. But as her husband's manner was unchanged, except as he fretted at her continued illness, she gradually grew more quiet, though there was constantly with her a presentiment of some great evil which was to be brought about by means of the lost letter. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. La Maison de Sante. Just where it was situated, how far from Vienna, how far from Linz, or how far from the Danube, does not matter to the reader, who needs only to know that there was such a place, embowered in trees and flowers and shrubs, and seemed to the casual passer-by like a second little Eden, when one had nothing to do but to enjoy the brightness of the Austrian skies and the beauty of the premises around. But every door was barred, and every window had a network of iron in front of it, through which white, haggard faces looked wistfully and strange. Wild laughs, mingled sometimes with cries of rage, were heard to issue at all hours of the day. Frequently the inmates of that house, or those who were on the good list, walked in the beautiful gardens, but never walked alone. An attendant was always with them, watchful, vigilant, without, however, seeming to be so. For the rule of the house was kindness, whenever it would answer, and as much freedom as was compatible with safety, except in extreme cases, where the patient was poor and obscure, It was not a cruelly conducted household, which Baron or Dr. Van Scheuchner had in charge, but in all the world there was not, perhaps, a more avaricious, grasping man than the Baron, who would have sold his soul for 30 pieces of silver, and for 40 almost have consented to a murder. If for purposes of their own people wished to incarcerate their friends and paid them well for it, their secret was safe with him, and the victim was insane as long as he lived, if necessary. But there his wickedness ceased, and his patients were generally made as happy and comfortable as it was possible to make them. He alone held the secrets of his employers. Not a whisper of the truth ever escaped his lips, and to his attendants everybody was crazy, and must be watched and treated as such, no matter what their pretensions to the contrary. So when poor little Rossie awoke one morning to find herself deserted, she became at once a lunatic. All liberty of action was gone, even her name was taken from her, and she was told that the Rosamond Hastings, who she professed to be, was dead, and lying under the grass where the wild violets were growing, while she was Myra, the niece of the Baron, who had come to the house the same night with the beautiful American girl who was so sick and who had died in a few days. No wonder if for a time her brain reeled, and she was in danger of being in reality insane. Poor little Rossie had enjoyed much and suffered much since the day when we last saw her, waving a farewell to her friends from the deck of the steamer which bore her away. Her brother had been uniformly kind and affectionate to her, but many things had arisen to shake her confidence in him, and to make her think it possible that he was not the honorable, upright man he professed to be. Then, as the year wore on, and they got farther and farther from home, her letters were unanswered, and there began to steal over her a longing for America which she could not conceal, and which took all the color from her face and roundness from her form, until at last she was really sick with hope deferred and an anxiety to know why none of her letters were answered. At Florence she was very ill of a fever contracted in Rome, and from the effects of which she did not recover, although she was able at last to go on toward Vienna, their ultimate destination. At Salzburg they halted for a few days, and there her brother brought her to a stranger whom he introduced as a friend and old acquaintance, Dr. Van Scheuchner, to whom he said he owed his life, and who had a kind of sanitarium for people diseased in body and mind upon the river Danube. Van Scheuchner, who spoke English very well, was exceedingly kind and tender in his manner toward Rossie, whom he questioned so closely and in such a peculiar way that she first was annoyed, and then confused and bewildered, and finally contradicted herself 2 or 3 times in her statements with regard to her recent illness, and when he asked how she would like to go to this beautiful place on the river and stay a few weeks while he treated her, she shrank away from him, and bursting into tears, said she would not like it at all, and she did not need to be treated, as there was nothing wrong with her but homesickness, and only America could cure that. Van Scheuchner laughed and stroked her hair, and said he would soon have her all right, and then went to her brother, between whom and himself there was a long conference, during which both sold themselves, body and soul, to the evil one, and were pledged to do his work. If she would only abandon that nonsense of hers about giving her fortune to that Forrest as soon as she comes of age, and would share it with me, I wouldn't do it, for, by Jove, I've a kind of liking for the girl, Dr. Matthewson said, as there came a little prick of conscience, and a drawing back from the thing he proposed to do, which was nothing more or less than burying Rossie alive inside a madhouse, where so long as the price was paid, she would be as really dead to the world as if the grass were growing over her, and where the chances were that she would either die a speedy death, or with her temperament become a hopeless lunatic. Money he must have, and as he believed in neither God nor the devil, he had no scruples as how he got it, only he would a little rather not murder one outright to get it. Every argument which he could think of had been brought to bear upon Rossie, with a view to inducing her to keep the fortune willed her, but she stood firm as a rock in her decision to make the whole over to Everard as soon as she came of age, and so he had recourse to the horrid scheme of which we have hinted. He knew Van Scheuchner well, and knew that he was the man for any deed, however dark, provided there was money in it, with little chance of detection, and he sent for him to meet them at Salzburg to confer on important business. So Van Scheisner went and found what the business was and talked to Rossie about her head and brain and cerebellum until she lost her wits and said she hadn't any cerebellum and never had. She was homesick, and that was all. This, of course, was proof conclusive of a diseased state of mind. A girl who hadn't any cerebellum and who persisted in throwing away hundreds of thousands of dollars must be insane and dealt with accordingly. So the bargain was made, and Rossie's fate was sealed, and then arose the question of the friends at home. What should be said to them to quiet all suspicion? She must be dead, of course, Van Scheisner said. Nothing easier than that. A notice in the paper, a letter containing particulars, crepe on your hat, a tear in your eye, and the thing is accomplished. Yes, returned the doctor, but suppose that chap who is in love with her takes it into his head to come spooning after her grave and inquires about her death and wants to see the very room and all that, and it would be like him to do it. What then? Van Scheisner rubbed his forehead thoughtfully a moment and then said, That's the hardest part to manage, but I think I can do it. Only give me time. I have a niece in the country a few miles from here, very sick with consumption, in the last stages, and poor, too, with no friends but myself. I pay her board where she is, and visit her sometimes. She was born in London, her father was an Englishman, so she speaks English perfectly, and might be your sister. I have talked of taking her to Halderstrassen, and will do so at once, though the journey will shorten her life, but that will not matter, as she must die soon. Once at Halderstrassen, she is your sister, and your sister is my niece. The attendants never ask questions, nor talk. Do you comprehend? Dr. Matthewson thought he did, but left the matter wholly to his ally, who had, if possible, drank deeper from the cup of iniquity than himself. As a result of this conversation, there was brought to the hotel a few days later a white-faced, fair-haired girl, in whose great blue eyes and about whose mouth and nose death was plainly written. They called her Myra, and said she was Van Scheisner's niece, whom he was taking to his home for better care than she could have in the country. No one attended her. Her uncle could do all that was necessary, he said, and he seemed very kind to her, and stayed by her constantly upon the boat when at last they started for home, accompanied by Dr. Matthewson and Rossie, who was greatly interested in the sick girl. It was night when they reached the landing where they were to stop, and from the windows of the closed carriage, Rossie saw nothing of the country through which they passed for a few miles, but was conscious at last that they were entering spacious grounds and stopping before a large square building with two wings on either side. The room assigned her was in one of the wings on the third floor, as was Myra's also. It was very prettily finished, and the windows looked out upon the grounds, but there was stretched before them a gauzy network of iron, which Rossie noticed at once, and asked for the reason. Then her brother explained to her the real character of the house, but said that as they were transient visitors, it would not affect them in the least, and all she had to do was to rest and get well as possible, so they might go on to Vienna. And Rossie tried to rest and enjoy the beautiful place, but the occasional sight of some of the patients walking in the distance, the strange sounds like human cries, which reached her in the night when everything was still, and more than all, a great languor and desire to sleep which she could not shake off, wore upon her so fast in a few days she was seriously ill again, and lost all consciousness of time or what was passing around her. How long she remained in this condition she never knew, only this, that she awoke one morning to find Van Scheisner with her apparently watching her as she slept and administering some powerful stimulants. He was very kind indeed, and told her Dr. Matthewson had been obliged to go to Vienna on business, which might detain him a few days, but he would be back soon, and she was to be as happy and quiet as possible till his return. Her next question was for the sick girl, who he said had died a week ago. Then he bade her to try to sleep again, as perfect rest was what she needed most. And I went to sleep, Rossie said, afterward, when telling Beatrice of that awful time when she was kept a prisoner at Halderstrassen, with no hope of escape. I went to sleep and slept so heavily and long that it must have been days before I awoke, and when I did, my head ached so hard and everything seemed so confused, and I could not understand a word the woman said, for she spoke only German, which I could never make out. I tried to make her know that I wanted my brother, but she shook her head and put her finger to her lips and finally went out and locked the door after her. Then I got up and went to the window and leaned my head against the bars and cried for home and for you and for Everard, till I felt so sick and dizzy that I went back to bed and lay there till Van Scheuchner came and told me nothing had been heard from Dr. Matthewson since he left the sanitarium 2 weeks before. I certainly expected him to return, he said, and I am afraid some evil has befallen him. I have written to the hotel where he intended to stop, and they have not seen him. He called him Dr. Matthewson all the time, as formal-like as if he had not been my brother, and once he called me Myra, and when I said he was mistaken, for I was Rossie Hastings, he smiled kind of pityingly and said, "Poor little girl, be anything you like to yourself. To me you are Myra. Rossie died just across the hall, and is buried in such a pretty spot." I thought he was crazy, and felt afraid of him, but had no suspicion then of the real state of things. That came gradually, as days and weeks went by, and I heard nothing from my brother, and seldom saw anyone but the doctor and the intendant, Margot, who never talked with me except by signs, so I had no opportunity to learn the language, which I greatly desired to do, in order to make myself understood and convince her that I was not Myra and was not mad, as I knew she believed me to be. Oh, it was so horrible that time, and my head got so confused, and I used to pray constantly, God keep me from going really mad, and he did, though I was very near it. At first they would not let me have paper or ink to write to you with, but I begged so hard on my knees, clinging to that man's feet, and he consented at last, and I wrote to you, and Everard, and Lawyer Russell, and my brother too, though I did not know where he was, and Margot took the letters, which I know were never sent, but were burned to ashes, for Eula told me so, good kind Eula, who came to me like an angel from heaven. Margot was sick, and Eula took her place. She had been there once as a patient, mad herself, from some great wrong done to her by one she loved and trusted. Her baby had died there, and been buried in the grounds, and she was attached to the place, and after her cure stayed from choice, and was nurse and attendant both, and the most faithful and vigilant of them all, and the one the doctor trusted the most. So he put me in her charge, and the moment I saw her sweet sad face, and looked into her eyes, which seemed always ready to run over with tears, I loved her, and put my tired head in her lap, and cried like a child. "Qu'avez-vous, petite Mara?" she said, and then I knew she spoke French, and my heart gave a great bound, for I knew I could talk to her a little, and I mustered all my knowledge of the language, and told her I was not Myra at all. I was Rosamond Hastings, from America, shut up, detained here unlawfully, for what reason I do not know, that I had written and written home, and nobody had answered me, and the doctor said my brother, who came with me, was dead, but I did not believe it, and a great deal more, to which she listened patiently, as one might listen to the meaningless prattle of a child. But when I mentioned brother's name, she sprang to her feet, and shaking me off, asked fiercely, "Votre frère, comment s'appelle-t-il?" I told her again, Dr. Matthewson, Dr. John Matthewson from America, and for a few moments she acted as if she were perfectly insane, and glaring at me with her terrible eyes, she spit upon me and demanded, "You are sure you are his sister? You are nothing else to him, though that is bad enough?" I made her believe at last, and then she asked me so many questions that before I knew it, I had told her all about the Forrest house and the will, and Everard, and everything. She all the time looking straight at me with her great bright eyes, which seemed to be reading me to see if I were telling the truth. I see, I understand. Poor child. God sent me here to be your friend, and I will," she said, when I had finished, and then she broke out angrily against my brother, whom she called a villain, a murderer, a rascal, and said he had done her a terrible wrong, which he had sworn to avenge, and she saw a way by which she could keep her word. "I go to America myself, but what your friend shall know," she said, and to my great delight, she spoke to me now in English, but whispered very low, "It is better they not to know. I can talk in your tongue, and they not suspect. I must be very strict, watch you very much is my order, because you dangerous, You try to kill yourself, he say, and I never let you from my sight. But I fix him. I cheat. I have my revenge much. You will see what I do. This was in part the story told afterwards to Beatrice by Rossie, who did not then know that Eula van Eisner was the girl who had once pleaded so piteously for justice at the hands of Dr. Matthewson, and been by him spurned with contempt, which had turned her love into bitter hatred. She saw no reason to discredit Rossie's story, and understood readily why she had been immured in a living tomb, and guessed that to her friends at home she was supposed to be dead, and that the knavish brother had the inheritance. She did not, however, communicate all her suspicions to her charge, as she did not wish to wound her unnecessarily, but she meant to get her away, and set herself steadily to that object. Through her influence, writing materials were again furnished to Rossie, who, acting upon Eula's advice, wrote 2 letters to Everard, one of which went into von Scheichner's hands and was burned as usual, while the other was secreted about Eula's person and found its way to America, but not until some time had elapsed, and Eula had given up her situation to Margot, with the understanding, however, that there was always a place for her in the Maison de Sante, either as attendant or nurse, when she chose to return. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. The Escape. There were not as many visitors as usual that season in Linz, and those who did come were mostly English or French, who did not spend their money as freely as the Americans were accustomed to do. So that it was a matter of rejoicing to the master of the Rother Krebs when one afternoon in October the stage brought from the station 2 passengers, whom with his quick eye he set down as Americans, and bustled out to meet them, deciding that they were people who would not stand for a few thalers more or less. Beatrice was very tired, for they had not stopped at all since landing in Liverpool, but had crossed at once to the continent, and travelled day and night until they reached Linz, where Eula was waiting for them. She had sought and obtained the situation as chambermaid in the hotel, and, like the master, had watched impatiently for Americans, though from a very different reason. And when her Americans came, she knew them as if by instinct, taking Mr. Morton, however, for Everard, and feeling greatly disappointed when she learned that it was a Mr. and Mrs. Morton who were occupying the great room in the house where princes had dined and slept. Still, something told her that Beatrice was the lady she was looking for, and when the latter retired to her room after dinner, she found a sad-faced woman pretending to be busy with something about the washstand, though everything seemed in its place. Suddenly she faced about, and the eyes of the 2 women met, and looked into each other with an eager, questioning gaze. "You are Eula," Beatrice said in German, and the girl answered with a cry of joy. "Yes, and you are the Lady Beatrice she talks so much about, and he is not Mr. Everard." "No, my husband, Mr. Morton. We were married just before we sailed." "Where is she? When did you see her last, and how soon can we have her? Will they let her go without any trouble? And what are we to do?" Beatrice asked her questions so rapidly as to confuse and bewilder the girl, who shook her head and answered in English. "You ask so many. I don't know quite all, but I go to-morrow and tell her, and see how we can do best. He will never let her go. There is too much money in her. The doctor paid big sums. We must take her, that's all, and be so careful." You stay here till I come, or send some word. Not tomorrow, but next day perhaps. I not talk more now, I be at my duties." She left the room then, and Beatrice saw no more of her until the day but one following, when about dark she came into the room, flushed and excited, and evidently a little shaken out of her usual quiet, composed manner. She had been to Heidestraussen. She had seen Rosie, but had not told her of her friend's arrival. "I did not dare," she said. "She's so weak and sick, no heart, no courage, but stands by the window all the day, looking to the west, and whispering sometimes, 'Oh, Everard, why do you not come? And I waiting so long. But we'll get her, sure. God fixed it for us. And he, the doctor I mean, is awful with something they think is cholera, and all is fright and confusion, for the nurses is afraid and leaving, and Miss Rosie's attendant is glad to have me take her place. So I'm going back tomorrow, and you must go with me and stay in the town a mile away until I send or bring you word what you do next. You are not afraid of cholera? Americans mostly is." B was mortally afraid of it, but she would have faced death itself for the sake of recovering Rosie, and it was arranged that they should take the boat the next day for the little town near the Maison de Sante, where Eula told them there was a comfortable inn, where they could remain in quiet as long as they liked. Travellers, especially Americans, often stopped there, she said, and their being there would awaken no suspicion. Accordingly, the next afternoon found them occupants of a pleasant chamber in the inn, with an outlook to the river and another to the road which led out to la Maison de Sante. Eula had come with them on the boat as a second-class passenger, and had held no communication whatever with them, lest suspicion might in some way be aroused, and immediately after landing had taken the road to the sanitarium, while Beatrice tried in vain to keep composed and quiet, and await the turn of events. That she should actually see Rosie that night she could not realize, and when about dark a note was brought her by a little boy, her limbs trembled so violently, and she felt so faint and giddy as to be scarcely able to read it. The note was as follows: "Have a big carriage at South Gate, one little ways off, at 11 tonight. Get Misha Farhan, he my friend, this his little boy. He keep the carriages." That seemed to bring Rosie very near, and B's face was white as ashes as she questioned the boy, who said Michael Farhan was his father, and rented carriages to people, and if she liked he would bring him to the room. Misha was a powerfully built man, who looked as if he could keep a whole army at bay by the sheer strength of his fists. And when told what was wanted of him, or rather that he was to wait with them near the south gate of the Maison de Sante at 11 that night, shot at them a keen, quick glance of intelligence and comprehension, which made Beatrice sick with fear, lest after all they should fail. But his words and manner were reassuring. He could guess what they wanted, and he was the man to do it. He did not believe in the place. There were many there who ought to be out. Yes, he'd help her. He'd drive them to Vienna if necessary. He knew the south gate, in the rear of the house, opening on a lonesome and unfrequented road. "And I shall succeed," he said. "Misha Farhan never fails. Arms strong, horses fleet, and Eula cunning as the very—" His confidence in himself inspired them with confidence in him, and at the time appointed they were in his carriage, and entering the narrow road which lay to the rear of the Maison de Sante, and more than 1/4 of a mile distant. That portion of the grounds was filled with trees and shrubbery, and was not often used, either for convenience or pleasure, by the inmates of the house, the chimneys of which were by daylight just perceptible through the tall thick trees. B could see nothing in the darkness, except the occasional glimmer of a light moving from point to point, as she sat half fainting with nervous fear and impatience, while the clock in the tower told first the hour of 11, then the quarter, and then the half, and then surely there was a footstep in the direction of the gate, and a voice she recognized as Eula's called softly, "Misha, Misha, are you there? Help me lift her. She is dead or fainted, and I've brought her all the way." "Can one of you hold my horses?" Misha asked, and in an instant Beatrice was at their heads, patting and caressing, and talking to them in the language all brutes recognize, whether in English or German, while Mr. Morton and Misha were at the gate, which was high and locked, and over which they lifted bodily a figure which lay perfectly motionless in the arms of Misha, who bore it to the carriage and laid it down gently, but not until Beatrice, with a woman's forethought, had made sure who it was. She had risked too much to be disappointed now, and bidding Misha wait a moment, she struck a match with which she had prepared herself, and holding it close to the inanimate form in his arms, saw the face she knew, but so white and worn, and still with the long curling lashes lasting on the pallid cheeks, where tears and suffering had left their traces in dark purplish rings. That, with a gasping cry, she said, "Oh, Theo, it's Rosie, but dead. I am sure she is dead." "Now, Misha, drive for your life!" Eula exclaimed, as she sprang to the box beside him, after having seen Rosie carefully lifted into the carriage, where she lay supported mostly by Mr. Morton, though her head was in Beatrice's lap, and Beatrice's hands were busy unfastening the waterproof hood, and her tears were flowing like rain, which even in the darkness looked ghostly white and corpse-like. The manner of escape had been as follows. The doctor had died that afternoon, and as his disease had undoubtedly been cholera in its most malignant form, great consternation had prevailed in the building among the employees, some of whom had left, and most of whom kept as far as possible from the wing where he had died, and where Rose's room was situated. Eula alone was fearless, and came and went as usual in her capacity of attendant in place of Margot, who had fled to the town. To prevent contagion, it was thought best to bury the body at midnight with as little ceremony as possible, and thus everything was in confusion, of which Eula took advantage. She was very popular in the house, and when she asked permission to go out for the evening and take one of the nurses with her, it was readily granted her, with the injunction that she should wait until her patient was asleep, or at least quiet for the night. To this she readily assented, saying that she would lock her in the room, so as to prevent the possibility of her venturing into the hall while the body was being removed. This arranged, her next business was to prepare Rosie, who had recently sunk into a state of despondency amounting almost to insanity itself, and who spent most of her time sitting or standing by the window with her face toward the setting sun, and such a hopeless weary expression upon it as was very touching to see. She was standing thus, although it was already too dark to see more than the lights in the distant town, when Eula came hurriedly in, and bolting the door, went up to her and said in broken English, Cheer up, petite. Joy and glad at last. They are come. They here for you. Not Everard. Oh, has he come?" And a low cry broke from Rosie's quivering lips. But Eula stifled it at once by putting her hand over her mouth and saying, "Careful, much careful. They must not hear. I fix it for you, and you be still and listen." Very rapidly she told her that Mrs. Morton and her husband, whom she called anything but Morton, were at the inn waiting for them, and detailed her plan of escape, to which Rosie listened in a kind of apathetic way, which showed that she did not clearly comprehend what was meant, or who was waiting for her. Certainly she never thought of Beatrice, but she understood that all she had to do was to obey orders, and taking the seat which Eula bade her take, she sat as immovable as a stone, with her great black eyes following every movement of her nurse, who, alarmed at last at their expression and the rigid attitude of the figure, which scarcely seemed to breathe, tried to rouse her to something like sense and feeling, but all in vain. One idea, and one alone, had possession of Rosie. If she would escape, she must be still, and she sometimes held her breath, lest she should be heard by the men who at the far end of the long hall were passing in and out of the room where the dead body lay. No one came near, or paid any attention, when about 10:30 two female figures emerged from the door, one wrapped in a blue waterproof with the hood drawn closely over the face, the other unmistakably Eula, who, locking the door behind her and putting the key in her pocket, hurried with her companion down the 2 long flights of stairs, and through a back winding piazza to the rear of the house, where the door she had unfastened an hour before stood partly open, and through which she went, dragging her companion after her. It was literally dragging, until the safety of the thick shrubbery was reached, when Rosie gave out and sank down at Eula's feet, unconscious, and fainted entirely away. To add to Eula's alarm, there was a sound of footsteps near. Somebody was in the wood besides herself, and she waited breathlessly until the sound ceased in the distance, as the person or persons, for there seemed to be 2, hurried on. Then, taking Rosie in her arms, she made what progress she could, groping through the dark and underbrush, as she dared not keep to the path. But the gate was reached at last, and with Misha's strong hands to help, Rosie was lifted over it and into the carriage, which was driven rapidly in the direction of the nearest railway station. End of chapter 49.
Chapter 50 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Going home. 3 weeks after the events recorded in the last chapter, the city of Berlin came slowly up the New York harbor, and of all the eager, expectant faces in the crowd of people upon the deck, none was happier or more eager than that of Beatrice, who, now that her work was accomplished, and Rossie safe in her possession, had given herself up to the pleasures of her honeymoon, and been the merriest, happiest, most loving of brides during all the voyage, except when she looked at the white-faced girl who lay in her berth so quietly, or sat so still in her chair on deck, looking out upon the sea with eyes which did not seem to see anything or take note of what was passing. The flight from Halderstrassen to the nearest railroad had been accomplished in safety, and there they waited a few hours for the arrival of the train, which was to take them away from the scene of so much danger. and here it was that Beatrice suggested to Eula that she go with them to America, either as Rossie's maid or her own. I mean to do it all the time. Then I see what comes to he, the villain, and I take much care of my poor little one, who's so tired and scared in her head, but who come right sure when the boy Everard is near," Eula said, as she stroked the thin, hot hands folded so helplessly across Rossie's breast. Very rapidly she communicated her intention to Michael, telling him at the same time the full particulars of Rossie's incarceration in the Maison de Sante, and bidding him repeat it in Halderstraussen if there was a great stir on account of the abduction. Mr. Morton had paid his bills at the inn, and said that he should not return, as he was going to a point higher up the river, so no suspicions could be awakened there of anything wrong until the alarm was given at the house. And this, in all human probability, would not be till late the next morning, when, as Eula failed to appear, inquiries might be made, and the door of number be forced open, and by that time the fugitives would be miles and miles away, speeding on toward the west, and Michael Fine would be smoking his pipe very unconcernedly at the door of his kitchen, knowing nothing whatever of any escaped lunatic or of Eula Van Eisner's whereabouts, knowing nothing except that he carried some English-talking people to a railroad station and was rewarded for it by many, many thalers. So, of whatever commotion or excitement there was, Mr. and Mrs. Morton were ignorant, and kept rapidly on their way until the continent was crossed, and they felt safe in the seclusion of crowded London. Here they rested in lodgings a few days, and called the best medical advice for Rothsay, who, since recovering from the dead faint in which she had been more than an hour, had been just on the borderland, where her reason seemed hesitating whether to go or stay. When it first came to her in the carriage who it was, bending so lovingly over her, she had burst into a wild fit of weeping, which frightened them more than the faint had done. Her first words, when she did speak, were, "Everard, where are you? Hold my hand in yours, and I shall not be afraid." At a sign from his wife, Mr. Morton took Rossie's hand in his, and held it, while Bee whispered to her, "Don't talk now, darling. It is all right. We are going home." How much Rothsay realized of that rapid journey, which was continued day and night, they could not guess, for she never spoke again, or showed any sign that she understood what was passing around her, except to answer their questions in monosyllables, and smile so sweetly and trustfully in their faces, when they told her, as they often did, that she was safe until London was reached, and they laid her in the clean, sweet bed in the large airy room in quiet Kensington, where they had taken lodgings. For several days they stayed in London, and then took passage for home in the city of Berlin, where everything was done to make the voyage comfortable and easy for Rothsay, who talked but little, and who, when she did speak, always asked, "How long before I see Everard?" It was only the Maison de Sante and the incidents connected with it which had any power to excite or even interest her. With regard to everything else, except Everard, she was silent and indifferent, asking no questions, and even taking Beatrice's marriage as a matter of course, and never offering a comment upon it. But when, at last, America was in sight, and they were coming up the harbor, she roused from her apathy, and went up on deck with the others, and sat in her chair, with a bright flush on her cheeks, and a sparkle in her eyes which made them as bright as stars. She was looking for Everard, and trying to make him out in the group of men waiting on the distant wharf for the boat. "I must tell her," Bee thought, and sitting down beside her, she said, "Darling, I know you expect Everard to meet you, but he is not here. He did not even know we were going for you, and we would not tell him for fear we might fail, and then he would feel worse than ever. But he is in Rothsay, and will be so glad to get his dear little girl once more. Don't cry," she added, as the great tears gathered in Rothsay's eyes and rolled down her cheeks. "We meant it for the best, and you shall see him soon, very soon. We will go on tonight, if you think you can bear it. Are you strong enough?" "Yes, go on, quick, fast, just as we came through Europe. I want to see Everard," Rothsay whispered, and so they went on that night in the express, which left for Pittsburgh from which city a telegram was forwarded to Lawyer Russell to the effect that Mr. and Mrs. Morton would be in Rothsay on the late train. End of Chapter 50, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 26, 2026. Chapter 51 of Forrest House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Forrest House by Mary Jane Holmes. Breaking the news at the Forrest House. A wild storm was sweeping over southern Ohio that November night, and nowhere was it wilder or more violent than in Rothsay, where the rain fell in torrents, and ere it reached the ground was taken up by the wind and driven in blinding sheets through the deserted streets. But wild as the storm was in the village, it seemed wilder still in the vicinity of the Forrest House, which fairly shook on its solid foundations with the force of the tempest. Tree after tree was blown down, shrubs were uprooted, and the fanciful summer house, which the doctor had erected on the spot where Rossie used to tend and water her geraniums and fuchsias, went crashing down, a heap of ruins, while within, in the most costly and elegant chamber, a fiercer storm was raging between a soul trying to free itself from its prison walls of clay and the body which struggled so hard to retain it. Josephine had not improved, as at one time it was thought she might. The secret which she held and the loss of the letter had worn upon her terribly, and the constant dread of some impending evil had produced a kind of brain fever, and for days her life had been in imminent danger, and the doctor had stayed by her constantly, marveling at the strangeness of her talk, and wondering, sometimes, if it were possible that she could have become possessed of the secret which at times filled even him with horror and a haunting fear of what might have come upon him should his guilt be known. But Josephine could have no knowledge of his crime. Van Schleusner was safe as the grave so long as the money was paid, as it would continue to be, for he had set aside a certain amount, the interest of which went regularly to Halder Straussen, and would go so long as Rossie lived. This, in all human probability, would not be long, for Van Schleusner wrote of her failing health and told how bewildered she was growing in her mind. Should she become hopelessly insane, he would be almost as safe as if she were dead, the doctor thought, and he always waited with fierce impatience for news from Austria when he knew that it was due. Von Schleusner's last letter had reported her as very weak, with growing symptoms of imbecility, and though the villainous man did feel a pang of remorse when he remembered the sunny-faced girl who had so loved and trusted him, he knew he had gone too far to think of retracing his steps. There was nothing left but to go on, and as his life at Forrest House had not proved a success, he had made up his mind to sell it and go to Europe to live permanently as soon as Josephine was better. He could hide himself there from justice should it attempt to overtake him, and he waited anxiously for any signs of amendment in his wife. She did seem better that stormy night, when even he quailed a little and felt nervous as he listened to the roaring wind, which, he fancied, had in it the sound of human sobbing. She had slept for more than an hour, and when she awoke she was quiet and more rational than she had been for days. But there was a look of death about her mouth and nose, and her eyes were unnaturally bright as they fixed themselves on Agnes, who sat watching her. The doctor had taken advantage of her sleep to steal away for a while, and in the dining room was trying to stifle his conscience with the fumes of tobacco and the brandy, of which he drank largely and often. Thus Agnes was left alone with her sister, whose first question, asked in a whisper, was, "Where is he? The doctor, I mean?" "Gone to rest," was the reply, and Josephine continued, "Yes, let him rest while he can. It will soon be over, and then a dungeon for him, and darkness and blankness, and utter forgetfulness for me. Aggie, that's all a fable about a hereafter, a rag of mythology which recent science has torn in shreds. We do not go somewhere when we die. We perish like the brutes." "Oh, no, no! God forbid!" And falling on her knees with her hands clasped together, Agnes murmured words of prayer for the soul so deluded and deceived. "Hush, Agnes," Josephine said, almost fiercely. "There's more important work on hand just now than praying for one who does not want your prayers, for even if there be a hereafter, it's now too late for me, and I care no more for it than a stone. I cannot feel, and it's no use to try. If there is a hell, which I don't believe, I shall go there. If there is not, then I am all right, and the sooner I am like the clods, the better. But I must do one good act. Agnes, do you think Everard would come here tonight if he knew I was dying? For I am. I feel it, and I must tell him something, which will, perhaps, make him think more kindly of me than he does now. Can you manage it for me?" "No, no!" Agnes exclaimed. "He would not come here tonight, of all others, because—" She checked herself suddenly, and then added, "Listen to the rain and the wind. Did you ever hear such a storm?" "Yes, I hear," Josephine replied excitedly. "It was sent for me, and I am going out on its wings, but it seems dreary to go in such a way. Oh, Aggie, if there should be a hereafter! But there is not. We all do sleep, sleep. But Everard, Everard, I must see him, or maybe you would tell him when I am dead. Lock the door, Aggie, then come close to me and swear that you will tell him, that Rossie— Oh, Agnes, I am so afraid of him, the doctor, that I dare not say it." And on the white face there was a look of terror, such as Agnes had never seen before. There could be no doubt in her mind as to what her sister meant, and regardless of consequences, she bent down and whispered, "I know, I understand. Rossie is not dead. She is alive and coming home." "How do you know? Have you seen the letter?" Josephine almost shrieked, and Agnes replied, "Yes, I found it under the carpet long ago, just after I came here, but I did not suppose that you had ever seen it." "I had. I did. I put it there," Josephine said, gasping out the story of her having taken it from the office and the hiding it afterward. "And you found it? Where is it now?" she asked, and Agnes replied, "I gave it to Miss Belknap, and she—" Agnes did not finish, for Josephine started upright in bed, exclaiming, "I see! I know! She went suddenly to Europe to find Rossie. Tell me the truth. Has she found her? And is she coming home? And what will it be for him?" Agnes knew that by him Dr. Matthewson was meant, and she replied unhesitatingly, "State prison for him, and poverty for you." "Yes, I know. Poverty, disgrace, state prison for life? And how soon? Tell me how soon? He might have time to fly, for he is no good, but I'd rather he did not go to prison. He is my husband, you know. How soon? Tell me, truly." "Tonight. Now. The train is due and overdue. I do not believe he can get away. I think he is watched. Lawyer Russell knows. Not Everard yet. And Mr. and Mrs. Morton are coming tonight with Rossie," Agnes said rapidly, and the next moment a wild shriek rang through the house, which Dr. Matthewson heard above the storm, and he came reeling up the stairs from his brandy and cigars, but he was sobered at once when he found his wife in the most horrible fit he had ever witnessed. When it was over, and she became conscious again, it was pitiable to see how hard she tried to speak and warn him of his danger, but could not, for the power of utterance was gone, and she only gave forth inarticulate sounds which he could not comprehend any more than he could understand what had affected her so strangely. It was in vain that he appealed to Agnes, who was whiter, if possible, than her sister, and trembling from head to foot. She was sworn to secrecy, and if she had inadvertently said to Josephine things which she ought not, she must keep silence before the doctor, and bear the glance of eyes which looked so imploringly at her, and seemed about to leap from her sockets, when she shook her head in token that she could not tell. There were flecks of blood and foam about the pallid lips, and drops of sweat upon the face and hands, the latter of which beat the air hopelessly as the dying woman tried to speak. At last, when they had no more power to move, they dropped helplessly upon the bed, and the white, haggard face grew whiter and more haggard as she lay with ears strained to catch the sound for which she listened so intently, and which came at last in a shrill, prolonged whistle, which was distinctly heard in the pauses of the abating storm as the train, so long delayed, swept through the town. Then, summoning all her remaining strength for one last great effort, Josephine raised her arm in the air and motioned to the door, said to her husband in a voice which was to sound in his ears through many years to come, "Doomed! Doomed!" She could not finish and say fly, as she wished to do, for the word died away in a low gurgling moan. The white foam poured again from lips and nose, and when the convulsions ceased and the distorted features resumed their natural look, the soul had gone to meet its God. End of chapter 51, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, November 21, 2025.